let me go.
All right, everybody. So if you can hear me, can you guys just let me know in the chat feature so that way I make sure that I'm not talking to myself? Anybody just say yes, you can hear me. All right, cool. So look, guys, welcome to the first ever In for the Kill virtual conference. I mean, this is going to be one of the most interactive conferences that you guys probably are virtual ones that you've ever been a part of. So some of you already did it, but tell us where you're listening in from. Get very used to that chat feature that's at the bottom because we're going to be doing giveaways. And for you to get these giveaways, you're going to have to participate in the chat, all right? So look, for the first thing that I want to do, I want to give out a big shout out to our sponsors, the people that backed this project to make sure that we could all be here. The first one being Snow. And I think that the first thing that we should do, right, we should give away one of these things. Do you guys agree? I'm going to make it very, very easy. The only thing that you have to do to win one of these right now, you just have to tell me the owner's name, but his real name, not the name that he goes by. I want to know the real name. So if you guys haven't heard of it, while we figure that out, what his name is, Snow is a teeth whitening kit. They're very, very luxurious in all that they do. I mean, you got these gold teeth whitening ones. You got the blue velvet, and everybody's like, what's up with the blue velvet? Oh, they care about everything that they do. It's a mobile device that you can take anywhere. So all you workaholics that spend too much time in the office, that are going from place to place, driving for 3 to 4 hours, now you can whiten your teeth. For business especially, guys, your teeth are important, and you know that. So winning one of these would be really cool. Whoever knows it is going to get it, all right? And it's not Snow. His last name is not Snow, just so you know, all right? Second sponsor, he's also doing a giveaway, H&M, Hustle and Motivate, making big waves in the U.S., a clothing and apparel company. If you want to be inspired, if you want to be motivated, go ahead and follow them. Here's how you can win a sweater from them. I'm going to put some instructions for you in the chat box. It's an Instagram giveaway. So there are your instructions. The first person who does that is going to win it. Go follow their account, like the last post, and give them, this is the most important part, you got to post Dreams Demand Hustle on their last post. First person that does that wins. Good luck, guys. All right. So if you want to know more about them, follow them on social media. Big thanks to them again. For Snow, go to trysnow.com. And let's start off this conference by saying, look, we would not be here right now if we didn't all want to be successful. And we define that either as money, as a financial gain, or we define it as fulfillment. Now, when we think about these two things, really what we're all after is freedom. We just want freedom for ourselves. We want to feel like we can do the things that actually matter, not the things that people tell us that we have to do daily. But when I was looking at success, when I'm looking at successful people, the people who have the lives that we want to live, those people all talk about the same things. They talk about health, they talk about wealth, and they talk about influence. And when I say successful, you probably think of somebody right away. You think, maybe the person that I'm thinking of is this. For me, it was always Steve Jobs. And the reason that I always thought of Steve Jobs is because he went to make this big change in the industry of cell phones, of electronics, of computers, and he accomplished it. But what we do know about Steve Jobs is that he was willing to sacrifice a lot of his health, a lot of his connections, a lot of everything in order to get where he was. And isn't that the truth about us? Isn't that the truth about how we sometimes think, well, I can't go to the gym today. Maybe I'll go next week. Maybe I'll go a year from now. Maybe I'll start talking to the people that I need to, 5 years from now. Once I've made it, they'll all understand and my body will react and I'll have the life that I've always wanted. But it doesn't work that way. So you have to ask yourself, what is it that you don't know about health, wealth, and influence that's really affecting you right now? Because see, in addition to the information that we have, information is power to us, but bad information is power over us. So when you're taught as a kid all these things that don't apply to you anymore, the stuff that you have that you were taught when you were growing up, and even something that maybe you were taught yesterday, if you hold on to that information and it doesn't push you forward, Why do you choose to hold on to it? See, you got to get rid of it. And that's why the speakers that I bring to you today, they're people that have dedicated their lives to learn these fundamental pillars, the foundation of what you should be building your life on. They're here to give you credible information, but unfortunately, we had to cram everything that they know in 30 minutes. So look, if you resonate with someone, if they say something that you're like, I need to know about this, this is something that's super important that I need to know more of, then you need to reach out to that person because they want to guide you and they're very accessible to answer any questions that you may have. See, look, I'm gonna ask you 3 things right now. And the 3 things that I got to tell you are going to be like the 3 speakers are going to speak on it. But you got to really ask yourself, like, do I know the answer to these? And what could be the outcome if I did know the answer? Do you know why your identity is the biggest gift you have? And how leveraging it could actually get you ahead in life? Do you know how to create a perfect pitch so that way you can sell and have anything that you want in life? And it doesn't even have to be about business, guys. It doesn't have to be about business at all. It doesn't have to mean that you're a salesperson. It means that sometimes maybe you just want to raise at the place where you're at and you just don't know how to present yourself. And the last one, what is the triangle of wealth? What does it mean for you to start gaining these long-term investments and things that are going to give you the life that you want? See, information changes situations. I didn't know a lot of these things, and truly it was holding me back because last year on this same month, at the end of May, beginning of June, I was lost without purpose and I had no idea what to do because the company that I had worked at for the last decade almost was sold. And all the dreams and ambitions that I had were kind of sold with it. And at that time, we were just in a moment of pause. And I don't know if you've had that same situation, but I'm sure you've had that same feeling of desperation where you don't have control over knowing what's going to happen next. And you just have to feel patient. Well, let me tell you that the one thing that you have to focus on in that moment is just movement, because standing still hurts. Standing still makes you feel like there is no control in what you do. But when you have movement, it doesn't matter what you do. You start trusting yourself and seeing that you have little bits of control that you still can take and have that feel like it's yours. So for me, what it ended up translating to me having 7 side hustles that I started and finished within like 2 or 3 months. See, I was selling and flipping everything. I was flipping shoes. I was flipping furniture. I mean, the shoes were my favorite one. I loved flipping the shoes because you could make 15 to 20 bucks a pair. And the thing is, I was going shopping anyway. So instead of spending my time buying stuff and then going home and having it have no value, I was able to still continue kind of that habit, that thing that is no good for me, but turn it into something that was benefiting me. Now, if we go back and we say, well, what good does it do you to know that you can sell shoes, to know what stores are the best ones, to know when they restock those shoes, to know when to go in before the competitors, the other people who are trying to do the same thing? It doesn't do me any good right now. The only benefit that it does to me that I have right now is knowing that I don't want to do those things anymore. See, the failures that I have, they were just stepping stones so that way I could see where I'm at now. And I'm a firm believer that if you refuse to make these failures, if you refuse to let life push you in that direction, then life will not give you what is meant for you. See, what good does it do for people to think that their time is so valuable that they can't go work or learn a new skill after hours without getting paid? A lot of the time situations they're presented to us to where you get an offer to, hey, come work at this shop, learn mechanical engineering, learn how to be a graphic designer, learn a new skill, but I'm going to pay you minimum wage. And people get so offended and they go, no, I should be getting paid. I'm worth so much more. But yet those same people go home and watch TV for 5 hours and don't get paid anything. How does that make sense? See, it's stupidity at the most basic form. It is stupidity to think that you should be getting paid to learn. Because if you go to a bank and you ask them for a loan without credit, they will laugh at you. And it's the same situation that you're in right now. If somebody's willing to pay you to learn something, I mean, you better thank them, you better bless them, because nobody is willing to take that opportunity with you. So look, once I let go of the truth of having, I need to get paid in order to learn and accept payment as it came, then I was able to form a second source of income. It was only then. And once you learn something, then you can ask for more money, but don't expect to be getting paid what a millionaire does just because you're learning. See, there's so many mistakes like this one that I've made, and that kind of put me in the position where I'm at today. And what I want to do is I just want to share with you some of the biggest ones that I made, so that way, I mean, everybody promises that it's going to save you time and it's going to save you money, because that's the core of what it does help you with. But if anything, I want you to be streamlined through 2020, maybe through the next 5 years. If you resonate with one of these and you go, hey, you know what, like that is a big mistake that I'm making right now. Maybe I should let go of this. So look, the very first one, as I mentioned, for about a decade, I've been working at this job. And before it was sold, there were these big promises. There was big commissions. There was big salaries. And I got carried away. And I had to come to realize that family comes first, because guys, a building and a salary cannot hug you at the end of the day. You have to understand that principle. Look, everybody that's successful always says, I wish somebody was at the top with me. I wish I had more friends and more connections and more people that could actually give me the things that I needed where I'm at, that could share in my wins, but they can't, because they're not at that same level. Now, can you imagine how much lonelier it is when you chose to give up your family for that wealth, for that fame? So you have to treasure the relationships that you have, because the best relationships cannot be bought. Look at me. So the second one, don't risk it all on one option. Don't put all your faith in the hands of one person, because they have their best interests at heart. And maturity is accepting that for what it is. It's not their responsibility to take care of you. It is your responsibility to take care of you. So I'm not telling you right now, go and start a new business, go and make this big project. You can if you want to, but that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is go and have a second source of income, so that if tragedy strikes, it does not affect you and your family in a big way. And guys, look, the biggest one, the biggest mistake I make, the one that affects people because of their ego, because of their fear, you got to get attention. Like that's the most important thing in this world is just getting attention. You want to get ahead, you got to get attention. And if your ego says, I don't need it, or your fear says, I'm afraid of what might happen, then you're missing out. Because I'm going to go fast on this one, guys. Like you better pay attention, right? If you were able to reach 1 million people with a $5 product and 10% of them bought, what would you have at that moment? You'd have $500,000. But see, the problem that you're facing is you have that same product that's $5 and you're reaching 10 people. And you're wondering at the end of the day why you're worth $5. You don't have attention. And that's the problem. Look, do I have your attention right now? No. Look, if I were to say right now, you know what, we're going to give away this laptop. We're going to give away this laptop to the first person. All of a sudden, everybody's thinking, oh man, I might need to pay attention to what he's about to say. See, there's an algorithm. It's all taught. It's all taught, and it's all something that can be learned. And the biggest people, the ones that we actually see the most of, are the ones that are hated the most, the Kardashians. They know all about attention, and they know why. It's so important. You got to be studying like you were breathing. It's got to be that important. If you're struggling in life, it's because people don't know you. And the question that you need to ask yourself, that you really need to focus on, is why don't people know you? And you might go, oh, it's not me, it's not this. That's an ego problem. Why don't people know you? So look, let's flip it over. Now we're going to switch, and we're going to talk about brand, because they go very, very much in hand. And if you can realize this, look, sales will bring you money, but brand is what brings you legacy. I mean, wouldn't it be nice if you could go from company to company, you could sell whatever you wanted, regardless of what you were doing or where you were at or what you were employed? I mean, that is freedom right there. Nobody can steal your identity, because brand protects you. It doesn't matter if they want to come and sell the same product at a lower price, because your faithful customers will actually turn against those people. They won't care if they want to come out with something that's exactly like yours. Once you have a following, they are what protects you. Brand also gives you the option to raise prices. It's the ultimate freedom that you have. And if you're not doing it right, then it's a disservice to you and your company. But look, I'm not here to just tell you about that you should do it. I'm going to tell you 5 things that you can do to actually fix it right now. And the good news is that you've actually been like building a brand this whole time without even realizing it. So look, the first thing that you should do is you got to associate yourself with something. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be an animal, color, an object, money, tree. It could be a piece of poop. And somebody listening could probably do it and be very successful, make a lot of money by associating themselves with poop, because it doesn't matter what the object is. The only thing that matters is that you associate with something that you love and that you can actually relate to. Because if you there's this mistake that people think that they should associate with things that are powerful, that things are this or that. But if it doesn't resonate with you, if you think I should pick a lion or a tiger, and then when you're picking it, you think I hate it because it's so aggressive, it's so bloody, I just can't imagine it. But then you try to promote it, people will hate it because you hate it. So to pick something that actually makes a difference in your life, okay? The second thing, as humans, we love color. We love seeing pops of color. We love seeing the little details when it comes to color. Pick a color that best suits you, but at the same time, the only thing that I want you to do when you're doing it is I want you to think, what does the color do for people psychologically? Because if you have a brand or you have an image that is supposed to make people feel really, really excited, and they're supposed to feel like energetic with it, and you pick a color that's very calm and that makes people feel warm, then it might not be the best one, and you're going to be fighting an uphill battle the entire time trying to educate people to feel the other way. So third one, make it relatable to your specific audience. Look, if you're going after a young audience, if you're trying to make yourself look modern, if you're an influencer, if you're wearing the wrong clothes, right? If I'm modern and you're wearing like stuff from Old Navy, you're probably not going to get the attention of a lot of people. If you're somebody who's trying to say, I'm a modern electronics company, and you have a website from the 70s, you're probably going to get laughed at. So make it relatable and make sure that people know what you're trying to do. The fourth one, a very important one, guys, look, become more than a symbol. People put their logos on their shirt and they think, wow, that's enough right there. I'm going to put the logo on the shirt and that should be enough to actually get me branded. But then when the logo is taken off, their identity is taken with them. You need to become more than that, so that way, that's how you get protected from your identity being stolen. You have to become more than the symbol itself. Fifth one, learn to get your message out. We were stuck with 3 traditional medias before. It was TV, it was radio, and it was magazines, right? Right now, we have YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We have online publishing. We have podcasts. We have all these little niche markets, each one that can serve you in a different way. And trust me, every single one can serve you in a different way. You just have to know how to use it. The last thing you want to do is start putting your stuff on YouTube and have it realize that you're still trying to promote it the way you would on Facebook. Because trust me, if you try to do stuff that works on Facebook and Instagram, on TikTok, it won't work. If you try to get published the same way you would on like a Google News site that you would on Forbes, you're going to look ridiculous. So make sure you know what you're doing on each one of these platforms, because it can elevate you to the next level very, very quickly. Once you begin to build a brand, once you master all these things, you're going to have certain authority. I mean, we talked about influence and what it means. Now, I'm going to give you a very, very specific example and show you how important branding actually is. If you were about to get an operation and you're in the medical room and you're laying down and somebody's about to come in, the surgeon's about to come in, they're about to give you the operation, take out whatever you need. And they come in jeans and a shirt, you're like, what the hell is going on? And you become very skeptical, right? But why? Why do you become that skeptical? Is because you realize that the surgeon needs to look a certain way in order for it to matter. See, branding and brand matters. If the surgeon doesn't start talking a specific way, then it throws you off. We all have this idea of what a surgeon needs to look like. We all have an idea of what a lawyer needs to look like. And most importantly, we all have an idea of what a successful person looks like. And if you do not have this belief of what you should look like and what you need to look like in order to be successful, then that is what's holding you back. Because if you aren't believing in you, then why should other people believe in you? They will see right through it. See, one more example that I can think of is there's 2 types of car salespeople. Everyone has experience. The first one is the guy who comes out sweating, his clothes don't fit right. He's trying to sell you a car within the first 5 minutes. And then the second guy comes out well-polished suit, hair done, very, very easy vocabulary, hasn't tried to sell you anything. He's just there to kind of make you feel comfortable, smoother than butter on a biscuit, as I say. But when that guy comes out, you're shocked because before you realize you're talking numbers with him and it seems like you've known him for years and years. And what is the thing that happens after we buy the car? If it's a very, very good experience, the first thing that we do is we go and we recommend the person that we just bought the car from. And do you understand why? I'm going to leave you guys with one thing, because there's only one thing that really matters about branding. And I know that we talk about all these things that you have to do, but this one truth and this one reality is that the brand is not for me and it's not for you. It's for the client and it's for the end consumer. Why? Because if you refer someone to me, do you want me to embarrass you or do you want me to elevate you as a result of you sending someone over to me? See, that is what branding is. You want to be right. You want to be right for recommending something and you want to feel good about yourself. So when I talk about snow, right, and I say, wow, this thing is great. This thing is, look at the blue velvet and the felt and everything. I'm not saying that it's a great company. I'm saying, hey, look at this, and I support it because value exceeds price. None of that matters. All I'm saying is check it out. I'm going to be right. You're going to think I'm great, and you're going to listen to me next time. So the final question that I have for you, the last thing that I'm going to say, how does your brand elevate others? What do you do that makes other people look good? All right, guys. Well, look, that is my time. So if you want to learn more on branding and awareness, you can reach out to me. You can go to marketinghunters.com. You can visit IamRubenAlvarez.com and contact me there. But look, before we get to our next speaker, I want to give away another one of these. I said I would, right? Because I'm going to be right. When you get one of these, you're going to think it's one of the greatest things. So I'm not sure where if somebody answered the first, oh, look, somebody actually did. So the next one that we're going to give away, all you have to do is tell me, where is snow located, city and state, and you win one. All right. So we're running a little bit early. We don't have Forbes in here yet. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. And I'm going to actually see through this who won from. Oh, Marco, you were the first one. So congrats, Marco, to winning your first snow kit. That's actually you're going to see that it's one of the probably the best products that I've ever had. Best advice someone gave me. So the best advice that I ever received, someone realized that I was selling 60 of one product. And I was getting $50 commissions at the time. So I thought I was doing really, really well. I was like, you know what? If I'm selling 60 of a product and I'm making $5,000 or whatever it is, off the top of my head, no, sorry, $3,000. I thought I was like on cloud nine. I'm doing really well. And someone said, well, dude, can you imagine you're making $50 a product right now? Can you imagine what it would look like if you were selling $1,000 product? I mean, you'd be making 50, 60,000 a month. And on a bad month, you'd only be making 20,000. And I'm like, that's absolutely true. I mean, I wish that I could be selling something that was that hot, right? But once I let go of me selling something that was so low and I started searching for a product that could actually bring a higher dollar value, that's when my life started to change. Again, it's information changes situations. If you have never heard of that, if you have never heard, hey, I should buy I should be selling a more expensive product, then you think that making a $50 commission is good for you. It's until you kind of shift the other direction that you're actually able to tell that there is more out there. All right, so it looks like we got Forbes in here already. There she is. Look at her. So if you guys haven't heard of her, look, she's the first powerhouse that we have today. Just speaking about like a massively successful brand, that is Forbes herself. She's known as the queen of the infomercial. She knows everything there is to know about attention, and how to get it, how to do it right, how to pitch. So Forbes, if you can hear me, let me know.
Oh, baby, I hear you just fine. And
go.
Happy Saturday.
Very happy Saturday to you too.
Dad, I love you too. Nice to see you sitting there. I don't see your face, but I see your position, your power pose.
There you go. So
Hello,
I'm going to jump off here. That way you have the full screen. And I will see you in a bit.
Wait, where are you going? Ruben, are you leaving? So I'm just going to start talking?
Yes. Did you want me to interview instead? I can do that.
You know what? Let's start a little friendly. I have to tell you something. Let me say something. I am absolutely the queen of making money right through this camera. That's what I've done my entire life. and I will change my little view so you and I are next to each other. And I have discovered all of the summits. You're probably the 400th summit that I've done. I've got one more tonight. Some good, some not so good. But I have a feeling that a lot of people who are used to speaking from stage have no idea what this camera means, okay? Mm-hmm. There's an intimacy. I don't need to just jump on and start talking at people. They're your people. So let's have a moment of just connecting, establishing the groundwork, getting people crazy excited, and then I will dive into some massive nuggets because I've got some things to teach that I don't think anybody else knows. I mean, I've grossed $2.5 billion on television, so yeah.
Yeah, see, I believe that for sure because the 30-minute conversation that I had with you was probably one of the best ones I've had in my 28 years of life.
I'm sorry, could you say that again now? Come on, say it one more time.
So within 30 minutes of speaking with you, I had more value than in the 28 years that I've lived from anyone else.
Wow, that is powerful, that is huge, and that will make my entire weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I've discovered, and I love the fact that you're 28. So there's a couple of things. Number one, that I would tell my 28-year-old self, I was doing it right. I enjoyed my 20s. I had no jobs. I lived at Club Med. I created a company where I did singing and stripping telegrams. That's a whole nother show. But I first made my first million that way. Worked on Broadway, did ski resorts. I mean, I lived a life in my 20s that most people don't live in their entire lives. Mm-hmm. So for all of you guys out there really young going, oh, I have to figure it out. No, you don't. In fact, don't figure it out. Be the one who doesn't peak in high school. Oh, and I wasn't so unpopular in high school. Yeah, I was like the ugly duckling in high school. And I got to tell you, I've gone back to some reunions since then. I win. Yeah. No, seriously. Be in this for the long game. Okay. So ask me, let's just talk a little bit more and then I will dump everything on you guys. What's the one thing that you'd like to know now that you've met me?
So the thing that always has become very curious to me is how did you find this, and you don't have to tell me what the secret is of infomercials, right? But how did you go about finding it? Like, how did you find that secret?
Ruben, let's go back for a second. Why wouldn't I tell you the secret?
Well, because that might be part of your presentation. I wouldn't want to take that from you.
You know what? I think we all need to, number one, chill out. Mm-hmm. This country is in a crazy state because a lot of people either have never experienced trauma. You know, I'm watching the whole incident in Minneapolis. Do you know that I raised a little boy for 12 years who was very black, and he was murdered right outside of USC on a Sunday morning, walking from his haircut to church. Now, he was killed by a kid who grew up a block away from him. It was not a black on white, it was a black on black crime, if you'll have it, because he had to kill somebody to get into a gang. I don't think that is about race. I think that is about lack of mentorship. You know, you just said something about hearing a voice that you hadn't really heard in 28 years. Well, a lot of people should hear my voice.
Yes. Because
a lot of people don't hear women who are strong, who have done it all on their own. I don't have a husband who ever made any money. I was never gifted anything except my God-given talent. Mm-hmm. And I leveraged it my whole life. And in a time when I was a very awkward, ugly little girl, I had a lot of obstacles, and I'm still here. So I actually go into inner cities all the time, and I ask the kids, any group of people over 30, over 30, size 30, say, who here has had somebody who's been killed by gunfire? Every one of them will raise their hand, but so will I. Then I'll say, who here has been affected by 2 murders? About half the room, and so will I. That was when Hugo Bustamante, a dear friend of mine from Pasadena, California, father of 2, was a pharmacist in a Long Beach hospital. And one day his coworker walked in, shot him in the face and killed him, shot another coworker and then killed himself. That was one of my best friends.
Yeah. Okay,
who here has had 3 people murdered by gunfire? Do you notice that my hand is still up? There's probably about 3 other people who've had 3 people they loved. And that was John Dolier over in Africa. His family was ambushed and they roughed up the entire group of them. They shot 2 people, didn't kill them. As they were leaving, they turned around and shot my friend John Dolier at age 60 in the back in front of his 2 kids.
Wow.
What kind of shit have I gone through in my life?
Yeah.
So be careful when people say, this little girl said yes on an interview, oh, I want to be you. I'm like, really? If you really want to be me, I'll lay out all the things that are me. I talked to Sharon Lecter yesterday. Sharon is, my mentor, an amazing woman. Her son committed suicide. You want to be her? Okay, how much money she has in the bank and how famous. You don't want to be her either.
Yeah.
So let's get real about what this roller coaster of life is. And part of it is to learn what you can. Really learn what excites you. Learn who you are. Learn how to be with other people. Learn how to relax into all of this. There is no gold ring. The guy in the $1 billion house, or who's, he's not any happier than you or I at all, ever. It's really, really important. I love when people say, oh, money doesn't buy happiness. Well, it gets you out of poverty. It doesn't buy you happiness. It buys you a lot of things that might make you happy.
Yeah.
But I've been as happy as I am without any money, living in a tiny little room apartment. It's about the people in your life. It's about what your mission is that makes you want to get out of bed, and about who you touch in your life. I just read a little thing on Facebook, and it was Angela who just wrote, she's like, everybody loves Forbes Riley. I almost wanted to cry. You don't understand. See, before Facebook came along, and I was already in my late 40s, I had this vision that I was doing all of these things in a vacuum. I've done a lot of things. I hosted the X Games. I did a talk show, two national talk shows. I grossed 2.5 billion. I thought nobody noticed anything I did because there was no way to communicate before Facebook. Yeah. How would you know? A fan letter? So I got a couple of those. Actually, I got a fan letter for one of my movies from a guy in jail. Yay for me. All of a sudden, Facebook hit. And the thing that changed for me was that I realized that I was famous. I realized that I'd touch lives because I didn't think anybody was going to come to my funeral before Facebook. I mean, how would they even know about me? Yeah. I don't have a whole lot of friends. I work really hard. All of a sudden, this Facebook thing happens. I've got 1.7 million followers on one of my pages.
Wow.
And it's about the kind of comments that I get that I touch people. I've been doing this my whole life, even when nobody was watching. And so I think that that's kind of an important thing to set out. What excites you about your life? I was 20 years old, and I had already graduated college, and I was a very smart kid. Like, I skipped a year of high school, and I graduated college, get this, in 3 years with 2 degrees, 2 majors and 2 minors in 3 years. That makes me very boring. I had no social life. No, it does. That's a reality that you have to have this trade-off. Yeah. If you're somebody who likes to go out and enjoys their friends every Friday and Saturday, you're not going to get a certain level of success by 30, but that's okay. That is okay. Enjoy your freaking life. You get one of these. If you keep going, well, they have more money and she has more fame and she has more followers, who cares? I'm so glad I didn't have to see all of that when I was growing up, because I'm a little competitive. I probably would have had, I'm looking at Kim Kardashian, who, by the way, if you go to YouTube, I gave her first infomercial. Did you know that?
Really? I did not know that, no.
Oh, come on, seriously. This is where I love and I'm going to do this completely off the cuff. This is where I love my YouTube. And I love the ability that you can share, because when YouTube came around, I actually started putting things up here that only I had been able to see. Now the world can see this, and I have an eye for talent. So I found you, or you found me, but I also found Kim. She had no TV whatsoever. And her mom said to me, can you help my daughter? We invite the top Hollywood stylist who's known to be the closet organizer to the stars. Please welcome my dear friend, Kim Kardashian.
Wow.
Right?
Oh, wow. This is taking us back right here.
And film and TV wardrobe stylist. Plus, she's busy with her 2 businesses doing celebrity closet makeovers and her upscale fashion store Dash in Southern California.
Forbes, how long ago was this?
I'll tell you in 1 second.
In the fashion business, so it's really important for me to make clothes look.
That's not the Kim that we know today, is it?
No. That's what I'm saying.
No. And actually, I know that was because my kids were about 3 years old. So that was about 14 years ago, when nobody knew who she was at all. Okay. Right. I know. Actually, I realize you have to hit this little button here when you share. I've learned a lot of things about Zoom lately. And people say, well, so, okay, what year were you born?
I was 91.
Okay. I was, whatever. So I actually helped create the whole concept.
Total convenience, 24 hours a day. Now get ready for the latest in sports, fashion, and exercise gear on Fitness Plus.
Hi, I'm Forbes Riley, and today we've got a great product for you. Take a look at this. Hi, I'm Forbes Riley, and that's by popular demand, the best way to develop rock-hard abdominals. Hi, I'm Forbes Riley, and welcome to Fitness Plus. Now, if you want to burn calories, Facial Magic's creator.
And what you're seeing on that screen is almost every product that came down the pike in those days. This is before QVC started. And I actually was the one who wrote, there's the bread man, and there's the tooth whitener and slam man and a bicycle. And I created pitches for all of these that turned into the first 35 infomercials that were ever done, of which I was part of. That's part about being in the right place at the right time. But all I wanted to be, and this is kind of important back then, and not a lot of people get to see this. I could do this all day, but I won't. Is that I just wanted to be an actress. And I was. Yeah. I've acted in a lot of movies. And that was my passion. This is me in a real. In fact, okay, you want to give me real? I never show this. This is seriously old. This is with long hair.
There's no
That's
point
me,
if I'm
okay?
untouchable. You know.
Interviewing Patrick Swayze's younger brother.
Okay, anyways.
On location.
Well, anyway, we are here today with Don Swayze. Now, Don, this is not your first movie, is it?
No, I've done like 8 movies.
The first movie that you did, I saw. It was a wonderful picture with Barbara Hershey and Bill Klaber called
Shy People.
Be on camera. I wanted this so bad, okay? Here, this is, again, things that no one ever really gets to see.
Your agent, as usual,
Check this out.
will be Forbes Riley.
So I don't show that to a whole lot of people, right? That really was my dream. And then luckily, now this is a really interesting one because apparently I predicted the whole COVID thing. Check this out. This is 24. There's a virus that's killing people in Los Angeles.
Previously, I'm 24.
To tell you what relationship, if any, the outbreak at the Chandler Plaza Hotel has with the airport closures.
Was the Chandler Plaza the reason the alert level was raised?
The president will deal with that in his statement.
If you're at work, go home. That's the message I hope the media can convey.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God, they closed the airports. I mean, this was literally years ago. We predicted this.
Mr. President,
now I'm wondering
the
what
people
else I
in the
don't
city of
know.
Los Angeles are starting to panic. And information is not flowing from this office. We've had major outbreaks, we've had quarantines, and now a hint of biological terror.
Carol.
So that was 24. And the movie series that I did, I believe this series. And I love it.
Good morning, Miss Sion.
Coffee, messages.
Everybody's raving about the swimsuit show last night.
So that can go on for days. So did you know any of that?
No, I had no idea. I mean, I'm seeing that a few people here didn't know about that either.
Well, okay, and actually, here's another one that most of the guys out there don't realize, and I'm very proud of this. Here, check this out, because do you know who Stuart Scott is? You know what the X Games are?
Yes.
You know, I helped start the X Games.
Forbes Riley.
I'm Stuart Scott. We'll be Extreme again tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern on ESPN.
And so that was literally the very first X Games, and I helped create that entire thing. People have no idea. It's like, really? That's what
You grinded on the street?
Because, yes, I know.
Quite a resume, yeah.
It is quite a resume, but it's more than a resume. It's an amazingly crazy life, well led, by accident. People say, well, how did you get the X Games? Well, it was 1995, and no one knew what an X Game was. And it's kind of a fun story because I had been doing stand-up comedy and things at a ski resort, and I just kept pushing. I just had a vision of what I wanted to do. I wanted to be well known. I wanted to make a difference in the world. And it all stems back to when I was a kid, I was really political. Mm-hmm. And I remember, we were in grade school, and nobody could name, including the teachers, the local congressmen or their senators. They just didn't know their names. I thought, wow, how can they make a difference if you don't know who they are? Yeah. And I realized that Jane Fonda, who was just an actress, and whether you like her politics or not aside, when she spoke, everybody listened. And I thought, well, I need to be famous so I can make a difference. And I think that was always my driving force. When you're well known and you're powerful, people listen harder. Is that right? And actually now I'm reading everybody's comments. So guys, feel free to, I know, I didn't know that about Forbes. Nobody knows this about me. In fact, I'm going to create, I think it's going to be an online type show. I was going to do it as a tour, called An Evening with Forbes Riley, a night to remember, stories you'll never forget. Because I have crazy stories that go on and on and on. And it all stems back to the fact that I just believed I could do anything. Mm-hmm. And as I've spoken, and by the way, I recommend everybody speaks because you learn a lot about yourself. I wanted to be James Bond. Did you know that? I didn't want to be a Bond girl. No, I wanted to snow ski and water ski and have cool gadgets and fly airplanes and shoot guns. I do all of that. I got paid to go snow skiing. I have my pilot's license since I was 16 years old. I wanted to be James Bond. That was a very cool visual. I never said I want to have a job. I want to work for somebody. I want to make money. So that led me around the world. I mean, get this. In the back of your head, you want to be James Bond. What does that look like? So I buy Europe on $20 a day. I just started my first film, which, by the way, you guys have to look at some point, called Splatter University, and I star in this. And again, that's why I have clips from all of these things, and I can't wait to show people this fun evening of Forbes Riley, which, by the way, tomorrow night, Sunday, you're invited, as you guys all are. I, last week, for the first time online, taught my pitch class. Okay. Now, before I get into any other stories, we may not have time, but the thing that I am the queen of, and that's P, not B, queen of the pitch, is that even though you saw all those things, you just got that. That's nice. You're so young. You're so cute. Even when I showed you all the fitness stuff,
yes,
what I actually did was to write the pitch for it. And the secret of pitching and making a lot of money, remember, I've sold more than $2.5 billion worth of products. So the secret is that you don't sell anything. You never sell. Here's what you do. It's called the 3 E's. You excite, engage, and enroll. Somebody, anybody, an audience, one person into your idea, your business, your topic. Doesn't matter what it is. Stop selling. That's why pitch got a really bad, I don't want you to pitch. Yes, you do. I want you to come join my thing. I'm going to say on Sunday night, we're calling it, it's a www Pitch Secrets Masterclass.
Okay.
And then I decided not to give it away for free because no one seems to show up or take things for free. It's $19. This was a $2,000 training, just so you know, $19. Yeah. I would go to Pitch Secrets Masterclass. Why? Because I'm going to be there and I'm going to answer questions and teach you. That is the secret. That's the secret of an infomercial. And by the way, do you hear how my energy came up? And now I really want to convey what I'm doing. I'm also looking at you in the lens. You also notice the scenery behind me. Does it convey a sense of wealth and success? Yes. I've been on the Zoom with people who are very, very successful, and it looks like they're in a shoebox. Their electrical meters over here, or there's dogs walking by, I don't know. Yeah. This is your TV. Ruben, you have a great, sexy black background. Look how cool that is.
Thank you.
So there's little teeny things that people don't realize as we move into this new world, but pitching will get you the favorite restaurant you want to go to when your girlfriend doesn't want to. Pitching will get my kids to watch every animated movie since they were 5. Oh, mommy, come on. How do you excite, engage, and enroll? And when you do that and you ask for money, people give it to you. Here's a big secret. I'm going to drop some serious nuggets. And by the way, tomorrow night, join me. That's why you said secrets of infomercials. I will tell them to you. There is a formula to do this. There's a webinar success formula that I've worked on. You want to see me on stage with Russell Brunson? Have you seen that one? In front of 10,000 people doing this? Did you know I did that?
I believe so. Was that at the 10X?
Yeah. Yes. Did you see the video?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, because
I liked your entrance.
I like my entrance too. Right, yes. Own the room. But here's what you don't know. And actually it's a video too, if you look for it, that the day before, my daughter, who's now 17, but when she was about 15 years old, started building funnels. She makes more money than her high school teachers. She doesn't like me to tell her that. She's like, you're going to get me in trouble, Mom. I'm like, I know, but you make $5,000 a funnel. You're doing okay, girl. And she sees me talking to Russell Brunson because we're sharing the stage. And she walks up to Russell's like, hey, Russell, nice to meet you. You know what? I make a lot of money on your platform, but can I share something? There's some bugs in your system. And he's like, okay, she's 15. And she's like, what? And she starts to tell him. Within seconds of her talking, he's like, Dave, his COO, come on over here for a sec. You got to listen to her because she's picked out some of the things that we're actually working on and seriously trying to fix, and she knows it. Next thing you know, she's on their podcast. She gets invited to funnel hacking. I'm like, really? What did she do? She pitched him. She enrolled him, excited, engaged him, didn't try to sell him something. People say, well, how do I get close to somebody? Give more than you get. Figure out how you become valuable. That she did that in seconds. That's her mom's technique called the $100,000 handshake. You can do that with anybody, anytime, but there's things that you need to know. There's skills. And by the way, it's teachable. It is not, oh, she's a born salesman. No, no, no. There are actually step-by-step things, and I'm going to show them to you all on Sunday night. You know why I can show them all to you, Ruben? Because even when I show them all to somebody, they still don't know it. They still can't do it for themselves. Here's the reason about that, is that you are the coffee in your own cup. You don't see you the way the world sees you, and that's the only reality. Not the way you see it, but the way people see you. So if you show up and you're a sports athlete, but you had this vision, I should always be in a suit because I'm professional, you're sending a mixed message and you're wondering why your sales aren't working. It's not you, it's not your product, it's your, oh, did I say that? It's your pitch? Yeah, it's your pitch. And I take that one step further because I'm on live home shopping. I've been on home shopping for almost 28 years, all around the world. They turn on a camera like this live and they're like, ready, set, go. Now I'm in front of 85 million people And you must sell between $2,000 and $5,000 a minute, every minute.
Wow.
Like, oh my, okay, right? So one of the things that I'll share with you in this is how did I take a hunk of metal like this, which people said, that's not gonna amount to anything. I've sold 2.1 million of these. Do you know what I did, Ruben, in 24 hours on home shopping? I sold 61,000 of them. Now, you really kind of need to feel this because it looks just like a toy, but it reacts completely different. I mean, you will get sweaty in no time. This is the most amazing product. My fiance is a 3-time world physique model. Trust me, he does one song, 3 minutes, and he's burnt out.
Wow.
So when you meet, and I know I don't want to take up too much more time, but when you meet me, you say, well, Forbes, what do you do? Because everyone always asks you what you do. That's part of what we do in pitch training, is nobody cares what you do. They don't care that you are, I'm a digital marketer. I drive traffic. Really? In a truck? Do you drive traffic? They don't know what you're talking about because you're talking lingo.
Yeah.
How do you excite and engage them very quickly? So Ruben, ask me what I do.
What do you do, Forbes?
I can tell you that I've sold 2.5 billion. I could tell you that I'm an actress and a TV host. I started the X Games. I could tell you that I'm a mother of 2, that I have my own television studio. You don't care. That nice for me, right? So what? When somebody asks you, what do you do? They actually mean, what can you do for me?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, think about that for a second. You'll hear this tomorrow night. Please come, because that's probably the most important thing if you want to make money in minutes. So Russell Brunson didn't ask my daughter what she didn't care what she does. She cared what she can do for him. I can show you things. And it was immediate engagement. So ask me what I do.
What do you do, Forbes?
And remember, you just want to get a yes. I created the greatest fitness product on the planet. Ruben, would you like to see it?
Yes.
Bingo. That is literally the beginning of $1 million conversation. You're going to try this. You're going to put on your hands, and within 10 seconds, you're going to, oh my God, I feel it. Now you might care what I actually do.
Yes.
Now that I care that I teach a class on how you can pitch and make millions in your sleep, but you didn't really care a minute before because you didn't care. And so I show people this mirror. I've been doing this a long time. I've trained CEOs and sales teams to up their sales because they weren't communicating well enough. And by the way, I love the fact that you're on the screen. I know I'm probably full screen on somebody's, but I love the interaction. I think that's part of what the Zoom medium is about. Nobody wants to sit here and hear you do a speech for an hour. Now they might, yay, but how long have you been sitting in your living room or at your desk all day? If you're gonna sit there, you better be damn exciting. And so I've actually got a little something for you guys. I created a little handbook. You know what's in this handbook? My 5 crazy secrets. You know why it's a handbook and not a book? Because here's my other book. I don't have the time in my life to read this, right? That's nice and all. What have you Forbes lately? What have you created? That's a great book. But I got to tell you, if you want 5 secrets, get them fast and implement them. So I'm going to tell them to you really fast. Number 1 is Grubhub. Grubhub? Do I have to open it? Yeah. This is about you asking for what you want. So Ruben, how did you create the In for the Kill podcast? How did you create all this?
I just wanted to do it.
Bingo. No, but you got to hear that. You just wanted to do it. Even at 28, he knows that. So I ask people all the time, what do they want? And I get really silly answers. Okay. I do, because you guys have to be careful. The universe is listening, but remember the genie in Aladdin? If you ask for a lot of money, he's liable to dump the money on your head and kill you. You don't always get what you want the way you think you wanted it unless you ask for it that way. Hey, Grubhub, I'm really hungry. Yes, Forbes, what do you want? I want a hamburger. Oh, no, I had a hamburger yesterday. I want Chinese food. No, let's do Forbes, call us back when you know what you want. Click. If that's the universe listening. Hey, Forbes, what do you want? I would like a Caesar salad, extra chicken, and croutons on the side. You know what shows up at your door? Caesar salad, extra chicken, croutons on the side. How did they know? Because I told them. So that's what a dream is. That's what declaring what you want is. That's what owning what you want is. And I'm talking about seriously specific. I'm also going to tell you that most people cannot do this without a coach. You know why? Because you're playing in your own comfort zone. Coaches are designed to get you to excellence. That's what every major Olympic athlete has all over the world. They have what? A coach. The coach can't play tennis or jump as high or swim as fast, but the coach sees the game from a different perspective.
Yeah.
And so that's why we reach out. That's why we mastermind with each other. So the Grubhub principle to me is one of the most important. The art of the introduction is how I've gotten everything, every relationship I've ever gotten, and I've gotten some major ones. I love who I have on speed dial. Why do you want to come Sunday night to my training for $19? You know why? Because I can help you. Yeah. Ruben, if you said, Forbes, you know what, I really want to meet so-and-so, I would probably pick up the phone or give you their number. Why wouldn't I? You're an associate of mine. That's how I'm wired. That's what people have done for me. And I learned this lesson the hard way. I had a massive interview at Universal Studios with the #2 guy, wildly important guy. And I got set up by a very important person. We do a little chit chat. I'm very young. I wanted everything. I wanted the stars and the moon and to be a movie star, da, 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 da. So Tom Pollock says to me, so what do you want? And this was my reaction. Well, you know, oh gosh, God, what do I want? He pushed a dime across the desk. This tells you how old this was, which you used for a payphone. And he said, do me a favor. Don't call me when you figure it out. And I was heartbroken. I'm like, he's like, now get out, go. He had no patience for somebody who didn't know exactly what they wanted. He would have given me the stars and the moon if I actually said that. If I said I wanted to go sit next to Julia Roberts on the set, he could have done that. He could have introduced me. He could have done anything. I couldn't articulate what I wanted. And it's very funny. If you watch that 10X speech that I told you about, I was at 10X too. I invited a young man up on stage. He completely failed. In front of 10,000 people, when I asked him what he wanted, he didn't say anything either. I kind of knew he might do that. One, he'll never forget that moment. Yeah. And neither will anybody else in that audience. I have thousands of students because of that one moment where they're like, wow, under pressure, articulate it, know what you want, talk to your angels, tell the universe, and then go do it. I call it dream it, believe it, and achieve it. Dream it bigger than you would imagine. It's not a dream if it doesn't make your palms sweat. It does not a dream if you look at it and go, wow, I don't have any idea I'm going to get that. That's the dream.
Yeah.
Then you believe it, you talk about it like you and I are talking about it. You say, hey, Forbes, you know what? I have this dream to do a podcast or a summit. Would you be on it? I said, yes. And then you achieve it. You set out, you did the work, you did great graphics, you followed up, and bam, that's the step for everything. That is the secret formula. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you do that on a rinse and repeat cycle and hang out with people who boost you up and not put you down, because I will tell you, no one's ever thought any of my dreams were going to come true. I was made fun of on a reality TV series that I spent 5 months filming. They told me to go home. This would never work. Guys, I've grossed over $30 million on a product that's not going to work. That's okay. I'm doing just fine. I literally was the only one who believed in it. The night after the show aired, they made fun of me. I ended up crying on national television. YouTube blew up. They edited in things I didn't say, and it was the most embarrassing moment of my entire professional career. I woke up the next morning, and my partner rolls over and says, so, what are we going to do now? I said, we're going to make spin gyms. He said, but nobody wants them. I said, they're wrong. He's like, baby, they can't all be wrong. And I said, but they are. And then I set out and I went to the fuck you School of Business. I said, no, I'm not joking. You tell me I can't do something, and that's just as good as if you said I could. Yeah. Because for years, this was me going, screw them. I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them. I come out the other side. I've done really well. And again, I've got my spin gyms. I've got my entire house. I own a TV studio. I own shopping malls. What did I do? I showed them. Yeah. So take that energy of somebody, and if you can't find it, because you're eating, that's another thing that I do on a very specialized basis. I do an in-depth training thing called Forbes Factor, where I take people who are hurting, who don't believe they're enough, who've been molested or raped, and that, man, I'll tell you what, that's the other thing I've come to understand, is that people that you look at, out of every 5 of us on the screen right now, 1 of us was molested or hurt or raped, and I'll tell you what, it messes with people. You'll never know most of them. I've learned more than I've ever cared to know. It's like 85% of people share stories with me you cannot believe. So I take some of my time and I give back. And I do a very specialized training. I've done this for 18 years now, because I too have a lot of insecurities, or had issues that kept me from my greatness. Nobody deserves to think they're wonderful and then not achieve that in this lifetime. So anyway, if any of this is interesting, I'm all over social media.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on. You did not disappoint. I mean, I can tell by the people here, the people that are going to see it later, the people that are texting me right now, right? You're an absolute powerhouse. I gotta say, there's one question before we end it. We got about 6 minutes if you wanna try to answer it that way. Yeah. The one question I have for you, that everybody is distracted right now, right? And you said I did this, and I just focused on my thing. What do you recommend to people right now with all the social media, with all the everything? How do you stay focused? Like, what is required?
Answer the questions. Number 1, what do you want? So Ruben, what do you want?
Oh, right now? I want to meet Kevin Harrington.
Okay, well, I see Kevin all the time. He lives 6 minutes from me. What if that would be very interesting if I could just grant that easily. Uh-huh. If you watch a kid named Brandon Adams, I helped start his career. One of the ways by having him meet Kevin Harrington. Actually, Brandon was staying at my house. I was going to an event. I said, Kevin's going to drive you. I'm not.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
See, I learned from last time.
Right, well, because I did this exercise.
Yes.
And you but guys, listen to me. You just asked for something and I gave it to you that simply. So number one, what do you want? So the question is kind of silly. You said to me, Forbes, you just said this. How do you get what you want when there's all these distractions? Well, then you don't want it bad enough. If I want to get my summit up next week, or I want to write a book in 7 days, I turn off the freaking social media because I don't want to be distracted. When you understand what you want and you declare it and you sit it in stone and you have an accountability partner, Ruben, I'm writing a book. I'm writing this book. I want a 10-page book by Sunday. Turn everything that's not essential, kind of like COVID. Social media is not essential. Guys, I love you. I'm leaving for a week. Yeah. Got it. That's the first thing. Turn off the text, turn off the phone. Move into a hotel. My partner is distracting. Screw it. Then move out. If you want it as bad as I'm telling you this. So one, you got to decide what you want. Number two, you got to decide why do you want it? Because if your why doesn't make you cry, it's bullshit. Well, I want it because you know what? I wanted to prove those guys who did this TV show how much they hurt me and they were wrong. My why was like gasoline on a campfire. Every morning I woke up going, and I literally, that's how much I wanted it. When you want it that bad, I don't have time to go post a video or look at I don't. That's how everything gets done. I think that's the big thing. If you guys don't realize that there is a system to things. Okay, because again, that's just a naive question. You want $1 billion, put your head down and work for it. And there's systems to do it. Most of you won't do it. So the second thing is, most entrepreneurs, I'm not gonna say everybody, have no planning ability, have no execution ability. If entrepreneurs were architects, we would all be living in grass huts. Think about this. You look at one of those giant skyscrapers, right? That started out as somebody going, I like a giant skyscraper. Okay, they go to an architect who actually draws out an entire plan down to the light switch, down to the light bulb, down to the wire, every corner. It's not built yet, but it's built on paper. They then give that to a general contractor. I'm done, I don't need to see it again. Why is that possible? Because everything is laid out. They know what they want. They want the walls to look like this. They want the arch to be like that, right? Then they had an engineer kind of look at it, make sure it's structurally sound, and then somebody else actually builds it. Entrepreneurs are like, I want to do this. Okay, well, I'll kind of half-ass do a YouTube channel, and maybe I'll do like a little blog thing, and maybe I'll do zero planning, zero execution skills. Their why is not obviously strong enough. And by the way, your why can be anything. Your why could be, I'm going to show my dad that he was wrong about me, that I do amount to something. I'm going to show my ex-husband who said something really nasty on the way or cheated on me that he's a dick, and I'm going to show him how worthwhile I am. You find that why, that you can have the energy like I'm having, and you can move mountains. But that's the only way. You do something half-hearted, you get half-hearted results. Yes?
Yeah.
Next question. I got 1.5 minutes. Go. I love these questions. I do, because I think it's what you guys need to know.
Yeah.
I don't need to talk at you. I will tell you another thing. Have a bit more passion about your life. I don't know, like I'm so laid back. I got to tell you, you got to lean in.
Mm-hmm.
You got to move forward. You also have to ask yourself permission, or grant yourself permission. I have a whole talk that I do. Again, come Sunday night, because I'm going to run out in a minute, about what I think is holding almost everybody back. Mm-hmm. And it comes down to the word permission. And I'm going to show you how you grant it to yourself. And when you do that, oh my gosh, I will tell you, I have gotten in the back door of concerts. I have met famous people. I've sat in their green room. They didn't even know who I was, because I don't ask permission a lot. But I actually I have a little process that I do about granting yourself permission to be wildly outrageous over and over and over again. And at some point, you're going to want to go, wait, Forbes, earlier on, did you say something about developing a company about singing and stripping telegrams? That's for another day.
Mm-hmm. No, if they want to hear that one, they need to follow you, and they need to reach out to you directly and take that course.
I'm working on making that into a movie, because apparently it's a little bit bigger than even I remember it.
That's awesome. Well, Forbes, no, I thank you again. Our time is up. I mentioned this to everybody. 30 minutes is really not enough. So if they're interested, if you touch them, I mean, I'm sure people are going to do your thing, because it's what we're seeing. But I just wanted to thank you again for being part of this. And I hope that everybody got the most out of it like I did.
Well, I loved your energy. And by the way, I do love your video guy. He just needs to call me. He's just so good. You put out something absolutely spectacular that was quality. You reached and touched my heart with how genuine you are. And so I can see great things. And if I can connect you with Kevin, I'd be happy to do that. And guys, stay in touch. Mwah. A rising tide lifts all boats.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Bye, you guys.
All right, everybody. So that was Forbes Riley. As you guys can see, she's just completely on a different level. We're going to bring on Bobbi next. Let's see if we, give me 1 second. Let's bring her on. There she is. Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Is this better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Hi, Bobbi.
Hi, Ruben. Thank you so much for having me. I don't know how lighting is here. I know it's all about lights and cameras and action. And
there you go.
There you go.
There it is.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on. And your panel's incredible. And I don't know how I feel coming right after Forbes Riley. I mean, come on, give a sister a break here. But I have to tell you, she's incredible. Yeah, and I think the joke of the day is that she was an ugly duckling as a child. But anyways, I wanted to share my story as well, and I hope this could add any value to anyone that's listening. You know, hi Forbes, I absolutely love her, and by the way, I'll be there tomorrow night. So at any rate, to talk about what Forbes was talking about, vision and mission. I grew up in a home where alcohol was a factor to our domestic violence. So my mission was just to get out as a child. And so, okay, how do I make enough money to get out? So I fell into sales and I excelled in sales. I did luxury retail sales for many years. I did so well. I was mentored an intimate basis in a close proximity by the best, Grant and Elena Cardone, for many years. And I did so well in sales that I was offered a leadership position in world-renowned companies like Chanel, Dolce & Gabbana, you name it, Valentino, Versace. So they placed me, and this was after threatening me. I either take a leadership position or I would have to leave the company. And so what's interesting about that is that I didn't see what they saw in me, you know, the ability to lead. And so I excelled in that. And because I catered to the top 2% of society, now I built a relationship with my clients where now they offer me jobs and positions in their companies to go and structure, hire, train their people and scale the business. And now my vision and mission have completely changed from when I was a child, you know, and it means so much. It means, you know, being in sales and teaching people how to sell, it's all about producing. And producing allows people to have a goal and a purpose, and it makes them happy. I mean, look at what's happening today. Right? So people are collecting money from the government because they lost their jobs or they can't go to work, whatever the case is. And that still is making them depressed. They're sitting at home collecting money, but now they're protesting to get back to work. You know, work, producing is what truly makes people happy. And it doesn't matter at what gradient. It could be small or great in terms of monetary reward.
Yes.
But producing, and all ages, by the way. So you know, my mother says, oh, I can't wait till I retire. I'm like, you're never going to retire because I won't allow her to retire. There's so many, I knew some of my clients were presidents of Petco and, you know, other companies. And the minute they retired, Ruben, hand to God, the minute they retired, they started, even the way they walked in to see me was completely different. You know, all of a sudden he was hunched back and depressed, not as happy. And it's very interesting, by the way, to see how people dwindle and eventually death becomes a sooner relative than what we want it to be. So I continue now. I'm in a position where I decided I want to reach the masses. I want to be omnipresent. And so actually, just like when they saw something in me and pushed me to become a leader, now my boyfriend has pushed me to do this. Okay, he said, we have to, Grant and Elena pushed me to be on stage last year with me for 10X Ladies. And so it was, everybody's a push, which I appreciate. And this goes back to what Forbes was saying, is surround yourself with the right people and somehow you fall into the right position.
Yeah.
And this is what my goal is today. My mission and my vision is to help others, how to sell, what worked for me. Listen, I haven't created anything new. It's data and technology that I've acquired, whether it's from Grant and Elena or Forbes Riley or you, Ruben, even, and so it's all data and tech that I have implemented and what worked for me. And I'm just now teaching others in terms of outside of the companies I was hired to do this for, how to sell and what worked and why it's important to produce and what the purpose is. And it's not monetary. Initially, that was my mission, is to make money to leave the sphere I was in. But I learned and I made more money when I had a different purpose. And the purpose could be anything for anyone. For me, it was solving someone's problem and adding value to their life. That was my purpose. And now teaching people how to lead and create an army of people that A, respect you, and B, that will follow you anywhere. I mean, you can lead by threat and force and even paying people to work for you. But at the end of the day, what's the most rewarding feeling for me is, as a leader, is to create leaders. And you can't do that by force and threat. It's teaching them the basics of what is important in sales and in adding value to people. So now I do a webinar every Wednesday so far. It's been every Wednesday, and I'm working on a program to share my 101 on how to sell and be a lead. But that's my vision and vision, is to ultimately teach the common sense steps on how to help people, really. What I've noticed salespeople make a mistake in is they underestimate their clients' intelligence, So in the sense of, I'll just tell him this and he won't know any better. Well, the truth of the matter is, people are so savvy nowadays, and with technology out, people are doing the research on either the product or the person. Even I know people that have done online dating where they research the person before they actually go out with them. So they don't ever underestimate anyone's intelligence. Transparency is so important. I am the first to say, I don't know, let me find out if I really didn't know. And the most important part of any of this is building relationships. I may not be able to help you out, Ruben, today, but what is it that you're looking for? I may know someone that can help you, and connecting people is so important. If you haven't read the book, Don't Eat Alone or Never Eat Alone, I can't remember. Yes. And he talks about a scenario where he asked a friend for help and the friend refused him. And then years down the road, and the friend, mind you, refused him because he was holding that person for himself. For later on in the future, he said, no, I might need Ruben for myself. I can't introduce him to you right now. Yes. And so years down the road, this person never asked Ruben for help and now lost me as a friend because wouldn't connect me to Ruben. So scarcity, this mind of scarcity is completely wrong. There's plenty for everybody, for anything out there, whether it's money or networking or whatever the case is, scarcity. And listen, if it's not meant for you, something is greater is going to be meant for you. So it's this abundance, this thought of abundance is extremely important. And helping, when people realize that we're all one unit, and if this virus wasn't proof that we're all connected, I don't know what is. So wanting good things for others and helping. I always tell my team, I say, tag team. If you can't close a sale, if you need help in something that Ruben is better at this department than I am, ask and pay it forward. You know, do it from the bottom of your heart when you're helping, because it truly does show. And believe me, it comes back to you tenfold. When people say that life is unfair, that's completely wrong, a completely wrong statement. I think life is extremely fair. If I helped you, Ruben, and you didn't reciprocate, somehow the universe sends someone else to help me, to pay back the favor I paid forward. So I think this mindset, and this is all I wanted to share with people nowadays, is what's worked for me and for others, because I've seen the most successful. I've traveled the world. I've sat with world leaders and rock stars. And the first thing that they tell you and say, those that make a difference in society, before they even introduce themselves, they say, "Hi, what can I do for you?" That says a lot. It doesn't, coming from LA, what I'm used to is, "Hey, yeah, see, you're already smiling." It's like, "Hey, what do you do? And what's in it for me?" I've become so numb to that because, my thing, for years, I was like, okay, what can I do for this person? What can I do for this person? Because that's the first thing they ask. "Hey, what can you do for me?" Until I traveled the world and sat with literally kings and queens, and hand to God. They don't even ask what I do, which is the most ironic thing ever, is they would say, "Hey, what can I do for you? Who would you like to meet? What is it that you're looking for?" And so I now changed my thought process. And the first thing I say is, "Listen, Ruben, what can I do for you? What is it that you're looking for? How can I help you?"
Yeah.
And, even though I was doing that for the wrong reason, because people were asking me that for the wrong reason, now it gave me a purpose on to ask. It's not, what can I do for Ruben to make him happy? It's, what can I do for Ruben that can help him, not to make him just happy, right? And so that's my goal now, is to share all those little tips and tricks that I have used and seen other successful entrepreneurs and world leaders use. So that's my thing. And I love your platform. I love what you're doing. I love that that's your purpose too, is to connect people and to share, get us all to share our successes with people. So that's my story. Do you have any questions for me? I feel like I ramble on.
No, I definitely do. There's one thing that holds back a lot of people from sharing information with other people, because you said you wanted to create leaders, right? Most people are afraid that if you show others, or if you create other leaders within your organization, that they will leave.
Oh my God, but it's okay. What's meant to be, it's me. And here's the thing, the more you create, the more you'll have. My initial goal was to create leaders so that I can extract myself from the business, work on the business while they work in the business, in the organization itself, if that makes sense. But that's the ultimate goal, is absolutely. My very first company that I led was MAC Cosmetics. And MAC Cosmetics was huge when it first started. And I took pride in the fact that corporate would call me and say, "Bobbi, we're expanding, we're opening additional locations. Who can you send us to be a leader in that location?" Because they knew I was able to train leaders. And the fact that corporate, from New York was calling me to cover the entire nation, I took pride in that. I took pride that they saw and trusted that I was able to help their organization. And in turn, like Forbes said, masterminding. So I was, whenever I was able to surround myself with people that I looked up to, like Forbes, or like the Cardones, Elena and Grant, I wanted and needed leaders within close proximity. And creating leaders, regardless whether you created them or they were superior of me, the fact that they were at close proximity, that I was able to mastermind, like Forbes said. We need to mastermind, because sometimes, when people say, "I've been in the business for 25 years, well, what does that mean? You were doing the same thing for 25 years? or are you creating and expanding and developing for 25 years within the same industry? There's a massive difference between the two. And so that, you know, I learned that my boyfriend he's a serial entrepreneur, and now he's self-funded. Now he's thinking about raising money for his business. So he hires this banker who does this for a living, is help you raise money. And I get on the phone with him because it's taking him a minute to do so. And so I said, hey, listen, I don't know anything about raising money, me personally. But like Riley said, she says, ask for what you want. And that's how I get what I want. So I ask for what I want. And I said, I don't know anything about raising money, but I am willing to sit down and help you brainstorm in terms of, you know, because his thing was, oh, I have to bring clients to your brick and mortar and show them what you do, and, you know, and then sell them on your business to help you raise money. Well, with the pandemic, things had to shut down for a little bit. I mean, just now we're starting to reopen and move forward. But you know, I asked him, I said, Richard, how long have you been in the business? He said, oh, I've been doing this for 25 years. And that's what I just explained to you, 25 years. You've been doing the same thing for 25 years or in the business for 25 years? Meaning, he's telling me, you know, everything's stalled and it's taken me a minute because I couldn't bring them to you guys. Well, I said, Richard, it's a new time, a new problem that we have to solve. So even if we opened up yesterday, a lot of people are still fearful to travel. So what do? Do you stop the world because you are only trained or wired to operate a certain way? Mm-hmm. And so that's what I suggested, what I suggest to my sales team. Tag team with a new kid. You know, I would probably tag team with you, Ruben, because you're younger and you probably know much more about your generation, what's new and what's hip and what's not and what have you. And look at Grant Cardone. He teamed up with Jared, you know, who's significantly younger. And this is sometimes we have to do what we have to do. And what is it? Power and speed is in numbers. Yes. The bigger your army, the more powerful you are. If you haven't read or watched anything about Caesar, the Roman Empire, mm-hmm. He's one of the most powerful, and to this date we're still talking about him, making movies about him. It was all about developing an army and team and have them trust you and follow you, you know, and that's what leadership is all about, is being able to be in a position where, like my team, hand to God, and you can ask anyone that works with me, is they'll say, Bobbi, wherever you go, we'll follow. And they have, a lot of them have. And believe me when I tell you, and you can ask to validate this, a lot of them will follow for free as well. Because it goes back to what Riley said, pay it forward and give more than what you receive. And sure enough, it comes back. You know, their reward was exposure, which led to more money, which led to friendships and adding value, and all of that just was more valuable than the weekend they donated out of their life for all of this in return. You know, there was no monetary compensation, or not much, I should say, but nevertheless, it gave them so much recognition, which led to cash flow. And so that's my story, and that's what I hope to, you know, to teach people, is it's all about networking and value, and a lot of what everyone else is out there saying, but I'm saying it my way, and I'm giving it to people the way I implemented it, and I hope it adds value. So join me Wednesday, 5 p.m. Yes, if you're around. If not, it's going to be recorded, so you can always replay it. And I'm still working on a program. You know, I would love to actually collaborate with Riley and see about infomercials, you know, things like that, because I am collaborating with people on product sales and developing products and what have you. And we have products that I'd love to give exposure to that will help people out there as well. You know, whether it's skincare or medication or whatever, vitamins. I know Carrie Kasem and I are collaborating on her vitamin line, and so there's so much out
already
there.
Responded to you. That's why.
She did.
She did more than that. She actually has to pop in for a second and say,
I love you to pieces. And this ugly, I'm not buying this ugly duckling, even if I saw it with my own eyes.
I'll tell you, it's a great story. Number one, so now you guys need to witness, who just watched what happened. So Bobbi, I already wrote you a whole note on Facebook because I had the same energy, and I'm dear friends with Elena and Carrie Kasem, and I love who you love. Do you see her generosity? Do you see the way she was so beautifully, you have no idea how powerful this woman really is because she was like humble about it. But how did she just make a connection with somebody? We don't know each other, we will now. And so number one, thank you, Ruben. Somehow cosmically you get a house in Hawaii.
Right?
And you guys got to witness that live. That's like even better, Ruben, than you could have imagined. You want to know how we do it? This is how successful people do it.
Absolutely agree.
So look to you. I just want to give you a big hug. I was watching and I'm so excited.
I love you and I adore everything. And that smile, that $1 billion smile is incredible. I love it.
Stop, you're making me blush. Stop.
All right, I bet you guys, I'm going to keep watching.
Thank you so much. That was so sweet. So there you go, Ruben. I mean, this is what you did this, the whole connection and simply by having your podcast. And I wish you the utmost success in all you do. And if there's anything I can do for you or your team or anyone that needs anything from my end, you let me know. I'll be more than happy to either do it myself if I'm able to or connect you with someone that is able to. And I hope to add value to anyone and everyone. I want to make a positive dent in society at any measure possible.
Yeah, I have one more question for you because we have a little bit of time left, right? My question is, so you started, like you said, kind of from nothing, right? You had to start over.
Yeah.
And then you start working your way up. There's a point where you go from like making normal, and then you go and you land this one big client, this one big thing, right? How did you go from going from normal to that one big one? What's the story?
I read this once, I think on a meme that it took 20 years to make it look like an overnight success, right? Yeah. And so it literally took me years of just pounding and adding. See, you don't just add value to someone's life overnight. It's repetitive. It's like building. I swear to you when I say this, I wake up every day and I say to myself, what can I do today to become a better person for myself and for others? And listen, we all have our bad days, but that's how I did it, is every day I wake up and I reach out to the same people. If not every day, then it's every other day, but you will hear from me almost weekly. It's, hey, how are you? What can I do for you? And remember the minute things that people think that you don't listen to or care about. Remember their dog's birthday, or the fact that their son is graduating, or somebody's getting married, or they're going on vacation. Hey, how was your vacation? It doesn't have to be about selling a product every single time you speak to someone. It's not adding that kind of value. It's what can I sell them or solve that kind of problem? Like, what are they looking for? Let me close the sale and make something. No, adding value is, hey, I'm thinking of you. Hey, I care to ask about this. That's adding value. Hey, how's your house coming along? Oh, our technician quit or died or something, moved out of the country. Something dramatic always happens to someone. Mm-hmm. You know what? I think I have a client of mine that is a technician, or that is a general contractor or something, and then you add value that way, is by simply connecting people, just by you saying hello to someone, makes a difference, and so that's how I did it. It wasn't overnight, to be honest with you. It was working every day and truly working. And listen, you can't add value to yourself. Just like people say, how can you love someone when you don't love yourself? So you wake up, you add value to yourself as well. Elena says this, she says, be your own friend. And what does that entail? Whatever that means for you, whether it's go get groomed or go work out or read a book or watch a podcast or whatever that entails in terms of self-development. So it took me years to develop the friendships I have today.
Gotcha. No, that's
great.
But
once you're there, I have to say, once you're there, like we are today, it's easier to connect and much quicker. So I was able to connect with Forbes through you within minutes, you see, but it took this long for me to come on your show, per se, and to meet Forbes.
I take full responsibility for that one.
So there you go. So there you go. So
no, that's awesome, Bobbi.
At the finish line, it's easier to win races after that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming on here. I mean, I know that you're barely starting kind of this venture, but you're massively successful in everything else that you've done. So I know that it'll be the same for this.
I love you. I love you, and I love the support, and I'm here to support you and anyone you bring on, because anyone from your end is going to be as incredible as you are. So if there's anything I can do, you just let me know.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Do you have any more questions for me at all?
I don't. Let's see if anybody answered or asked anything down here on the side.
Great.
Well, let's see if anyone said anything else other than I love Bobbi. I'm excited for Bobbi.
I love you guys too. I love you guys. If you want to follow me, it's Bobbi at bobbiawad.com. It is going to be Wednesday at 5 p.m. I am in Vegas now, and if there's anything I can do for anyone, or if you want me to answer anything, you just shoot me a DM or find me somehow. It's easy to find me. I'm not private anywhere.
Yeah, no, perfect. All right, Bobbi, thank you again for
Thank you
everything.
so much, Ruben. Thank you. I'll continue to watch. Your panel is incredible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, honey.
All right, guys. Well, that was Bobbi's time. Make sure you follow her, especially on Wednesdays for her event. If you go to Instagram, she puts a link there. It's really, really easy to register. And there's Rocky. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Are you able to unmute yourself, Rocky?
Yeah, I'm golden.
All right, let's see. Give me 1 sec. All right, dude, the beard.
Hey,
that's where it's at.
It's that quarantine beard. You know, you got to do what you can. So, you know, I don't have any hair, but I have eyebrows. So I thought, well, I'm gonna just go with the beard too. So we'll see what happens.
I didn't expose you that way.
I know, it's okay. I'm either gonna make more money because people are gonna think that I'm wise, or I'm gonna make less money because they're gonna assume that I'm old. So I haven't played that card yet, but we'll see what happens.
That's awesome, man. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. It's nice and sunny. It feels good here in Dallas, and was out in the front yard with the kids and the fam this morning, hanging out. So it's been a good day.
That's good. No, I've been excited. I've been telling people that if there's one that they gotta watch that's just completely different from anything else, it's yours, because you're the only person that I've run into that's teaching people on identity. Right? Like, it's so different. It's so different. And even I thought you were an identity coach, and I'm sorry that I actually labeled you that, right?
Hey,
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, if we're gonna pass around credit to things that Ruben has done, that's one I want to make sure everybody hears out of my mouth. The label of me being an identity coach came directly because you called me that, and I read it. And after we were together on the podcast, and I told my wife, I said, I've struggled for so long because I'm not really a life coach, and I'm not really a business coach, and I'm like, that's not really what in my soul. That's not what I care about. I care about identity and who people are. And I said, and this guy, I would talk to him for 40 minutes one time. He calls me identity coach. And now you can go anywhere on any social profile. It says Rocky Garza, identity coach. So if we're going to pass out accolades to Ruben, that's mine for my 30 minutes is I am now officially an identity coach because of you. So we'll go with that.
Yeah, no, what's funny about it too is you kind of had no choice because it got published.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was that no matter what, because you already said it.
Yeah. So tell people what you do. Give everybody an introduction about who you are and what you do.
Yeah. So because I listened to Riley, I'm changing everything that I would normally say. Forbes Riley earlier, since I was listening to her, I'm gonna I give people the clearest language about who they are they've ever had, and I created a tool that gives you the ability to do that. I'm a husband, first and foremost. I've been married a little over 10 years. I'm a father. I have a 4-year-old little boy and a 2-year-old little girl. My number one goal this year is to eat breakfast and dinner with my family at our dining table 300 times. And I think that kind of sets the precedent for really about me and what my drive is and what I value and what I love most. I think as kind of follow suit in whatever order you can want to take that, my greatest passion is the ability to help individuals find clarity and freedom, not only just from their story, but in the giving them a language. I think a lot of us are illiterate to the language about that we have to talk about ourselves, to communicate about ourselves, to say who we are. To it's not that we don't know. I believe absolutely we know. I think to the point that it's been mentioned across the board from everybody, but I don't think we have the ability by ourselves to understand or get the language out of our brain or out of our mind so that we have the ability to communicate exactly who we are as human beings. And then I think that translates absolutely, pun intended. Like I want us to wear one hat every day, right? I want you to wake up unapologetically and go, this is who I am. I do not have to apologize for being me. And I can be fully aware that my neighbor is not my competition and my own purpose. And that what I was made and designed to do today, I will do because it is inherent to me and I'm unlike anybody else in the world. And so I think that translates everywhere. People always want to say, well, what's the ROI in that? Or what's it going to mean for my business? And how's it going to help me? And how's it going to, it's going to like have a significant impact in every single aspect of your life.
Yeah.
If your marriage is broken, it's not just because it's a bad marriage. It's because there's something broken in you or your spouse or both, or there's pain or there's trauma or there's right. Like, and take that into your business, take that into your sales, take that into your pitch, take that into your, and so our ability, I think, to pause long enough to give ourselves a moment, the phrase we even talked about on the podcast, the phrase to go, ask yourself, how much time do you spend looking out of the window compared to how much time you spend looking in the mirror?
Mm-hmm.
And most of us,
that's a clapping moment right there for that one.
And I think like most of us, what happens is because we have what I refer to as doubt. That's the word I use, but we can use fear, obstacle, insecurity. There's a bunch of things we could say that kind of encompass what that means, right? I think what happens though is that we allow doubt to win. And so doubt forces you to go to the window and look outside to see what might be or what might could be, because it might encourage you to be something you're not, as opposed to saying, if you go into the mirror, I can guarantee you the last time anybody who's watching, or will you watch later on the replay, make sure and put hashtag replay so we go back and watch, because I want to comment back to you if you do. I want to challenge you. I can almost guarantee you the last time that you had a thought, an insecurity, a fear, a doubt, or you were angry at yourself, I can almost guarantee you the first place you went was not the mirror. You did not go to the mirror to look at yourself, to see yourself for what is good, what is true, and what is beautiful. You did not do that. You either went in isolation or you went to the window. Why? Because it allowed you to tell yourself a story that was not true, that allowed you to build a narrative that is absolutely false about who you are. And then you allowed that to take root. And that is the thing moving forward that said, this is how I guess I'm going to have to dictate my life. This is going to be who I am. And see what the difference is you go to the mirror and you look at yourself face to face, and then all of a sudden you go, well, maybe all those bad things I say about myself, am I really going to actually tell myself if I can see my own reaction? Am I going to tell myself if I can see myself? If I can tell, is that going to change? Absolutely. You're not going to look at yourself and say, oh, you're worthless. You're not going to look at yourself and say, oh, I'm sad. You're not going to look at yourself and say, oh, I can't do it. It's not going to work. They don't like me. The stories they say were true. I'm too vulnerable. I'm too intense. Why? Because I believe when we are faced with the reality to see ourselves, it forces us to actually think about the narrative in which we've communicated for so long. And then you want to go a step further, then you want to get another person in the room with you that has the ability to help you see that, know that, understand that, and build a language for you in that. One thing I tell people all the time, and half the people hear it and they're like, oh, you're downplaying yourself. And the other half go, well, tell me about that. And that's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Is, listen, I'm not a magician or a psychic or a guru. I'm not going to magically rub a crystal and go, I bet one time. And anybody who tells you they're doing that, don't listen. Don't buy that webinar.
Yeah.
But I can guarantee you, if I were to ask you, anybody who's watching or who will watch later, when's the last time you spent, let's just go, identity mapping is a process I have. Normally it takes 4 hours. When's the last time you spent 4 hours uninterrupted with no technology, doing nothing but assessing who you were, why that mattered, and how to give yourself and build a language to communicate eloquently and specifically who you are as a human being, so you have the ability to translate that in every aspect of your life?
Are you asking me?
Both.
Okay, because if you're asking me, you're gonna make me look really bad. It's been years.
But I think that's the point that I want us to be able to focus, even if it's for 24 minutes today. So skip 4 hours, cut it down by 20, cut it down, go to an hour, go to 30 minutes. How much different would your life be if you spent 30 minutes, let's go a week. I would like to say a day, but let's not get too aggressive. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. So let's go 30 minutes, all the more reason why you should spend 30 minutes a day though, but that's neither here nor there.
Yes.
30 minutes a day. And you actually had a tool or a resource to say, who am I? What does that mean? What is the language? And let me really look in the mirror and assess what is reflected back. Because the window says, Rocky, you're too this, you're too that, you're so this, you're so that, you're too intense, you're too vulnerable. Are you really 85% of my following and clientele are ladies, not men. And so people go in the business world, they're like, that's why. Look, and of course, he's like the guy, but he also he's the guy that has like lady clients. And so like as a dude, I probably don't need him in my life because I'm fine. I made $500,000 last year. I don't need him. Mm-hmm. And so I either let that narrative play out and go, oh, I'm not good. They don't like me. I'm not respected. It's not going to work. Entrepreneurs don't like me. I'm just a joke. Or that's the window, right? Because I look at the window and I saw a Ferrari, then I saw this, and those are not bad things. It's a narrative I play in my head. Or I go to the mirror and I say, you know what is actually true, Rocky?
Yeah.
I go to the mirror and I say, you absolutely are intense. And you absolutely do value vulnerability. And I absolutely value experience and generosity and fearlessness. And those are absolutely key, fundamental, foundational factors about who I am. And I want that story and that narrative to be true because it represents me, not because it is a story somebody else told me about who I am. And I think for many of us, my first challenge for those of you that are watching is this. There's a bunch of words for it, right? We call it, we have limiting beliefs, or we have insecurity, or we have doubt, or we have fear. There's a lot of language around it. To say that you don't have that is to say that you're not human.
Mm-hmm.
But to say that you have it and then do nothing with it, it's really, really hard to find empathy for that. Mm-hmm. And so I want you to look in the mirror. I want you to be able to look in the metaphorical mirror and say, what is the story that you've been telling yourself your entire life? What is the story? There's two things that play in our life: the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves and the stories that have been told to us about us. Where those things intersect, it creates a truth in our life. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. It creates a truth. So ask yourself. I'm going to ask you, those of you that are watching, if you're willing and you're zoned in with me, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit vulnerable and chat in the comments with us. But I want you to ask yourself, what's a story that's been told to you about you? What is something that someone has said to you about you your whole life that you believe right now, if you're honest, you'll look in the mirror, you believe has had a detrimental effect on how you see yourself, on your self-worth and your self-value? Ask yourself. Take 20 seconds. We got time. If you really thought about, for you, what is a story that someone has told you about you that you believe is limiting or causing a disruption in your ability to believe in yourself? What is that story? And a good way to think about it, a good way to think about that story is anything that someone says that you are too, T-O-O, or you are so, S-O. Any narrative in your brain that follows that line of thinking. So think about it. There's at least one of you who I know who's willing to put in the comments, and I'm going to use you as an example. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, I'm just going to talk back to you for a second. I know I can't see your face, but there it is. Thank you, Tatiana. I'm not enough. So Tatiana, it's the story that has been told to you about you your whole life. Oh, there it is. Thanks, Mallisa. I'm too intense. I'm too intense or intimidating as a female. Yeah. BS. How about this? How about this, Tatiana? How about in someone telling you, instead of saying you, I am not enough, how about here's what I want you to hear. Anytime anyone said that to you, here's what I want you to hear from their mouth. They are saying, I am scared and fearful because I think I see something in you that I have longed to have my whole life. And I am fearful that if you actually are awakened to the goodness, the trueness, and the beauty of who you are, you might in fact become something I was never able to. And so to protect myself, I'm going to tell you that you're not enough. When in fact it has nothing to do with you and has everything to do with him. Because here's the deal, when you look in the mirror and we translate, now we go from the stories that were told to you about you to the story you tell yourself about yourself. The next time you go to the mirror, absolutely, I never want you to have to tell yourself I am not enough again. I want you to see what is good, true, and beautiful about you are, and I want you to change the narrative. Now, here's the second narrative. It's what you stories you say to you about you, right? It's the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. So stop telling yourself that you're not enough. I want you to change the narrative, and I want you to say, no, I'm going to kill doubt. The doubt says I'm not enough. Put it to death, look it in the face, uproot it, throw it in the trash. Now, here's where we can't end there, because then what happens is we end up with a garden that we have cultivated that has no fruit because we've planted nothing back. We've uprooted the weeds, right? That's called doubt. We've took it out. We looked at it in the face. You dream too big. Insane. How about this? How about everybody else just doesn't dream big enough? I'm too intense. How about everybody else doesn't care as much as you care? How about instead of intense, we say generosity? How about instead of intense, we say caring? How about instead of intense, we say, I have a deep-seated belief. I refer to that as conviction. I'm on a mission to take the word conviction back because I think it's been used and abused in the wrong way. Conviction I define as a deep-seated belief you are unwilling to waver from. And so, Tatiana, I want you, instead of saying I'm not enough, that's the doubt. I want you to put the doubt to death, and I want you to build conviction. Conviction says that I have everything that I need to do the things I was made and designed to do because no one can take that away from me. And see, that's called conviction. Now you plant that. You go back to the garden and you plant that. You cultivate that. You go back and you say, put to death who I was and what has been said about me, and build in conviction what I know to be true. And that is this. There's two statements, Todd. Look at that. And I know, thank you for commenting, Tatiana. Keep with me for a second. There's two statements I think every human being has to be able to say at the same time in the same breath if we want to follow any semblance of connection, opportunity, and freedom. Stay with me. If you have a notepad, I want you to write this down. Statement number one is this, and this is for everybody, from me to Ruben to Forbes to Mallisa to Bobbi to myself to my son to all of us. This is not a Rocky has the answer, so write it down because he's figured it out. This is a Rocky reminds himself every day statement. Statement number one is this, that I'm wildly unique and extraordinary and there's no one in the world like me. I'm not saying that to blow smoke up your ass. I'm not saying that to make you feel good. I'm not saying that to try to go, oh, that guy's so nice. No, listen to me. Identical twins shouldn't be called identical. They should be called similar twins. It's impossible. It's impossible for there to be anyone in the world exactly like you. Write that down. There is no one in the world like me. Now, that can't live by itself, because I can tell you when that statement lives by itself, you become narcissistic, you become an asshole, and you become manipulative because you're scared, you're worried, and you're really good at disclosure, but you're really bad at vulnerability because you want to prove that your performance is the thing that's going to make you valuable. That statement can't live by itself. It's half the beauty, but it can't live by itself. I lived a long portion of my life that way. I'm telling you, it doesn't work. But so what can we marry that with? Where can we create a tension between that statement and another statement to create some sort of traction? The second statement is this, that I am 100% regular, meaning that I am equally valuable to every other human being on earth. That I'm wildly unique and extraordinary and there's no one in the world like me. That's statement number one. And statement number two is this, that I am equally valuable to every other person on earth. That I'm equally valuable to every other person on earth. Now, here's what happens when we hold tension between these two statements. It allows me the freedom to stand unapologetically in me. We talked about it when we very first started, to be able to say there's no one in the world like me. I can be unapologetic about me. I don't have to compare myself to anybody else. I don't have to be worried about looking out the window and worried how green the grass is in my neighbor's yard. It's not my grass. And if my grass is not as green as his, it's probably because I didn't water and I didn't tend my garden, because I've been spending my whole life trying to conquer something to make me feel elevated, as opposed to cultivating something that's going to allow me a harbor and oasis to sit and thrive. Me, you, him, them, it's human. But our humanity cannot be an excuse for our inability to reconcile what is true today, and then gives us the ability to make a significant impact on what we are going to do tomorrow. And so my challenge for you is to be able to say, I want you to be able to stand unapologetically in who you are. I want you to know, and if you don't have a language for that, I'll help you with that. If it's not me, I'll connect you with somebody else. I may not be the guy for you. Somebody's out there. But the second part of this is we have to realize that we are equally valuable to every other person on earth. And that equality should allow us to go, my equality gives me the ability to not be so concerned with comparison. My equality should give me the confidence and the conviction to go, because of my uniqueness, that's going to allow me to stand arm in arm with my neighbor. There's a phrase somebody told me a long time ago, and I wish I could remember who said it to me. And it stuck with me forever. When it comes to our ability to not only be us, but then go, how do we support those around us? And today is a beautiful day to think about how you can support somebody around you, specifically somebody who doesn't look like you. What does that mean? It means this is the phrase I was told. It said, I've never seen a candle go out trying to light another candle. I've only seen the room get brighter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so many of us walk around with a candle in our hand like it's our first birthday, with a small cupcake and one candle with 30-mile-an-hour winds. And we're so afraid if we use our light, our ability, our uniqueness. When I refer to your candle, I'm referring to your uniqueness, our gifts, our skills, our strengths, our convictions, the deep-rooted foundations that make us us. And we hold those so close and so tight-fisted that we don't give ourselves the ability to open our hand enough and use our candle to light another candle, because we live in a space that says they're going to steal it, they're going to take it, and then what's going to happen to me? And I am here to challenge you and encourage you to say there is so much freedom when we give ourselves the opportunity to say, can I use my light to in fact make yours brighter? And if so, how bright would the room be? And I think that translates to our identity. I think that translates to our family. I think that translates to race. I think that translates to business. I think that translates to, but it requires an acknowledgement and equality both, not one or the other. You cannot be the hero and you cannot be the martyr. I do not believe any of us were designed to be either one of those by themselves. But I do absolutely believe that you are designed to be human. And so for your ability to stand unapologetically in your humanity should give you the ability to create significance, not only in your life, but the ability to build somebody else up.
Mm.
So we have to be able to recognize what are the stories we are telling ourselves about ourselves. We have the ability to recognize what are the stories that people have told me about me. I'm too intense. I'm not enough. I'm too intimidating. It's not going to work. I don't know how I don't know. We have to uncover those. You got to take doubt. You got to take doubt. You got to grab it by the root, rip it out of the ground, look at it in the face, put it to death. Identify what is the deep conviction about who you are. How are you going to build that conviction so that you have a foundation to stand on that is unwavering, that will never be taken from you? You got me fired up, Ruben. I don't even know how we got there, but that's where we landed. So,
oh man, you see, if you see on the side, everybody knows exactly what you just dropped right now. Everybody knows that there was a lot in that, and there is just so much knowledge in what you do. There's so much like energy and creativeness in what you speak. Now, I have a question for you, and then we're going to talk about something else. But the first question is, why do you think so many of your clients are women versus men?
Because I think there are three fundamental, well, let me start with this. That's because I think women are badass and they have the ability to see the world in the way that men do not, because in the midst of their oppression for a long time, it forced them to see what was good, true, and necessary. And they are now fighting for that as opposed to fighting for being seen and known for being popular. See, when you're a people who doesn't have the majority, when you're a people or a group or a segment or whoever it is who has naturally faced an oppression, you will find a way to come back out and get what is not only good, but to get what is necessary and required. And by default, listen, if you're a dude and you heard that and you're like, oh, here he goes, not just calm down. Okay. I'm a dude. I'm with you. Okay. I'm talking about myself.
Yeah.
Right. I've had a really unique privilege to live my whole life as with a Hispanic name, with majority African-American friends, and with the privilege of being a white male all at the same time. It's a very confusing life for me sometimes. And I'd say all that because I think the reason majority of my clients are women, one, is because they are keenly aware and they have the ability to not only empathize with others, but with themselves. Secondly, I think the reason men have not yet crested the hill to work with me consistently is because there's three lies that I think most men believe. And until they are said and reconciled enough, I think that they are going to continue to wreak havoc in our world. So here's those three lies I think men believe. Lie number one, I think men believe that their value is solely based on their performance. That the only way that their human nature has worth and value is if they have the ability to perform and somebody else can recognize their performance. That's why men I'm making gross generalizations, right? So this is not you. They're like, men tend to love business. They love money, and they love the ability to talk about their success in analytical and numbers forms because no one can take that away from them. But most men don't necessarily know how to communicate the value or to quantify the beauty or the depth of their marriage or them as a father or in a relationship or with their partner because they don't know how to give numbers and analytics to their ability of depth as it relates to relationship. And so it feels as though, is that actually as valuable if no one's going to recognize that it's valuable? And so we believe the lie, right? We believe the lie that says my value is solely based on my performance. I'm a performer. I'm an achiever. I got to own business. Been self-employed 10 years. If you think I'm not an achiever, then you don't know anything about entrepreneurship because there's no way you can stay self-employed for 10 years if you're not willing to get some things done, right? I woke up this morning, went outside, I watered the grass, and I washed my driveway off again. I only had about three pieces of dirt on it. Why? Because I wanted to check my list and go, did it? When the kids and the wife come outside with the coffee, I'm gonna be like, babe, look at the driveway. It's nice and clean. Check me out, right? I'm in the game.
Yeah.
But that can't be the driving. If that's the driving factor, that's a lie that I believe. It's gonna rob me of all the beauty in my life. Lie number two is this: that men have been lied to and told that it is their job to conquer and not cultivate. They have been told, shown, seen through word, deed, and action that it is their job to go out and to be the king of the hill and to conquer anything that gets in their way to prove, now we're linking back to one, their value. when in fact, I believe if more than any person on earth, it is the men's job to cultivate, to daily go to your garden. 1, identify where it is. 2, identify what is there, what is yours. And typically it is much smaller than the lot you live on, if you metaphorically. Go to the garden, tend the soil, pull the weeds, kill the doubt, build a conviction, watch the fruit grow. And when it does, use that as a means for growing and building. You may end up with a 100,000 acre farm, beautiful, but you're going to start with half an acre. You don't plant 100,000 acres at one time at the first time you plant something. That's ludicrous.
Mm-hmm.
So go to your garden and cultivate and stop trying to conquer the world. The third lie is this, that even if you were able to realize that your value is not based on your performance, and even if you could cultivate and not conquer, lie number 3 says that, well, you know what? You've probably done so much damage, it's too late. So why change now? Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And when it gets hard, that's a lie that we believe. And so I think that's a long answer, but I think that's a long answer is why a lot of my following, a lot of my clientele typically tends to be women and not men, is because I think men are currently fighting that narrative in their head. And to go, well, I could either pay X amount of dollars to work with a business strategist or to pay a marketing company who is going to help me get more leads so that I can make more revenue so I can get something else. And I'm not knocking that. If you have a business and you don't do that, you're not going to get business. Therefore, it's not going to work. You need that in your life.
Yeah.
But if you haven't done the work yet to go, do I have language and clarity about who I am as a human so that I can bring not only my most authentic, but the truest version of who I am? I'm not interested in your best self. I'm interested in your true self. 2 days ago, we even talked about Instagram a little bit. 2 days ago, it was not my best day. It was my truest day, but it was not my best day. I didn't feel that great. Felt down. My heart is heavy. I have friends who are hurting. It's not a good time right now. That's true. It doesn't have to be best. It can just be true. I want you to be able to see true. What is true? And so I challenge you, if you're a man and you are watching and you have not done the work yet and you think that your business is going to solve the problem, wrong. A man thinking that a business is going to make his life better is like a couple thinking a baby is going to make them have a better marriage. Ludicrous.
Yeah.
Can both of those things create an abundance of joy and hope and opportunity and depth that would never exist without it? Absolutely. But is it ever going to occur by itself? No. And so, no, it's no one's responsibility but us as men. There's a phrase I heard, there's a book called The Boy Crisis, B-O-Y. Only read it if you're prepared to actually, if you're a man. Only read it if you're prepared to come face to face with the reality of who you are. If you're not at that place in your life yet, then don't read it because I'm telling you it's going to wreck you. But there's a phrase in that book that says 2 things. Number 1, it says, in order for men have to hang out to let their feelings out.
Yeah.
Right? I always joke with my wife. It's like her and some friends can get together and 2 minutes in and they've reached the apex of emotional depth and they stay there for 2 hours. I don't know. It's magic. I don't know how it happens. And dudes, we hang out together and for 4 hours, and at 3 hours and 27 minutes, we're finally, one of us is like, so how's the marriage? And it took us like 3.5 hours to ask that once, right? Like,
yeah.
So 1, know that. Put in time. That means, dude, you're going to have to spend more time. You are. It's going to take more time. Be patient with yourself. But the second one is this, that when boys hurt, they hurt us. Mm-hmm. And I think that translates to humans, but it does specifically to men.
Yeah.
When men hurt, they hurt us. And so if you are watching or you watch the replay or you have a friend, or there's grace, but there's also work to be done. And so if there's pain, address it. If there's hurt, address it. If it's simply, and I say simply, I'm saying simply compared to potentially a trauma. If it's simply an insecurity that you need to be able to work through, then do that. Figure that out. Try to figure out what that is. But do the work. Like everybody else has said, just like Forbes said, just like Bobbi said, do the work. Put in the effort. It's not going to magically change by itself.
Yeah, we didn't go into this deep last time in our podcast or anytime we've ever talked. This is some deep stuff we're talking about. So look, since we're getting a little bit close, I want you to talk about your book, because I'm sure you've made a good amount of fans at this point. But tell them about your book, because this is something new, something that you're actually, it's kind of out, like it's ordered for pre-order, but it's not out yet.
Yeah.
So tell us about your book.
Yeah. So I have a book out that's out for pre-order right now to be delivered end of summer. It's called Kill Doubt, Build Conviction, hence the language throughout our time today. But the idea is the book is that it's one part my story, one part your story, one part workbook. And so it's not a novel. I'm not going to give you 15 chapters of theory and motivation. That's not the intent. There's work to be done in every chapter. There's questions to be answered in every chapter. They're ideally going to be sold with the encouragement for you to buy one and then for you to get one for somebody else so you can go through it together and create some accountability. We've got a lot of processes inside the book that we're going to ask you to text us when you get it so we can create some text message accountability. We got a group for you to get in whenever you buy the book so we can hold you accountable. But the idea is simply kind of what we talked about now. I think Tatiana is a really good example of what the book is I'm going to ask you to do some looking. I'm going to use my life as an example and say, are you willing to look in the mirror long enough to address the doubt that's in your life? Are you going to identify that doubt, pull that doubt out by the root, look at it, figure out what is true and what is not, get rid of, put it to death, and not leave there, but come back into that space and go, what now do I do to build conviction in my life, a deep-seated belief about who I am, so that I have the ability to put that into practice and then live consistently, cultivating, not conquering, with the hopes that if I can identify who I am as a human, then I have the ability to kill doubt, build conviction, and ultimately live a life that we believe in. And so the book is a process to kind of take you through that. So think one part story, one part your story, one part workbook to push you through and to do that.
Yeah. And when does that book ship?
Yeah. So the hope is that book ships end of July. So you can pre-order it now. I dropped there in the comments for those of you that are on Zoom. You can just go to rockygarza.com/book. You can pre-order a copy there right now. And then obviously got coaching you can check out as well. And then just something for you being here and joining and watching this for us. If you text that phone number that's listed there, for those of you that are watching on Facebook or watch the replay, that phone number is 469-649-8441. If you'll text that phone number, it's a real phone number, and say, I want to join. There'll be a little form for you to fill out that allows me to actually send you a text message without being creepy. And fill that out for us, and you'll get a link there. Two things are going to happen. One, we call that the Daily Rock. It's a text message we send out Monday through Friday every morning as a way to inspire, challenge, and encourage you some way, somehow, just straight to your phone. And if it moves you and you like it, text us back. Well, I literally get that on my phone, and I will text you back. So send us that. But right now, what we're doing is if you text that and get connected with us, there'll also be a link in there. We have an online platform called Be Known that has coursework, clarity of self, building confidence, building meaningful relationships, as well as podcasts, webinars, and every workshop keynote and we've done is all loaded in there for you to have. And you get that 30 days for free. And so all you got to do is just say, I want to join, text us, and then we'll get you hooked up and get you set up in there.
Awesome. And then you mentioned it as well. You actually just started your podcast too.
I did.
In case people want to just hear more about what you're talking about, just the way your mind works. What is the name of your podcast? Yeah. So the podcast is called Kill Doubt, Build Conviction as well, just like the book. And so you can either search Kill Doubt, Build Conviction, or you can just search Rocky Garza. It'll pop up, and it's every place that you get your podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher. It's in all those places. So we'd love for you to check that out. Episode 1 is out, launched about a week ago. So we'd love for you to get that. And then know if you're someplace that, and this is a legitimate ask of you, those of you that are watching. If you're like, hey man, this really resonates with me, and I think I got some stuff to work through, and you want to be a guest on the podcast, I will tell you one thing different about the podcast is, it is an intent to be a deep dive in someone's life as a means to share and express where they are, that hopefully it provides some clarity and truth for you. And so any guest that's on our show is come on with the intent to say, hey, I'm willing to talk about my life. I want you to help me uncover my doubt and help me walk away in 30 minutes or less with the ability to build a new conviction in who I am. And so that's what it is. So if you're like, hey, I think I like that, and I think I'd like to be on the podcast, just shoot us an email or shoot me a DM. Again, there's not a lot of guys with a head this bald and eyebrows this big, so I'm easy to find. It's just at Rocky Garza everywhere on any platform. We'd love to connect, and we'd even love to have you on the show. I'm going to take you up on that. I'm going to tell you I'm going to reach out to you in a bit after this.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready.
All right. Well, Rocky, thank you so much. I mean, I know this was one of the craziest panels that we can talk about. It's a crazy podcast when I even just think about that we're talking about identity. Yeah. Right. Everybody wants to help you in your money. Everybody wants to help you in your life. Everybody wants to help in a business, but you're the only one that I know that's trying to help you find out who you are.
Yep.
So I appreciate that about you. And I just want to say thank you one more time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Those that have spoken before me, you guys crushed it. Those coming after, I can already tell you're going to crush it. For those of you that participate in the comments, thank you. It makes my life so much easier when you're active and actually have someone to talk to and don't make up answers. So I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Great job, Ruben. Thank you so much.
All right, awesome. All right, guys. Well, Dan, if you're there and you are ready, let me know, and we can turn you on to, let's see. So I'm going to ask you, Dan, if you're there and you're ready, let me know. And if you're not, then we might go to a short intermission just so I can get some water. Let's see. Let's find out if Dan's available. What do you guys think of Rocky? Let us know in the comments what you guys thought of Rocky. If there's any questions that you guys had for him that maybe he didn't answer, that he's still on the actual panel taking some questions. What's going on? Let's see. Am I able to unmute you?
Yeah, there we go. I had to unmute myself.
Yeah. How are you?
We're doing our family workout. We're in here still in quarantine in Los Angeles, so
yeah.
There's my alarm for you.
Yeah, I got people asking. They have some questions for you, so I kind of asked a few people, see if they had any questions, and then the ones that we were going to ask you too. But for people who don't know you, you're the founder of the Tapout brand, and then you have other brands right now which you've started. You have the grip knife, the Billionaire Collectibles. That one's super, super interesting. But can you talk a little bit about just kind of like the Tapout brand, what it meant for you, like how you built it and everything, just so people get a little bit familiarized with what you do and who you are?
Yeah, I was a regular dude from San Bernardino, California. If you don't know where that is, that's and when I graduated from high school, it was the murder capital of the United States. And I didn't live in a great area, but I had an amazing family. So I had a really good upbringing, and I'd always kind of thought I was an entrepreneur. I was that kid, that threw magic shows and carnivals and things to make money. And I started a DJ business when I was in 8th grade. And in high school, though, I decided I wanted to be a police officer because I had taken a class on law enforcement. So I started down that path. I became a police officer for 7 years. And during that time, me and my partner, who was also a police officer, and my best friend started Tapout, and we started out of just on a small scale. We hadn't really thought of. We had thought about it and talked about it that it could be huge, but we were really just trying to sell at local tournaments to our friends, and we just started putting one foot in front of the other. We were still both working our jobs. Created this. This is the beginning of the .com boom, so we were just we wanted to create a website because we didn't know how to get into stores or anything like that. We weren't from the clothing business, didn't know anything about the clothing business. We were just two cops training after we saw the first UFC, we started training in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. So we were just some regular guys. Forgive my hair because I still haven't had a haircut in like 2 months. Nothing's open. But so we just started this clothing company out of we felt like there was a necessity for it, at least in that space, and we thought that it would do well, or we felt like it would do well with people that were just learning about this new jiu-jitsu thing, and now it's called mixed martial arts, or back then it was called no holds barred. So we started really small. I put $2,500 on my credit card to buy the first 2 UFC fighters that we got in the UFC, and it was great because it was like the perfect storm. We were starting in a space that was also starting, but we knew there was momentum there, and we were able to get in touch with these fighters. And so, for $2,500, we had 2 fighters walking in full Tapout clothing and hats and shirts and shorts with nothing else on, not like 30 sponsors, not like NASCAR out, just our Tapout logo, Tapout hat. And they walked into the UFC and fought that night in Brazil. And it was Jeremy Horn and Pat Miletich. And we thought we were going to wake up the next day with like $1 million in our bank account. Of course, I think back, I don't know how we'd done that because we didn't have $1 million worth of shirts, so I didn't even know what that would have looked like. But we just thought we thought there was going to be a lot of orders or something. But we weren't even thinking about how they're going to find us. We had one little tiny ad in the back of Black Belt magazine. Thought they would find us, and it just didn't happen. So we had to keep just figuring out how we were going to keep pushing the company, and we just kept pushing and pushing. And over time, the sport grew and continued to grow, and we just like held on to the UFC like they're not going to get rid of us. We're going to hold on and just grow with the sport. And we just continued to grow with the sport. As the sport got bigger, we got bigger. Luckily, these two billionaires, Lorenzo Fertitta and Frank Fertitta, and Dana White, of course, hatched a plan to buy the UFC, and that changed our business forever. They started funneling about $40 million into the company. It started to blow up. They thought, after funneling $40 million, they thought they were basically done because the sport hadn't grown enough to actually make money. And at about that same time, they came up with this last-ditch idea to start the Ultimate Fighter reality show. And they put that together. And when that thing aired, we had like guerrilla style. We woke up in the middle of the night. We knew where the training house was, and we started sticking shirts inside of the mailbox, inside of the mail slot that fell into the house. And it was like those old, not old, but like a commercial building that had these little mail slots inside the door. And so we would stuff shirts in there so that when the fighters got there the next day, they would pick up these shirts like, oh, what are these? And luckily it worked. And plus we had Chuck Liddell was kind of helping us out. We were actually sleeping in his hotel room with him. And so we were just infiltrating whatever we could, throwing shorts in there. Chuck was bringing shorts in for his fighters to wear because he was one of the team coaches. And they just started wearing it. And then as that show started to get big, people started knowing more about us. Mm-hmm. And when the finale aired, it blew. And we were doing about 20 orders a day. We were growing at that time. This is 2005. We've been in business 7 years. But when it blew up, it transformed our business. We woke up the next day. Well, my web guy called me at the show and said, what the hell is going on? Like your website's just shut down. I'm just capturing credit cards. That's all I can do right now. And we went from doing like 20 orders a day to, he said at one point, doing 3,000 orders an hour. So we were just blown away. And from then on, our business just continued to grow. We got our own reality show. We got infiltrated in the video game. I had my own Topps baseball card. It was craziness. And then unfortunately my partner got killed in 2009 by a drunk driver. And I just decided that the business wasn't the same anymore. Mm-hmm. And me and my other partner sold the business, and I stayed on for another 5 years as president. And then 2015, I left and to go do other things.
Yeah. And I mean, that's such an insane story, right? Because, you said 7 years you were at it, like going just back to back, right? And then when it finally did blow up, the first question I have for you is like, how did you take that small business? I don't know how many people you had, like maybe 3 to 5, right? I'm sure you scaled it to like over 20 people. Like, what were the biggest challenges that you had when you blew up that big? Because everybody wants to blow up, but I don't think they realize the challenges that are going to come when it actually happens that way.
Oh, it cripples you. I mean, you think that growth is your savior, and usually it's your Satan. It's like, and not overall, it's like, it's great once you figure out how the workarounds, but at the beginning, it's a really, really hard thing to deal with. It shut down our business. There was probably more, during that big spurt of growth in 2006, 2005, 2006, 2007, right there, was probably the only time I ever thought we were going to close down his business. And yet we were doing millions of dollars in sales. Wow. So it was the one time that I didn't think I could keep up, and I was having a lot of problems trying to, we had orders that weren't, looking back, I was like, these are good problems. But at the middle of it, in the middle of the storm, at one point I had thrown all of our office furniture out into the parking lot because I was lost. I could not figure out how I was going to get out of this one problem. And the credit cards were actually holding on to all of our money because we weren't qualified to do the type of business we were doing. You don't even think about it. Like you're thinking credit cards, you think they'd want you to do well. Like they want you to do business, but they had shut down our service. They were capturing the money and taking the money from the customers. But then they were like, oh, this has got to sit in purgatory for 6 months. And then if you fulfilled all your obligations and you don't have any complaints, then we'll pay you out of that money. And that was just a really, really hard time for us because I couldn't figure out how I was going to get out of that. My credit wasn't that great. We didn't have there was no way they were going to give us our money. And at that point, we're self-financed, so we have no investors. We had no way to pay for the product that we're trying to produce because these guys are able to order whatever they want. And yet we don't have the way to produce that because the credit card companies are keeping our money. Mm-hmm. So that became a really bad time for a minute. And if you see any grays in there, that was from that moment. It was just a lot of stress going on and and we were growing too. So we were hiring everybody we could. I would go into a restaurant and I would have a good, waiter or waitress. And I'd be like, what are you doing? Do you want to come work for us? I was hiring people like that. Just everybody I could talk to because we were growing so fast that we couldn't hire people fast enough. We hired all of our friends, all of our friends' friends. We would tell people at the end of the day, if you know anybody that's a good worker, let them know that we're looking for people. Yeah. And that's how bad it was. So, but it all, ultimately it was all a good thing. And we kept, once we figured that out, it was life-changing for us.
Yeah. Did you have any mentors, anybody that was helping guide you through these times when you had to figure out like what to do?
Well, strangely, at that time, when that was the savior, that's what kind of fixed everything for us. When I couldn't figure out how we were going to get that money from the credit card companies, we had met with a friend of ours who used to, TJ Thompson, who used to let us sell at his event in Hawaii. We used to fly all over trying to sell our goods, whatever event we could go to. If they would let us buy a table for $500, actually TJ wouldn't even charge us. But he said, if you can get out here and you can pay the venue because the venue had a price, he goes, you can come sell my event. It was amazing people helped us along the way. But we would just fly all over to all these different events. Well, during that time, we had met, becoming friends with TJ, he'd introduced us to this business guy who had a pretty lucrative business going. And that was like 3 weeks before this, maybe a month. And when this happened and this went down, at some point, I think right after that furniture incident, I was just sitting on the phone with my partner and just like not in a good place at all. Like there's no way. We got 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 orders sitting on the table right now, and another 5,000 sitting on our computer, and we have no way to buy the clothes that are going to go to those people. Mm-hmm. And he said, hey, you remember that guy that we talked to a couple weeks ago? Why don't you give him a call, see what he has to say? And I got nothing to lose at this point. What am I going to say? And during that time of that conversation, we jumped on the phone. I probably talked to him for maybe 30 minutes. And during that time of the conversation, I talked him into coming to work for us and becoming our new president, basically, kind of. I mean, it wasn't in stone yet, but that was that's where the conversation went. And at first it just started out with, hey, if you guys are having that much of a problem, why don't we just figure it out and I'll co-sign for you? Yeah. Within a week, he had that whole situation fixed. We had $600,000 drop into our bank account and it was off to the races, and it just changed our lives. And he ended up coming to work for us as our president and with a piece of ownership. And that's how we kept growing. And it allowed us down the way, because we had brought him in as president, to concentrate on other things. That's how we got our TV show going. There's no way we could have done a TV show if we didn't have somebody back at the office concentrating on those things. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. I mean, we're all glad that you overcame those, right? Because that's what ended up making you guys into the big business that we all know. Right now, you actually have two different businesses. One of them's the grip knife, which I think that one's super cool. And then you have the Billionaires Collectible, which I think is great in itself, but I don't know if I'm not going to buy any of those pretty anytime soon, Yeah. But what challenges do you have with those? If you want to tell us a little bit about what each one is, but what challenges do you see with those two new companies now that you've built a big one now with those?
Right. They it's so crazy, because I'd always thought, a lot of things are happening right now in this space, for entrepreneurs, and between funnels and email contacts and just the different ways of creating business. And and me and my wife were just talking about this. She's a great entrepreneur too. So we have these conversations during the day. But the two businesses that I happen to start, and I have other businesses too. I own a real estate company with my brother, and we have a bunch of other businesses. But these two businesses are like my two, the two babies that I'm working on right now that I'm trying to build into these, the next $100 million company. And Grip Knife, which is a gun product, you don't think about these things as you're building. I started with the product, which most people like to start with. Hey, we have a great product. And I believed it was an unbelievable product. It was totally patented. It was the only one in the world, well made in the USA. There's nothing like it out there in the space. Anytime you show it to anybody, they just like, whoa, what? That's crazy. How do you even come up with this idea? This is insane. I need one of those. That was our reaction every time we showed it to somebody. So the idea was, what it is basically is it's a foregrip that goes on it like a rifle of some sort, anything with a tactical rail, an AR-15, whatever you have. And it's a foregrip that turns into a knife. So it pulls out into a knife. So you have a foregrip, and then if you need a secondary weapon, like if your rifle gets compromised in a fight, I'm an ex-police officer. Right now, police officers more than ever, if we get a man with a gun call, the first thing that comes out is our rifles. So we get a call, we come to the scene, we pull out a rifle, all of a sudden we have to go in a house to find this guy, and he's hiding under a blanket, and maybe we try to pull him out, and then he comes out and he looks like he's going to comply, but then next thing you know, he's not complying, and we have to go hands-on with the guy. Well, there's rifles in this middle of this situation. So if we end up in a fight over our rifle for whatever reason, or maybe he came around the corner when we were coming around the corner and he grabbed onto the rifle and now he's fighting me for my rifle, this knife becomes our secondary weapon. So that was the whole idea of it, for military applications, for law enforcement, somewhat, because departments won't necessarily recommend it, but officers can carry it. And then, of course, for home defender use. I mean, that's the big thing. Nobody's come to save you. You're by yourself defending your family. It gives them a secondary options. So, but Facebook won't let you market. Instagram won't let you market. YouTube won't let you market. Google won't let you market. So you're left with just these like stagnant pages that sit on all these platforms, but you can't do anything with them. You can't push any type of marketing out. So you're left just you're left just gathering email addresses and retargeting those guys. And and back to traditional marketing, which is where I come from anyways. It's kind of what we were doing. It's like that's why we took over SHOT Show this year in Vegas, just because I was using all my traditional marketing techniques, all the things that I learned from doing at Tapout. So, it's like, that's a little bit different business. And, so I'm not able to use funnels really in the same way that most people would use them by, Facebook targeting or whatever. So I have to use them in other ways. And so that's created a challenge. And then my other business, Billionaire Collectibles, that I have with my wife, it's basically I've always been a collector of like, what would you call like antique historical documents. So like a letter from Abraham Lincoln, which might go for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But these high-end entrepreneurs and CEOs, I was always inspired by that stuff. And I knew other people would be inspired by that stuff. A letter from, let's say you're an inventor and you have a letter from Thomas Edison talking about his light bulb. I just recently sold a letter like that to another entrepreneur. And it just, imagine having that letter talking about his light bulb. And then we married that with his most famous quote, I haven't failed 10,000 times. I've merely found 10,000 ways that won't work, So you marry that with their quote, and then you have this letter, and it's framed in this beautiful, like contemporary frame, not those old gold frames or old school frame, beautiful frame that could go in a high-end office, and you have that sitting on your wall. It's not only a conversation piece, but it's an investment, and it's inspirational. It inspires you every single day. The fact that Thomas Edison touched this, held this letter in his hand and wrote it out and signed it. I mean, that's incredible to me. And I knew other people would get energy from that. So we created this business doing that. We have letters from George Washington and Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla and Ettore Bugatti and Enzo Ferrari and all these people that might inspire entrepreneurs, even for tech guys, Bill Gates. And we just got this incredible letter, Bill Gates letter from 3 days before he actually trademarked the name Microsoft. So it's on Microsoft letterhead and everything. And it's a letter to a fellow entrepreneur that he was writing. He's 20 years old. This is from New Mexico. He's writing this guy, thanking him for his time, for meeting with him and everything. But just the thought, and it came with his business card from that time. It's just an incredible piece. And, something like that, thinking about, because it speaks to the time from, when he was just starting out. You have this little, these things from when he just started out in this kind of beginning letterhead that looks like, like a new entrepreneur. Like, how would you make a letterhead? He just did what he could to make this letterhead. So it's just a really cool thought that he put all this together and now we own it. And he was at that time in his life when he was just starting his business, and then he became the richest man in the world. So we'd love to think about that journey. And the same thing with Steve Jobs. So that's kind of the problem with that is we have, it's one piece per buyer, and it's such a high-end piece. It's hard to really target people. So you have to find your audience, and your audience isn't just everybody on Facebook. You have to specifically target your audience, and that targeting's become really hard to do. So we've adopted other things, and a lot of our sales comes from just personal interaction with people, and less so just the website sitting there. The website's become kind of a catalog for us. We've learned that people don't necessarily buy from the website. They're buying from people. They want to talk to us. They want to interact with us. And so those conversations that we've had at networking events have become our sales. That's where the sales come through. I'm talking to somebody, they don't necessarily want to spend, $70,000 for a piece on the website. And we have $2,000 pieces and $5,000 and $10,000 pieces, but they don't want to pay that much for a piece that they've never, they don't know these people. They don't want to just make that transaction where if I meet some guy I met this guy at a networking event, and a week later he bought like a $5,000 piece. A few weeks later or a couple months later he bought a $25,000 piece, and then he bought another, and then he calls me back as soon as he got it and bought another $12,000 piece. It's those types of things, it's sometimes hard to do just over the internet. And so again, I am back to traditional marketing again, conversations and relationships. Not, everything I think revolves around that. So my businesses are a little bit different right now. Not what I expected. I thought I was going to be, building a ClickFunnels business and a product that has to be reordered, and it just didn't turn out that way. I had to go with what I love.
Does it hurt to buy those pieces and then have to let them go?
Oh, it's hard, man. It's hard. I've had the opportunity to sell something for cheaper, and I've just turned it down sometimes because I just, it's I still would make money on it, but I just thought, I don't really, it was so hard getting that piece. I was like, I don't really need to sell it, and I don't really want to sell it. So unless I get full price for it, I don't really want to sell it right now. Not for that price anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is hard to leave because I love every piece that we get. We bought a really nice George Washington piece a year ago or something like that. And and having to part with that was really hard because I just it was such a great piece and had just great content, and to sell it, I thought I would always have that because I was hanging it in our house. So I thought I would just always have that, but you have to, everything's in some ways for sale. And it makes you feel good when it's going to a good place and they're going to get something from it.
Yeah. Now that you have all this kind of influence and you've met all these people and you have this giant network, how do you choose to use your influence? What do you usually do? And how do you reach people for better?
I recently, me and my wife, we felt that need. There was a minute there in my life that I started speaking, and I felt really good speaking to audiences and telling people about my story. But man, that entrepreneurial bug just called me back, and I didn't really want to, in that part of my life, I didn't want to be, a lot of people were dealing in content and becoming mentors, and I like that. but I didn't feel that I was in that place in my life to do that at that point. And so I kind of pulled back and went back into business. That's when I got into the grip knife business. And about the same time we started building Billionaire Collectibles also. And we love to, anytime I can sit down with anybody, I love to be able to help them. I do have another company called Teacher, like TEEACHER.com. And it's for helping new t-shirt entrepreneurs start their business and all the ins and outs of starting a clothing company and t-shirt business. And so that's really good for those people. And I love talking with those people. And of course I love doing podcasts. Me and my wife just started a podcast called Pretty and Punk Podcast. And, it comes from my name. I used to be called Punk Ass. That was like my nickname. And so I used my name Punk Ass, and she's a very pretty woman. So we used, Pretty and Punk as a play on Pretty and Pink. And our poster, our thumbnail kind of looks like that. But it's a new podcast. We just started it. We have about 5 in the can right now, but we haven't uploaded them yet. So it's just about to go online. We have a trailer up right now. So anybody, please subscribe if you can. Pretty and Punk Podcast. It's but it's really it's talking. See, like we have a situation where we're trying to start this business, but we're doing it from home. It's like a different part of my life, and we're doing it with our kids. We want our kids to see us building this business together. And this Billionaire Collectibles. And so that's kind of what the journey is about. It's for entrepreneurs with kids or thinking about having kids or thinking about being an entrepreneur. There's a lot of people that have businesses have work for other people and are thinking about starting a business, and they have kids and they're thinking like, can I even do this in this part of my life? Like, I work for somebody, I'm comfortable, but I've always wanted to start a business. Well, it's never a better time in the world to do that right now. The fact that you can, you got things like Fiverr and Upwork and podcasts that you can record from anywhere, and Shopify and all these different things, these tools that you have to be able to start a business. And also, you can stay working at your regular job. You just have to put a little more hours in somewhere. You got to find out where those hours work out. And you can, share that time between you and your wife if you guys have that business together, or you can, pay for some of that time. You are working. You might have some extra income that you can use to, get outside help. And, it's just the best time in the world ever to do things like that. And where you might not have been able to do that 20 years ago when, the internet wasn't at the same place that it is today.
Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of aiming for, is for you to talk about the podcast, because what I love about that podcast is that there's really not another person that has said it's hard being an entrepreneur with kids, but do it anyway, and just find out how to do it and figure it out, right? And that's something that I think is maybe there's somebody else out there, maybe I don't know about them, but I feel that yours is going to do very well. The last time we did a podcast, obviously you had your kids, but that goes to show that they're so important to you. And we had Rocky on before, and he says like his main goal is to have breakfast and dinner with them every night for the year. And for you, it's to have them be part of an integral part of your family. So it's nice when you see people that have such success that make family the priority instead of the other way around, right?
Especially this part of my life, it's a little bit different. When I first started my business, I felt like, and I had kids previous to this relationship. So I in some ways, I feel like, I didn't do things like this, and maybe I missed out on some stuff. Not that I still wasn't there for things, and I still didn't make soccer games and baseball games and do all that stuff. I tried to make everything that I could, but I missed a lot too. And I missed a lot of the, different parts of their life. And it makes it, looking back, you can't get that time back. And so I just said, because I had this chance to, it's kind of a do-over, I got 2 little kids in diapers right now running around the house. I wanted to see, hey, how can I do things different? Can we still build a successful business this way? And now, more than ever with these tools, you can, at that time, I think it took the hustle of, I took comfort in knowing that I was working longer and harder and outworking everybody, all of our competition and everybody else. And I felt like in the world, I was like, I've had 2 hours sleep today. I'm better than everybody. But that'll wear on you. You can't live your whole life like that. You know, there's a period in your life that you might be able to live like that, but you can't live your whole life like that. And I'm in a different place in my life. I'm older in my life. And you know, I have young kids again. I have to live different and healthier. And so that's what I'm trying to change in my life, where I'm living a lot healthier. I'm eating healthier. I'm acting healthier. I'm sleeping healthier, and all that, so I can be around for all my kids.
Yeah. And that's the whole point of this conference. It's health, wealth, and influence, right? Like you got to be healthy to stay around a long time. You got to create the wealth, because it does you no good to be, you know, have an amazing body and be homeless, right? And dirty every day. And once you get to that point, like, what do you do with all that influence? So,
well, I see a lot of people that have one or the other. You know, lots of times you see these people that, you know, you see these trainers. I see, you know, I've met people throughout my life, and I know this isn't a blanket statement, obviously. So anybody, if you're in great, amazing shape with abs and you're all chiseled out, you know, I've an ab or two now, you know, not the same abs that I had, you know, 10, 15, 20 years ago. But, you know, for people that are like that, that's awesome. But sometimes it's like they either have that, but they're not successful. They don't have this other piece, you know, or their family's not successful. It's like they can't figure out that balance between all of it. Mm-hmm. How do you do that? And that's kind of what we're speaking about in the podcast too, is how do you balance through all those pieces and have it all? Because there is a way. There's people out there doing it. So part of that is we're interviewing people that are doing it and listening to their tips and, you know, secrets. And, you know, because I know guys, like I know, you know, billionaires, 2 billionaires that are married to each other, and they have lots of kids. And how are they able to juggle all that it's not like they employ a team of nannies. You know, they're doing stuff with their kids, and you can see it on their social medias, and it's just really good to see people doing that stuff and that it's possible. So having people like that on our podcast is, you know, spill the secrets so that we can all attain that.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. No, I appreciate you coming on here and just sharing this with us. You know, like you're incredibly successful in like a lot of the stuff that you're doing, and it's just kind of keeps going. Like once you have that success, you just keep going with it, and it just breeds more success. So, but I appreciate you taking the time to do this. Yeah. So, no, again, I appreciate you taking the time to do this. I'm gonna see if let's see if John Malott wants to go a little bit early, but no, man, listen, this will be out as a replay as well. So I'll send it to you, and everybody here, as you can see, everybody was commenting over here that they appreciate you kind of sharing their wisdom with you. So
thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll talk later. Take care. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, everybody. So I'm waiting on a response from John to see if he wants to come in a little bit earlier. If we don't hear from him within the next, you know, minute or so, or 30 seconds, we're going to go on a short intermission, probably about, 5 or 10 minutes, just depending on how it looks. Okay. So I'm going to, and thank you to everybody who is, you know, going and asking the speakers questions. Let me go ahead and do this. All right, everybody. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, everybody. So while we wait for John, I talked to Mallisa, and it looks like she is ready to go. We're going to let her start right now. So Mallisa, if you are able to start your screen, there we go. All right, you were ready.
In the room, and I was like, oh crap, he's calling for me. I'm like, let's roll. How you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Are we rolling into this bad boy?
Yes, yes.
Awesome.
So John is going to start at noon. So you have 25 minutes.
Awesome. All right, you guys. Well, thank you guys so much for joining. And Ruben, thanks so much for putting this together. You guys that are kind of new to following and everything, let me give you a little bit of a background and also share with you why I want to take a couple minutes of your time. So I'm going to be talking to you about the connection between health and wealth. A lot of the times, I know we've been talking about that on this particular entire summit, but a lot of the times people feel like they need to choose one or the other. So a little bit about my background. I had worked up to 4 jobs and put myself through college. I came from extreme friggin' poverty. My very first bedroom was legitimately a closet. I was up in there like Harry Potter style. And after working those 4 jobs back to back and putting myself through college, I finally felt like I made it. 25 years old, I built my business from the ground up, was dominating it, was friggin' just bought my dream house, just bought my dream car. And not only 3 months later, not even 3 months later, I was lined up for brain surgery, interviewing neurosurgeons, lost mobility in my right hand. My right foot was like turning into a claw and I could barely remember how to get home. And what that really taught me is it taught me the connection between health and wealth. It's not either or, it is both. And if you do not build it together, if you do not build both of them, you will lose your wealth because of your health. Want to make sure that you get that. If you do not build both of them, if you do not connect the two of them, if you do not make sure that you are successful in both friggin' avenues, you will lose your wealth due to your health. And that's what happened to me. I had to give up the house. I had to friggin' give up everything to keep that roof over my head. I had to give up every single thing that I had worked my entire life for to pay for the ability to stay alive. And the problem with that is, you guys, the problem with that is I also saw the other side of this coin, right? So after I got this surgery, after I had this brain surgery, I had to get 12 additional surgeries to try to keep myself alive. And the problem that I had lined up after that, with all these procedures, the reason why I had to do this is because my brain did not fit into my skull. Like, it seems really weird, right? To sit there and say, okay, your brain doesn't fit into your skull. Like, what the hell is wrong? But that was the problem. So I had 12 more surgeries to try to avoid them from cauterizing or removing the back part of my brain. And it was very terrifying. But I saw the other side of this health and wealth thing, right? I saw the other challenge of this because I had to basically find a way to come up with the money to pay for these surgeries. I didn't have the money to take care of my health anymore because I lost everything, because I didn't maintain building my financial independence, my financial freedom enough that I had to make a decision between health or not having a roof over my head. So I want to share with you guys the things that I learned to be able to build both of those systematically, to be able to build both of those so you can scale both of those. Because once again, and I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but you have to scale both. If you do not take care of your health, it will destroy your wealth. If you do not take care of your wealth, you will not be able to pay for and maintain your health. You don't want to be in that decision. You don't want to be in that choice where you have to make that very ungodly, painful friggin' thing and make that decision. So how do you do that? How do you make that change? How do you build those? And someone just asked this, what kind of habits do you do to build that? And I want to share with you guys the top things that I learned when I was rebuilding my health and rebuilding my wealth that connect into one another. So after this surgery, right after the 12th surgery to avoid them from cauterizing or removing the back part of my brain, gave up the house, gave up the car, was rebuilding from foundation number one on both aspects. I lost both of them, right? I lost the health, I lost the wealth. So how do you build both of them? And these are the systems and patterns that I learned to be able to rebuild that. The number one thing, the number one habit, the number one entire freaking principle I want you to get, and I want you to write this down, is you got to do the shit that you say you're going to do. You have to do the things that you say you're going to do. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if you say you're going to get up and you're going to go on a run, you get the hell up and you get the run done. I mean, if you say you're going to do the cold calls to build your business, I don't care what time zone you have to call to make sure that you get those in before you go to bed, but you do the damn cold calls before you go to bed. The reason why you need to do the things that you say you're going to do is that's how you build self-confidence. That's how you build self-respect. That's how you build respect of other people in the marketplace. That's how you build the ability to believe in yourself, is by doing the things that you hate to do. A lot of us, we don't get that. A lot of us, we look for ways to get out of the commitments that we make to ourselves. So a lot of us think that we just need to skate by and we need to, if it doesn't happen, it's okay. Just take it easy. But what I had learned after losing everything with my health, after losing everything with my wealth, is I lost the ability to believe in myself. I lost the ability to believe in myself in the marketplace. I lost the ability to believe in myself to be able to structurally and physically perform. I was bedridden literally at least 50%, if not 75% of the time. And it's very difficult to have self-confidence if you cannot fulfill the things that you tell yourself you're going to do. So I made it so it was non-negotiable, that there was not a reality that would exist in which I would not do the things, as small as they may be, that I told myself that I was going to do. And what's really freaking beautiful about that is if you start doing the things you say you're going to do, you become very particular about the things that you say you're going to do. You make sure that you screen the things that you are doing. Make sure that they're bringing you value. Make sure that they're bringing you to the next level. Make sure that they're the decisions that are going to take you and your business and your health to the next level. You start being very particular about the things you tell other people as well as yourself that you are going to do. So the number one thing that I want you guys to get right now, if you're really serious about building your health, about building your wealth, is you need to do the shit that you say you're going to do. One of my favorite quotes by Will Smith is, he says, self-discipline is self-love. And self-discipline is making yourself do the things that you know will take you to the next level. Make sure that you do the things that you know may suck to do today, but will make it so your life is unrecognizable tomorrow. You have to do the things that you say that you are going to do, you guys. So that is the number one thing, number one tip I want you guys to get. None of this is going to matter. None of this summit that you're listening to, none of the books that you're going to read, all of this crap that's behind me, none of it's going to matter if I do not do the things that I say I'm going to do. No book, no summit, no keynote, nothing will give you the results that you want unless you do the things that you say you're going to do. Number two, you guys, once again, health and wealth. That's what we're talking about, right? Health and wealth. I realized when I was rebuilding everything that it's so ungodly true that we become the people that we surround ourselves with. And I know you guys all know that. I know you know this. And I'm not here to tell you something new. A lot of you guys know this, but maybe you need to hear it again. I knew it, but I needed to hear it again. You see, on the health side, I was surrounding myself with people that were either not taking my disability seriously and dismissing it until it almost took my life, or I was surrounding myself with people that were allowing me to let myself off the hook from fixing my health. On the business side, I was surrounding myself with people that were not pushing me to go and make the cold calls, were not pushing me to reach the next level. You become the people that you're surrounding yourself with. So the question is, are these people pushing you to the next level, or are they excusing you? Are they allowing you to sit there and eat ho-hos and watch friggin' Netflix and eat Cheetos and not do crap with your life? Who are you surrounding yourself with? Because if you surround yourself with people that excuse you, that help you give yourself excuses, You're going to allow them to talk you out of your dream, of your potential. And you want to talk about self-confidence? Nothing hurts more than allowing other people to talk you out of your dream. And that's what I found myself doing, you guys. I had people that didn't want to see me get healthy again. I had people that dismissed me for trying to fix my health. I had people that were saying, hey, you know what, and we talked about this earlier throughout the summit. They were giving me those labels of, you know, you're too intense, you're too this, you're too that, your dreams are too big. Why don't you calm down a little bit? If you do not surround yourself with people that are pushing you, that are not yes men, that are actually sitting there kicking you in the ass and saying, go faster, get on that bike ride and ride faster, do those cold calls more, get on these live summits and speak. Where are you at with reading your book? If you're not surrounding yourself with people that are chasing their dreams, their potential, and pushing you to do the same thing, then they will advocate for you to kill your dreams and what you need to do. You need to surround yourself with people that are pushing you, that are taking you to the next level, that are willing to see you go to the next level, that have the self-confidence in themselves to be able to see you go out there and shine your damn bright light and light up the entire world. And that goes for every single aspect of your life, specifically with your health, specifically with your wealth. Around this time before I got sick, granted, you know, it's a neurological disability that I was born with that's incurable, I was still hanging out with a lot of people that were encouraging me to make bad decisions, whether it was eating things that I was allergic to that would make inflammation really bad, whether it was drinking, whether it was going out and partying, whatever it was. These people were encouraging things that were going to set my health back. They were encouraging me to settle on my dreams, to not go out there and freaking kick as much ass as I possibly could. Are the people encouraging you to be the next best version of yourself, or are they excusing you to buy out and sell out on your dreams? I really want you to ask yourselves that question. The third thing I want you guys to get on, and once again, y'all know this, but I'm just here to kick you in the ass and remind you the things that you already know, right? Is you have to get out of your comfort zone. Your comfort zone will only generate the same things that you already have. And what you already have needs to grow, it needs to scale. You need to become more. If you're not growing, then you are dying, right? So you need to get out of your comfort zone to see opportunities. You need to get out of your comfort zone to see new opportunities, new perspectives, new growth. You need to get outside of your comfort zone to be able to see different realities that could exist. And by doing that, you'll be able to see maybe some ways to get out of poverty, get out of challenges, get out of health crisis, whatever it is for you. So for me, what did that look like? For me, after I had all these surgeries back to back, guys, I spent probably about 3 years during them bedridden, just laying in my bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling sorry for myself. I hadn't exercised forever. I was morbidly obese. And anytime I'd move and I'd be upright for more than 3 hours at a time, I'd black out. And I knew that none of that crap was going to change. None of it was going to change unless I went out there and got out of my comfort zone and viciously attacked the crap that scared me. And what scared me was telling people how jacked up my life was. What scared me was telling people, hey, I've got a serious disability and I cannot do this right now. I need to find a way. Can you help me to find a way to adapt so I can make sure I can perform to the best level? What was out of my comfort zone was going to the gym for the first time. What was out of my comfort zone was learning how to diet correctly and drop the weight so it could help my health. What was out of my comfort zone was picking up the phone and making cold calls because I was terrified. What was out of my comfort zone was attacking, literally viciously attacking the weaker version of myself. They came up with all these excuses, all of this, I wish things were different, all of these BS limitations that I put on myself. That was all out of my comfort zone. I had not been in a gym for 3 years. and it was terrifying. But when I started breaking out of this comfort zone, when I started learning these new things, when I started challenging the comfort zone that I'd built, this prison that I'd built myself within my comfort zone, I started realizing that it was fuel to take me to the next level. That it was so much more than just overcoming this adversity when it came to chronic illness and the disability and the financial crisis I was going through, that it was so much more. When I could attack this comfort zone, that I could become so much more, that I could connect with people that could help me with changing my life. You will never thrive in your comfort zone. You will only die if you remain in your comfort zone. Which that choice is yours. I mean, if you see this amazing conference that Ruben has put together, I'm sure there's a lot of things that he's had to do to put himself out of his comfort zone to create something beautiful. It's only your choice to make if you want to climb out of whatever adversity is you're going through. If you're going to build something beautiful like this, if you're willing to climb out of your comfort zone and set fire to it, it's only your choice. I've seen a lot of people throughout the years, and I became it myself in the past, where we do not challenge our comfort zone and we stay safe in it. We stay safe in it because we want to protect ourselves, not knowing that as our dreams, our passions, and what we were put on this planet slowly decays day by day, that it slowly kills who we want to be, and it kills our passion and our drive. You see, all of this crap was terrifying. All of it was terrifying to me. In fact, when I first got diagnosed with Chiari malformation, they were terrified to do the brain surgery on me because they had just operated on someone in my state that was 19 years old, had a newborn baby, and she was a vegetable for the same surgery that I was lining up to get. And the neurosurgeons were very scared to do the procedure on me because they didn't know if it would be the same. And that was scary. That was terrifying. But what was the most scary was, I remember this very, very vividly, was when I was going to this 5 a.m. neurosurgery appointment, going in to get this operation, and knowing very well that I allowed my dreams to die because I felt more comfortable in my comfort zone of what I thought other people thought was okay for me to do. Because I was surrounding myself with people that were influencing me to stay in my comfort zone. And it was my choice to keep those people in my life. Your comfort zone will kill you, even if you stay alive afterwards. So that was my big awakening. As I head into there, I decided I was going to make a declaration to viciously attack my comfort zone. And I would love to empower you guys to do the same thing, because your comfort zone will break you. The next thing I want to help you guys with right now, and I know we're going through this real fast, but I just want to make sure that you guys get this. These are all connected. Is you need to take some damn action, right? You got the 10X rule behind me. If you guys are a Grant Cardone fan, you know he talks about massive action. One of my favorite quotes by Gary Vaynerchuk, I just saw this on Instagram and just posted it. He said that you should not study sit-ups and push-ups to get in shape. So why the hell do you think posting a motivational thing on Instagram is going to make you get there, right? And that's what I was doing. You guys, I was sitting there thinking and scheming on all these things I was going to do, but no amount of thinking, no amount of planning, no amount of anything will make up for the action that you need to take your health and your business to the next level. You can sit there and write all the business plans in the world, but if you don't pick up the damn phone and make a call, you're not going to make a sale. You can sit there and buy all the best wardrobe for your workout and whatever the hell it is you want to do, but if you don't make it to the gym, you're not going to lose any damn weight. So what I want to empower you guys to do, once you guys get off this summit, is I want you guys to take something and go and execute it on immediately. I don't care what the hell it is. It could be literally just getting to the gym and going on a walk. It could be literally picking up your phone and calling one of your past clients. You need to take some action. You need to take some action immediately. And what's really empowering about action is you realize that a lot of the glitz and glam that you see on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, on whatever it is about how to be successful in business really is a complete lie. Success is all of the mundane crap that you don't want to do. All of the action that scares the crap out of you. All of the action that puts you out of your comfort zone. That is what will create success. You don't need to sit there and think about it. You don't need to sit there and scheme on it. You don't need to sit there and read another book. You need to execute on the last 10 books that you read. You don't need to get off this and go and watch another freaking entire online platform. You need to execute on the crap you're learning on this one immediately. So I really want to empower you guys to do that as soon as possible. And that was something that I learned. I was planning, I was scheming, I was writing all of this stuff, but I wasn't doing anything. You need to take action immediately. And the last thing I'll end this with, and we'll do some Q&A a little bit for a couple minutes here, Ruben, is you need to do some self-discipline. My favorite quote of all time by Grant Cardone is, "Those that do not discipline themselves will have the world discipline them." And that's where I was at. I didn't ask for this neurological disorder. It was something I couldn't prevent. It was something that I created. It was something I didn't create. However, it was something I enabled. It was something that I did not stop as soon as symptoms started showing up. It was something that I did other things that made it react worse. This health crisis was not something I created. The financial crisis that we're going through right now is not something that we created with COVID-19. However, if we discipline ourselves, we'll be able to come out of it even stronger. I had to discipline myself to make sure maybe I should have saved more money when I was making money. Maybe I should have taken better care of my health so it wasn't as bad. I did not discipline myself, so I got disciplined. So I want to empower you guys to discipline yourself. I want to empower you guys to go through every single thing that you've written down while listening to this summit and execute on it immediately and discipline yourself and make it so there's not a reality that exists in which you do not do the crap that you say you're going to do for your health and for your wealth. What are your thoughts, Ruben?
No, I love it. I mean, even if, I don't know if you've been looking at the comments on the side, somebody actually just committed to something right now based on what you were saying.
Ooh,
so that's pretty cool.
Let's see. What do we got?
Yeah, so I mean, it does come down to the disciplines, right? And let me just do a quick shout out to John, just to see how much time we have. John, if you are ready, if you can send a message to me on the side and just say you're ready to go for noon. If not, we'll just go till, because I think I told him. Okay, cool. So he's here. So we'll do about 3 minutes worth of questions, and then we'll bring on John. So I mean, you kind of changed. You've done a lot of these, right? But you changed some of the stuff that you were talking about, and I think it applies to you so well, right? Because whenever I talk to you, the thing that I've always appreciated about you is that if I was in the same situation as you, I would be like, dang, I don't want to go through this pain. And you're just like, the pain was nothing. The pain was nothing compared to the fact that I couldn't afford it and that I put myself in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that like maybe you could have managed your money better and all these things. Like, what do you think people are doing wrong? The disciplines that they lack that they should be looking at right now in order for them to get where they want to be?
You know, for me, it's just a matter of what do you say you're going to do? So if you say you're going to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, wake the hell up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, that's really it. Like, be very particular about the commitments that you make to yourself. I'm a firm believer in being able to say that you love yourself. And I always use the analogy that people say self-love, self-love. And it's like, okay, well, you should do the things that you say you're going to do if you love yourself. So as an example, if you're in a relationship with your husband, your wife, and they're lying to you 24/7 every single damn day, you're probably going to have a hard time believing them. So I always say, do the things that you say you're going to do immediately. Outside of that, a little bit less vaguely, I think that people should manage their money better. I know that that's very vague as well, but figure out what your financial goals are and try to stick with that as much as possible. Figure out what your fitness goals are and try to stick with that as much as possible. And just basically do the things that are going to get you where you want to be. It's really simple to articulate, but really difficult to follow through on.
Well, we got Jerry Fetta coming in a little bit later. That's going to tell people exactly how to do their money stuff, right? So
yes,
that's good. No, I appreciate you coming on here. You know, if you guys resonate with Mallisa, go ahead and find her on social media and follow her, reach out to her directly if you have any questions or if there's anything that she can help you out with.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Ruben. And I'm excited to hear John. John is awesome. So
yes.
Yes. All right. Thanks, guys. Hope this was impactful. Take care.
All right, John, if you're ready, you can jump on.
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is. All right.
I apologize for the lighting, man. I'm in a hotel. It's my my wedding anniversary, so we got a little we're having a little fun in the sun, hanging out in the Princess Fairmont Resort. So I apologize. Normally I have this set up better, but I don't know.
No, I know you know Josh Snow. Do you guys share an anniversary?
No, Josh Snow stood up in my wedding.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, Josh is a good friend of mine, man. Lives right down the street. He's crushing it with the Snow teeth whitening brand, man. Just he's a powerhouse. Good friend of mine. Very, very close friend of mine.
I was just wondering because he said his anniversary was today too. So now I'm like, oh, do you guys share the same one? You know?
Yeah, mine is I won't say real. Mine is a wedding anniversary. I put rings on her finger. So he's got a girlfriend anniversary.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not downplaying it, but
No. I know you guys are friends.
Mine was like my breakfast this morning. You know, I always say like the egg was involved, the chicken was involved, but the pig was committed. You know, mine was a committed deal. You know, I committed to this deal.
Yes. Yeah. So we've been doing it kind of Q&A, but Mallisa was up for doing hers by herself. If you have something that you want to present by yourself, you can do that. If not, I can stay on here, whichever you prefer.
No, man, let's do a Q&A. I never have an agenda when I get on these things. You know, I like to roll with, I've been listening, to the other speakers. You got some powerhouses on here, so it's good information. I'll quickly tell my story and then we can roll into it.
Yeah, perfect.
That would help for those that don't know. My name is John Malott. So, it was July 4th, 1992. My home is surrounded by the police. It's not the first time, but this was the beginning of the end of a chapter in my life. If I take you back to my first felony arrest, I was 15 years old. I was doing what I do best. I walked into a movie theater and was disrupting that movie theater along with some of my friends. And they did what they were supposed to do. They asked me to leave the movie theater. And as we were walking out, I said, look, I'll leave, but I want my money back. And he said, well, look at your ticket stub. It says no refunds. What he didn't understand at 15 years old, I used to wear back then, they were starter jackets. I had a Louisville starter jacket that represented the colors of my neighborhood. And I had sewed a towel in the back of that jacket, and that's where that towel housed my .44 Magnum that I used to carry around with me. By the way, the gun was bigger than me back in those days. And I said, well, if you won't give me my money back, give me everybody's money back. And I pulled out a gun and I proceeded to, anyways, it led to incarceration. It led to most of my teenage years locked up in detention facilities. When I was released, something we now know as the crack epidemic had hit our neighborhood. It was in full force at that time. We called it freebasing, cocaine, but I found myself on the wrong side of that deal. I always wanted to be a capitalist, man. But I didn't get the memo. Don't get high on your own supply. And at 17 years old, I had a heart attack from smoking cocaine. There were circumstances around that. So once again, I found myself locked up in a facility. But this time I was going through a drug rehabilitation program. And in this drug rehabilitation program, I met a man by the name of Dave. Dave was a former outlaw motorcycle gang member. And Dave had committed his life at this point to teaching youth and to helping youth find a better path. Up until that point, I didn't have a lot of respect for authority. I was one of those guys, I didn't take responsibility for anything. The reason why I got locked up had nothing to do with me. It was the system. It was the police. The reason why I dropped out of high school in 10th grade, that was the teachers. My mom left when I was very young. So of course I blamed everything on my parents and everything around me. And it wasn't until I got into this drug rehabilitation program that Dave held the mirror up. He said, look, dummy, this is you, man. It's 100% you. You made an appointment to be here. You don't like where you are? Well, that's on you. Nobody else has anything to do with this. And it started to resonate with me, and he planted these seeds because I didn't know my way out. I didn't know how to get out of this neighborhood. I didn't know how to get out of these circumstances. Now go back to where we started. The last time I was arrested, last felony arrest, July 4th, 1992, I'm being let out of my home. Now, it was interesting because as I was being let out of my home, this time I have a daughter. And as I'm in handcuffs, got my hands behind my back, and she's freaking out. She doesn't know exactly what's going on, but of course the house is in disarray. Daddy's being, dragged out of the home by police. What was different though, as I walked out, I looked back, and it couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds, but Lauren and I, we connected eyes, and it seemed like a lot longer, but it couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 seconds. And here's why I bring this up, because if you understand how the justice system works, now I was delivered to the Milwaukee County Jail bullpen, but first I stopped at the 6th District Police Department, where I had another altercation with the police that I ended up in St. Luke's Hospital, which is right across the street from the police station. I still have the scar from the stitches that went in my head from that encounter. But when I got delivered to the Milwaukee County Jail, I know I'm not going to court for probably 3 or 4 days because it's a holiday weekend, and that's how it works. So I'm sitting on the floor in a room probably about as big as, my suite. And there was a bench around the room, and the place was jam-packed. A lot of criminals were out that weekend, apparently. All the prime real estate was already taken by the best criminals, so I couldn't get a bench seat. I found myself sitting on the floor next to the toilet that had a leak that particular day, so I had a little riverside front view. And here's what happened. I sat on that floor, and I was coming down from all the things that had me going. And as I sat on that floor, a couple of things ran through my mind. Number one, my daughter's face, Lauren. And then number two, something Dave said to me when I was in that drug rehabilitation center years ago. He said, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. I now have it, tattooed on my arm. He said, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children. I didn't know where he got that from. I didn't care, but it stuck with me for some reason. And sitting on that bullpen floor, Lauren's face, tears in her eyes, and here I am, a grown man, supposed to be a grown man, 24 years old. I can't even take care of the one child I have. I made a decision on that bullpen floor that I would never live this way, that this was the end. It was now time for me to take responsibility. It was time for me to step up and become a man. It was time for me to do what was right. And from that day, I never was arrested again, never did drugs again. And I dedicated my life because Dave had planted the seeds in drug rehabilitation. He said, look, I said, there's no way out. What am I supposed to do? Everybody does. I lost my sister, 21 years old, to a heroin overdose. My brother, to this day, if you saw him, he's 2 years younger than me, but he looks like he's 20 years older than me. It's amazing he's still alive. Been in and out of prison his whole life, on and off heroin, drugs, you name it. And so how do 3 people from the same household, one makes it, one doesn't? Part of it was the seeds that were planted, the circumstances that were presented in my life from the things that I did, that looked like curses at the time, turned out to be massive, massive blessings. And it was Dave that said entrepreneurship. He said, bro, your way out is through entrepreneurship. It's your only way. And then later on, I discovered, look, nobody would hire me. I wanted to get a job, but nobody wants to hire a high school dropout, felon, drug addict, loser, criminal. You go down the list. Nobody wants to hire you. So the system was the cards were stacked against me. There was no way that was going to work for me. So thank God those seeds were planted. It was in that drug rehabilitation facility that Dave gave me a book. The book was How to Win Friends and Influence People. And it was the beginning of a personal development journey that led me into starting businesses. Now I've started a lot of businesses. Those that know, I've had a lot of failures, man. I remember I wrote a book, I don't know, 10 years ago with a guy named Les Brown. Some of you guys might know Les Brown, the motivational speaker. Les Brown and I wrote a book called The Power of One. So it's amazing how full circle this stuff happens. But I wrote a book called The Power of One. But I remember Les used to say, jump and the net will appear. And I'm like, damn it, man, I jumped. I bounced off the pavement like 15 times before that damn net ever showed up. But I kept going. It took me 7 years. Here's what's crazy about my entrepreneurial journey, because people here, we've done over $1.2 billion in sales and $250,000 a month residual incomes, and we've helped thousands of people create 6- and 7-figure incomes from home. That's become my specialty is to take the downtrodden, take the person who's been labeled, take the person that's messed up because of their own thinking or messed up because of the programming and conditioning of society or other people. Let me get in the mix with you. Let me teach you the fundamentals of entrepreneurship. Let me teach you the principles of leadership. Let me teach you how to take responsibility and start to design and create a better life. Anyhow, I get off track. I get excited when I get on these things. I have a passion for what we do. But so I was on this journey. It took me 7 years. You know that my first year as a full-time entrepreneur, I only made $4,000. My first year. Wow. So you can imagine, man, there were not parades in the street. John Malott is going to set you free. I couldn't even set myself free. People were laughing, man, at the family functions. People were like, are you rich yet? I'm like, are you rich, man? You still in the cubicle 20 some years. I mean, at least I'm doing something, you know, for me, I'm doing something to build my dreams instead of building someone else's dreams. So I got so focused. So my first year, $4,000, full-time entrepreneur, man. I'm rolling in my Pontiac 2000, two-tone, one-tone rust, one-tone dirt. Nobody believed John Malott would be successful. Matter of fact, I was not believing I would be successful, but it was the second year I made $16,000 as a full-time entrepreneur. I made $16,000 full-time. Now, some of you are like, man, that, you know, most of the people on this call, you know, couldn't pay any of their bills on that kind of money. But here's what I caught on to. It was the percentage of growth. Now, you know, in my story, I'm not going to figure out what that percentage was because I dropped out of high school. Math is not my thing. But I knew 4,000 to 6,000, 16,000. That was a big deal, man. That was. If you got that kind of, if you got that percentage raise at your job, man, you would be doing backflips, had the lighters out, you'd be down with that company forever. It don't happen, but you know, so 4,000 to 16,000, not a big deal. People still laughed, people still made fun. All of my friends talked shit. I mean, you know, I wasn't the guy, but it was the seventh year of me staying on point, me not being afraid, me doing the thing. The seventh year I made 116,000. The 8th year it went to $225,000. And then from there, $1 million and $2 million a year, and it just exploded. My whole point to all this is that if John Malott could do it, anybody could do it, man. I have messed up so many times. I just never gave up. And I think part of it was because it was like my mentor one time said, he said, when you forget where you came from, you're on your way back. And I remember one time I made like $14,000 in a month, man. You couldn't even talk to me. You know, my head got big. I thought I was the man. You know, when you're young, you know, we're indestructible. We're the baddest things around. Matter of fact, now I have tattooed another tattoo says "Ego is the enemy" right on the hand that I write with. So it always reminds me to remain humble. That you know, it's just because you have money doesn't make you bigger than someone. Doesn't make you better than someone. I hear some of these cats talk, and I'm not going to name names, but I hear some of these people, man. I listen to, and I'm like, the arrogance of these people that they think because they made some damn money that somehow that they're above the next person. I remember meeting a guy in an elevator who I respected. I attended his damn seminar. I had a chance encounter with him, and I won't say his name. A lot of you know who he is, but I had a chance encounter with this dude in the elevator, and I was like excited, man. I'm a giddy little, you know, like a teenage girl meeting her idol, and the dude wouldn't even shake my hand. He wouldn't even talk to me. We were only going to go up like 8 floors, so he could have just been, hey, could have been nice, smile for a second, pretended like, you know, the money I paid for on his book, like I was, you know. But it was in that elevator I made another decision that if I ever made it, which I don't feel like I've made it, I got a long, long way to go. We got a long, long way to go. We've got a lot more people that we need to empower and equip and prepare, especially in this new economy where you can't count on jobs, where you can't, that programming and conditioning is not working anymore with the student debt out of control, with debt in itself out of control, with the average 50-year-old, you know, has less than, you know, $50,000 saved for retirement. The average person today can't come up with $1,000 cash in a case of emergency without borrowing it or hitting credit cards. But I made a decision in that elevator because of that man that I would always be accessible. And that's, you know, that's why for me, man, you know, people have my phone number. They, you know, I drive my wife crazy. She's like, you stop and talk to everybody. I'm in the hood all the time trying to bring people out because nobody came into the hood to try to bring me out. I've been talking about equality. I've been talking about black and white and all of us being together. I've been talking about before it became cool to talk about. We were talking about this stuff a long time ago, saying, look, we need to all step up. We all need to come together. All ships rise with the tide. And when there's social injustice in one area, it affects all areas. Just like if you lack discipline in one area of your life, it's going to affect all areas of your life. When the young lady before me, powerful story, man. When you lack discipline in your health, it's hard. It's hard to get wealthy when you're unhealthy. And I see people all the time chasing the almighty dollar, trying to get rich. So at the expense of their health, they're going to get rich. And anybody that's ever lost their health knows you would give up every single dollar you have to get your health back. So there's ways to do this stuff. I had a billionaire mentor that came in my life later on, Paul J. Meyer, God rest his soul. And Paul J. Meyer used to do the wheel and talk about, you know, being in balance, social, you know, your social life, your spiritual life. He had, you know, he went through all these different areas. And it's almost impossible when you're in the pursuit. You know, man, Ruben, when you're on the grind, bro, and you're trying to get something done, you don't eat, you don't sleep, you're laser focused in on what you got to get done. So we do get out of balance. The key is understanding that there should be balance. We should be going for that. I lost, you know, marriages because I was so out of whack. I thought that money was the only thing. I thought I had to have money to get out of the neighborhood, to get my kids out of this environment. I couldn't have my daughter growing up in the same neighborhood I grew up in because it was destructive to boys. It was even more destructive to girls. Listen to the damn music we listen to. You know, how low can you go? What, you know, the music is all about, you know, what are you going to do for me? Drop it down low, shake it, you know, all this stuff. We're perpetuating a cycle that makes it very difficult for people to break free from. And anyway, I'm sorry, bro. I get going, I get crazy. But anyhow, we're having a good time now, man. Things are rolling. We're helping a lot of people. You know, I'm a side hustle expert, so we focus all of our attention on teaching people how to have a 6-second commute to your spare bedroom office. You know, how to work on your terms. You know, how to build your business around your family instead of the way most people do it. They build their family around their business. They throw their family somewhere. Like my dad. My dad was a steel worker until he got crushed by a press at A.L. Smith at the steel plant in Milwaukee. And I remember my dad. You know, we didn't see him too often because after he left the steel mill, he went to the bar. But my dad's whole mission was to get us out of the neighborhood. Now, unfortunately, that steel mill crushed him. He was in intensive care for a year. Then he was in and out of rehab for most of that. While he was gone and my mom was gone, my brother and I ran wild in the streets. And so we're trying to show people that there's a better way to do this. You don't have to give. My dad literally gave blood, you know, sweat and tears to that company that eventually left, took all those jobs to another country, doesn't exist anymore, lost his pension, lost everything, and today still is suffering from the ramifications of that whole environment. And so we're trying to teach people that there's a much better way and that you can empower yourself, you can equip yourself, you can get this type of information, get on Zooms like this now, man. Look, it's free. This information, man, we had to seek out, we had to search for, we had to, you know, go to the library and get old information, you know, out of date stuff and try to get around people that had it. Now we got access like we never had before. So anyways, I'm gonna shut up, man. You ask me some questions and I'll let you get on to your more important guest.
No, man, you see like all the people out here just lighting up the side. I mean, I remember you from the conference when I saw you. You were likable, like you were here. And then I always go back and I'm like, why the hell did I like this guy so much? And then I'm like, I know there was a reason. I didn't remember your story completely, but now that we're going over it again, you're just like going up even higher. And I'm sure that that's how these people feel even more because it is the health, wealth, and influence conference, right? And the way that you talk, you are about influence and about positive influence. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to change it for the better. You're talking even about songs and the way that we are as a humanity, you know? But the thing that I think like what stuck with me the most the first time I heard you speak was that you were dropping things that actually helped me in practical day-to-day stuff. And if you don't mind talking about, I mean, we'll talk about the influence stuff again too, but if you don't mind before we switch over, just talking about the rule of threes.
Yeah, man, look, for me, I had to dumb everything down to its lowest common denominator. I remember one time, you know, math was terrible for me in school. And of course, you know how our school system is set up these days. It's like if you don't do well in a class, they label you a failure. Yeah. And unfortunately that tends to carry over. I didn't do well in class. I didn't do well with people talking at me. I have ADD and 5 other conditions. So it didn't mean I was a bad kid. Well, I turned into a bad kid because when you're labeled a bad kid, when you're labeled a loser, when you're labeled a failure, it's just a matter of time before we're going to act like that. So I acted accordingly. The reason why I bring that up is because, you know, I struggled with a lot of things in school. You know, there was things that I wanted to do. Look, if we had recess all day long, I did fine. You know, school would have been great for me. I had a science teacher. I didn't like science until I had the right teacher that made it interactive, got us involved. I was like, dang, I like this. I got an A in there. I didn't like English class until there was a little old guy that came in and he took English class and turned it into like this activity stuff. And we were playing and we were role playing and we were doing the stuff, man. But most of school for me wasn't like that. So I acted out. I had issues. Sometimes I go to school, I just fall asleep in the back of the class because I was bored. I remember going to a class one time, they called it pre-algebra. And they were putting numbers with letters and stuff. And I'm like, bro, I can't even do regular math. Now none of it made sense to me. And a lot of it was the way it was presented. And I tell people, I warn people this because we don't have bad kids. We have bad systems. Every kid needs to be taught different. My daughters, for example, I have 4 daughters. Of course, you know, my punishment for being a rotten teenage boy is 4 daughters. By the way, you got to get rich if you have daughters. You know, night vision goggles are expensive, man. I'm telling you.
Thank you for telling me now, because my next one, when my wife's pregnant due in August, it's a girl. So.
Oh yeah. You got to make big money, man. They are not cheap. My oldest daughter now, Lauren, who I was talking about earlier, is 28 years old. Just turned 28, man. So I'm blown away. But again, go to that's the setup for what I teach all the time is the rule of three, or the power of three. Our mind thinks in chunks. So when I see people, they have like 27 steps to this or 13 steps to that, I'm like, no, it's too much, man. And nowadays, like the millennials, you guys have the attention span of a gnat. So, you didn't even get, it's hard to even get to the third step, but we think in chunks. That's how we memorize things. So for me, I do everything in steps of three. Matter of fact, when I teach people how to get on stages and speak to people, I teach them to figure out three things that you're a powerhouse in. And if you focus on those three things, get really good at those three things and get up there, you could do a 5-minute presentation, 10 minutes, you could stretch it out maybe to 30 minutes if you wanted to, but now you can, and that's what I started doing in the beginning. Like I would tell people, how did I become successful? 3 things: stay focused, lead by example, and keep it simple. I could stretch that. I could do a 5-minute training on that. I could do a 10-minute training on that, but I can tell you, here's how I stayed focused. It's like a lion tamer walking into a cage with a bunch of lions. The lion tamer, these powerful animals could take him out. He comes in with a whip and a chair. Well, the chair makes the lion try to focus on all 3 legs. The whip is just for effect. That whip isn't going to do nothing against that lion. So by us being so off focus today, because we're focusing on too many different things, now I hear people saying all the time, multiple income streams. I get that, but you have a income trickle. You got to get a stream first, then start building. Become great at something, and then you can start to spread out into all other things. I see people doing all sorts of stuff, and their focus is divided. They'll never be successful. I got great at one thing because that's all I could focus in on at one time. Now, some of you guys might be a lot better than that, but what I found, and I'm not going to keep going on that, but lead by example. That's a simple one. I mean, our kids, our parents told us, we're supposed to follow their lead. Now, the problem in my household is I knew Uncle Ray shouldn't be in the house. They're doing drugs and everything else around me. They weren't leading by example. My mom's telling me don't smoke cigarettes while she's smoking cigarettes. It wasn't long before I was stealing her cigarettes out of her pack, smoking them in the alley. You see where I'm going with this stuff? Yeah. So the power of 3. So everything I do is in threes. Think about it when we were kids. The 3 bears, the 3 musketeers. Remember the Christmas Carol story about the ghost of Christmas present, past, and future? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Look, if you catch on fire today because my presentation is so hot, what are you supposed to do? Stop, drop, and roll. I mean, we can remember that. But what if we had 27 steps to putting you out, putting the fire out? You're like, okay, what was step number 2, man? You'd be done. So that's why I tell people, dumb it down, break this stuff down, focus in on chunks, chunk everything, small chunks, deliver that type of message, and people, they'll relate to it. Well, you didn't remember my message, but some people remember, my message. Yeah. And they're more likely to remember. And that's how I do everything. I do everything based on the rule of 3 today.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I think that's like probably one of the best things, that if you're going to take away like one of the things, because you made it easy, right? Like that's the whole point, is make it easy. 1, 2, 3. And that's something that stuck with me since I heard you speak. That has always stuck to me. And I always go like, okay, well, with my marketing, with whatever I'm doing, what's the easiest way that I can get a message out today, right now? And I just go, okay, break it down to 3, like just get it done, and then you'll be able to push it out fast. So a lot of people.
The first thing when I consult with a lot of companies and high impact entrepreneurs, and I see a lot of times, because we got this thing about being professional, so we use big words, we use extra stuff, and I'm like, man, this stuff is too busy, bro. If I look at this stuff with my attention span, I'm out. You're gonna lose that. You're gonna lose that sale. And so I try to help people really think about how to, get this stuff simplified so you can make some money, and you can move, and you can attract people to you.
Yeah. Speaking on influence, a lot of people think that they have to become someone or become an actual like figure, right? Or have enough money before they start influencing or start affecting change. What are small things that you can tell people that you think that they can do starting like today that starts leading them into becoming influential and helping others?
I think personal development, man. I think that's the first step is, the books you read, the people you associate with, and the seminars that you attend. How do you become influential? I don't know. I see, here's what I do. I talk to people about, number one, you work on your brand. So you figure out, what is your brand? Who are you? Whose are you? What do you stand for? What is that to you? And so once you figure out that, then you stay in that lane. The problem is we're all trying to be Gary Vee. We're all trying to be Grant Cardone. You know what I'm saying? It's like now today there's this big movement of every entrepreneur I know cusses like, drunken sailors on stages today. Doesn't matter who's in the audience. Now, I was taught by, Jim Rohn was one of my early mentors.
Oh, yeah.
Jim Rohn said, sharpen up, get your language right. He said, your communication is going to be critical. And if you alienate a certain group of people because of your language, well, you just lost that certain group of people. You know what I'm saying? So I had to make a decision, even though back in the day, because everything that was coming out of my mouth was cuss words. And I would, because that's just how we talk. And I realized that I could deliver that same message without cussing as much.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? And it opened up my audience. And it got me invites to speak at, massive mega churches, which, I mean, it's interesting, but because everybody needs to hear the message of entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
But if your brand, and again, it doesn't matter if your brand doesn't want to be that or whatever. I'm not here to preach anything. That's not what I do. I'm just saying, figure out what your brand, you want to become influential, figure out what your brand is. Because here's how it works. Branding equals authority. Because you're going to figure out what am I great? I'm not great at a lot of things. Matter of fact, I suck at most things. But there's a couple of things that I do really, really, really well because I focus my entire life on those things. Years and years, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 hours focused in on those things. So I focused in on those things and I became an authority on those things. So branding equals authority, then authority equals power. What does that mean? It means, look, if you're looking to do something in those areas where I'm an authority, you contact me, I help you. That gives power. I once heard it said there's no power in the present if you have no hope in the future. And so you become powerful through your brand, through becoming an authority. So branding equals authority, authority equals power, power equals access. So here's what people don't get. Once you start getting access, other influential people give you access to their platforms, access to their audience. How difficult it is then to become influential. Once you have access, someone else puts a stamp on. Ruben, you put the stamp on me to your audience. So now your audience thinks at least they're willing to give me a shot because, hey, I might be okay because Ruben says I'm okay. Same thing. Ruben, I introduce you to my audience. All of a sudden, hey, Ruben's a good dude. My audience says, all right, John puts a stamp on him. Now Ruben has influence inside of my audience. So if you follow, branding equals authority, authority equals power, power equals access, then access equals wealth. And of course, wealth equals freedom. Everything I do is about freedom. I sleep until I'm done sleeping. Now I know there's a big movement, get up at 4 a.m. in the morning. I think you should do that when you're starting out. I'm on a different stage in my life. I just know that from the time I'm awake till the time I go to bed, I'm productive. I'm productive like a maniac. So you have to decide, again, figure out what your brand is. That's going to lead in the end to influence, but there's steps to it. You don't just jump in and say, hey, I'm here, I'm influential. And that's what I see a lot of young entrepreneurs making a mistake. They're throwing their weight around, too much arrogance, too much ego. And then guys like me, I don't say anything about it, but I don't invite them on my platforms. I don't put them in front of my audience. I'm not going to perpetuate that nonsense because, again, ego is the enemy. And when you catch on, that when you humble yourself, you will actually start to get other people looking at you, say, man, this kid, Ruben, humble dude, doing the right thing. He's got a heart for other people. He's got some of the information. He's competent. I don't need you to be a superstar. I just need you to be competent in what you're delivering. And now I'll open up some doors for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways, I sorry for the long explanation to short.
No. I mean, I highly doubt that anybody listening to this right now goes, man, I wish you would just stop giving me all this great advice. So, no, I mean, we got about like 2 minutes. Is there anything that you want to leave us with, a final thought? Maybe anybody who's listening in that wants to answer like a question directed at him?
No, I'll say if anyone has a question, that's great. But what I would say to people is that, we're very emotional people. You see it right now around the world. We got, emotions flaring like crazy for a lot of the right reasons. But when it comes to business, I'm not going to go there right now. I do it enough on my Instagram and in my social media. I talk a lot about, the social stuff that we're dealing with. And, of course, because I'm married to a Black woman, I have a mixed child. Some of this stuff hits really home. We get hit hard with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
But I would tell you that when your negative emotions get in the way, or your feelings get in the way of your goals. I see people that day to day they stub their toe, and they're all you hear about is they stub their toe. It's like Tony Robbins once said. He said it's not the story you tell about the thing happening. It's the continuing telling the story over and over and over about the things that have happened to you. It's not the story that's the problem. It's the story that you keep telling about the problem that's the problem. And so I see people, they have a goal, they write it down, they do all the things we talk about, they even have a vision board, but they continue to let their negative feelings or their emotions get in the way of their goals. So as soon as you feel like your negative emotions are getting in the way of the goals, you got to suppress those negative emotions. I teach my kids, I'll leave you with this. Every morning when I take my 11-year-old to school, we have a little ritual we do. And I'm like, Cody, what kind of day are you going to have? She says, Daddy, it's going to be a great day. I said, why is it going to be a great day? She said, because I'm going to make it a great day. And I said, well, how are you going to do that? She said, well, if it is to be, it's up to me. And I said, I always say, well, what are the two things you have control over today for sure? And she said, Daddy, I have control over my attitude and my actions. So I teach my kids, and unfortunately adults don't get this. Adults let their emotions run wild today. That's why we got haters and trolls all over the place, that people are willing to let their emotions overtake them. They can't even control themselves. They do things that get them in trouble, put them in prison, get them on drugs, all these things, because they're not in control of the very thing. They're blaming others for their emotions. Look, you have control. Ruben, you have control of your emotions. If someone says some crazy crap on this thing, you have the decision to make. How do I deal with it? You can respond or you can react. If you take a drug and you have a reaction, that's a bad thing. If you take a drug and you respond, that's supposed to be a good thing. I'm not promoting Big Pharma, but you get my point. So I'm telling people we control our attitude and our actions. And if you get that down, doesn't matter what's happening all around you, you stay in control of yourself, and then you can start to move things. You can start to make things happen. And same thing, my daughters, all of my kids, we've been doing this ritual forever, and you can see when things are happening around them, where the other kids are losing control of their bodily functions, and of course I'm proud of my kids, so I'm going to brag on them, but they're keeping their composure. They're taking leaders. You need leaders that are emotionally in control, emotionally intelligent. You need leadership that understands that they control their attitude and their actions, and then we become the example for other people. Someone said, I love this. I do the same with my 9-year-old. Get them young, man. I have a mentoring program, and all kids are always allowed on for free. Another reason why I don't cuss a lot on my stuff, because I think these kids, if they get this, some of the adults were so set in our ways, we question some of this material still because we've been programmed to, and kids, they absorb it, they take it. And it's amazing. My daughter's got this incredible. She had a hand sanitizer company before hand sanitizer was cool. She won a show because she created she won an entrepreneur fair in our city at 9 years old for creating an all natural hand sanitizer, because she heard teachers saying that the hand sanitizer they were using was drying. It was bad for their skin. So my daughter, because she lives, with entrepreneurs, she came up with an all-natural hand sanitizer. So, it's a good business to be in now for a now 11-year-old. Anyhow, I'm done. I appreciate you, bro.
All right. Hey, I appreciate you. Have a good weekend, you guys. If you want to follow John Malott, right?
Yeah, on Instagram, it's JOHN, John.Malott, M-A-L. Ruben, remember this, M-A-L-O-T-T. Ruben spelled my name wrong before, M-A-L-O-T-T. John.Malott on Instagram. I return everybody's messages. Just give me a minute, because I don't have a team running that stuff. I do it all myself. I'd rather have the personal contact.
Yeah, no, perfect, man. Hey, I appreciate you. Can't say enough good things about you, and I know that you went over a lot of people today too. So,
all right, brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
Man.
Till next time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody. So, Brad, if you give me a second, I'm gonna do a quick intermission. I need to go grab some water because I'm just about out. So we will be right back with you guys. Give me 1 sec. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Okay. Just 1 second, guys, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Brad, are you there?
I'm here, big guy. How are you
There he
today?
is. There he is. All right.
I'm here. Absolutely. So glad to be here with y'all. And I love what John said. You know, it's all about your brand. And I'm going to talk about that actually today because I'm going to share secrets from a couple of the great thought leaders that I've met and worked with over the years. First of all, I just want to let everybody know I'm so damn proud of Ruben and what he's doing today. For those of you that don't know, Ruben and Carolina and their firm, the Marketing Hunters, have been taking care of all of my social media content. They've been the backbone of the Conquer the Crisis Summits, all four of them, with the videos, the banners you've seen. If you've been a part of that experience, we've done 4 now. And these guys are professional in every single step of the way. So real proud of you, big guy.
I appreciate that.
Before we get started, I just want to take a second because I think as a public figure, I think as somebody that works alongside people of color, as many of you might know, I've got a lot of people I've connected with that have been on Conquer the Crisis. Matthew Knowles, the CEO of Music World Entertainment. Of course, his daughter is Beyonce Solange, responsible for, of course, Destiny's Child. Antonio Smith Jr., who's just a phenomenal business entrepreneur. Of course, we had Billy Dorsey, an award-winning Grammy artist. I don't see color. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're black, brown, Asian, etc. And what I saw last night on national television in countries across the United States just tore at my heart. You know, when I came out with this whole Conquer the Crisis thing with the logo, I said that this will unite the world. Because I live here in Houston, Texas, folks. We've had hurricane after hurricane. Hell, a couple of years ago, we had Hurricane Harvey. Before that, we had Ike, we had Katrina, and people lose their homes. I mean, there's flooding. People are losing their homes. And what do you see? You see neighbors coming down the road in canoes and boats, helping neighbors. You see people like J.J. Watt, right? Big-time football player, donating millions of dollars. And here now, what do you see with this George Floyd, man? You see people looting and rioting and stealing and burning police cars. And that's not the world we need. So I hope that everybody here, regardless of your race, regardless of your color, I just felt that I had to say something because as a person of influence where I am followed by people all around the world, I believe that I, like many of other people, John, who of course is married to a beautiful wife of a different color, is we have to take a stand, folks. We have to put our fist down on the table and bang the table. Hold the politicians, hold the police. It's not right that a black kills a black and gets sentenced to life. A police officer kills a black, and what does he get? A slap on the wrist, some administrative action. You know, maybe he gets fired, but folks, it's a terrible injustice. So today, Ruben, what I thought I'd do is speak for about 15 or 20 minutes. Got some great stuff to share. And then, of course, you know, you can ask me some questions. I want to add as much value as I can here. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Brad Blazar. Got an interesting background. I was an entrepreneur many years ago. Started my company actually when I was in my 20s and built a multi-million-dollar oil company at the age of 23. Most 23-year-olds don't do that. But I did something that you've probably heard time and time again, whether it's from Mallisa or whether it was from Forbes or whether it was from John, and that's like, man, you got to take action. So I believe that everything big in life, folks, starts with goals. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give everybody a free gift today. Harvard University did a study a few years ago where they looked at a group of a couple thousand people. And they asked this large audience of people, how many of you here actually have goals? And only about 17% of that entire group raised their hands. And they said, okay, well, of that group, how many of you have actually taken the time to write these goals down and put them on a piece of paper? And it was amazing. And when I saw this, it amazed me, folks. Just 3% of a group of a couple thousand people had taken the time to write down their goals. And then they followed this group for years, and they went back to the same audience, and they said, okay, what's your net worth? How much money have you made? And what they found, folks, was that this group of just 3% out-earned the other 97% 10x. Not 3 times, not even 6, 10 times. So my challenge for all of you today is, do you want to be part of that 3%? Do you want to change your life? Do you want bigger things? Do you want a bigger future? Do you want more wealth? Do you want to be the person in your family that can bring about positive change when your siblings or your nephews or your nieces are down on their luck, and you can step in and be that rich uncle or be that rich aunt? If you do, type yes in the chat box. Let me know that you're stepping up to the challenge. But more importantly, do you want to be part of the 1%? Because the 1% really, folks, are the people that are transforming the world. So what I want to do today is I want to give everybody a free gift. I just typed my email address into the chat, info@Blazar. Send Lisa, my director of first impressions, an email, and we will send you a 13-page goal planning guide that'll help bring clarity to this process. Goals, folks, have to be in writing. The biggest analogy I can give you, because my background when I went to school at college was architecture, is imagine that you're an architect, and one day, boom, you've got an idea for a beautiful building. And so what do? You take out your sketch pad, take out some pencils, you make a little sketch, and you might push that sketch aside, put it in a drawer, stick it somewhere where you don't see that sketch for months, maybe years go by. And then one day, you see that sketch, and it triggers a memory. And what you can do is you can sit down at a drafting table and take that and sit down and create a set of blueprints. And then you can take that blueprint, you can give it to a developer or a builder who can actually construct a physical building, something that you can walk up to and touch. Folks, that's the importance of writing your goals down on paper, because once goals are in writing, you can back them with action. So today, what I want to really focus on are what I call some secrets to success. This is called, of course, the In for the Kill Success Summit. And for those of you that don't know me, I, over the last 15 years, have been blessed because I've been around some of the biggest thought leaders in sports, business, and politics. I've been able to work with, either hear from, interview some of the biggest minds in business, people like Kevin O'Leary, people like Irving Magic Johnson, people like former President George Bush, Joe Namath, Roland Frazier, Larry K. Benet, one of the most connected people probably on planet Earth. And one of the things that I've observed as I've been around all of these great thought leaders, folks, is success does leave secrets. And as somebody that has studied the successful people that I've been around, what I quickly realized is they were getting me to have bigger thoughts. They were getting me to have bigger dreams. And one of the people that I want to share a success secret from is Joe Namath. I met Joe Namath actually at a speaking event a couple of years ago, and he was kind enough to take the time to spend with me. And the introduction was actually made through a mutual friend. And over the years, that relationship has actually matured. But Joe tells a story that changed his life. When Joe was at the University of Alabama, basically as a quarterback working alongside Coach Bear Bryant, one of the greatest coaches, obviously, there, took the Crimson Tide to, I believe it was 6 national championships and 13 conference titles. What Bear Bryant liked to do is walk the field before big games. He would walk with the quarterback. He would work with the person that was the captain of the defensive line, take the captain of the offensive line, and they would just walk, get in the right frame of mind. And what Joe Namath said is that one night, Bear looked over to him and he said, "Joe, you got a plan for tonight's big game?" And Joe looked over and said, "Yeah, I think I do." And all of a sudden, Bear Bryant just stopped in his tracks, stopped walking. And of course, the other 3 guys, Joe Namath and the offensive and defensive captain, stopped and looked back. And Joe just stood there. Bear just stood there. And he said, "Joe, you think so? You don't think, boy. You either know so or you don't." And at that moment, boy, Joe Namath realized that every day, every big game, he needed to come into that game with a plan. That was the transformational moment, folks, in Joe Namath's life, where he realized, I got to go into every game with a plan. And so he would study the opposing team, looking at videos, finding the weaknesses, looking at the holes in the defensive line, understanding who he was going to throw to, because he went into every game with a plan. Folks, many of you out there listening to this don't have a plan for your life. And I believe that you need to attack life like a beast. That's why you see the beast behind me on the wall. That's why you see the beast on my hat. It's like John said, it's my brand. It's what I stand for, folks. I help people transform their lives to think like a beast so they can attack and build the life they want. But the most important thing is you've got to have a plan. You see, I believe, folks, that goals without action are nothing but dreams. And as Mark Cuban would tell you, man, there's a lot of entrepreneurs out there that really have no goals. And so there's a huge difference between being a wantrepreneur and being an entrepreneur. Let me change now to my interaction with Kevin O'Leary. I've met Kevin O'Leary probably 4 or 5 times over the last couple of years. Kevin's not the badass cockroach person that you hear on Shark Tank. He's actually a very humble but a very shrewd businessman. And what Kevin O'Leary taught me about business really opened my eyes to what I do as a coach, as a trainer, and as a speaker, because it's transformed my life. He said the entrepreneurial journey cannot be the only goal. He said if you focus on the money, if you focus on the success, that line of reasoning inevitably leads to disappointment and regret. It's like seeing a mirage out on the desert. He said, you've got to have a purpose. You've got to have a why in life. Otherwise, you'll never create the wealth and reach the level of success that you really want to reach, because you're focused on something that will never get you there. And I know this, folks, as an entrepreneur. When I was in the oil business, building my company, hustling, grinding, spending long nights figuring out how in the hell am I going to make payroll, if I didn't have that purpose and that why, I never would have made it. The other thing that Kevin O'Leary says is focus on the important tasks. Get your big priorities out of the way early in the day so that you're constantly moving the ball forward. Money follows motion. Prioritize your week. Prioritize your day. Understand what the big priorities are and do those first in the morning to get them off your plate so that you can move forward with the smaller, less important priorities later in the day. And then lastly, I want to leave you some ideas with my boy, Magic Johnson, Irving Magic Johnson, one of the greatest players in the NBA. Most people never thought when Magic left the NBA that he would be as successful as an entrepreneur as this guy has been. And as we know, man, he is a phenomenal, gifted entrepreneur. He said a lot of people will block their own success because they're fearful of what will happen. Folks, you're not fearful of what will happen. You're not fearful of the failure. What you're fearing is the judgment of other people. Let me say that to you again. What you're fearing is the judgment of other people. Oh my God, what will my parents think if I do this? They saved their entire life to put me through college, and here I want to drop out and I want to start a business. Folks, I've learned that big-time people and successful entrepreneurs do not listen to their feelings. Every time something enters my mind that says, I can't do this, I can't do that, or I shouldn't do this, I block it out. It's like a weed. I pull it out of the garden and I put a new idea into my mind, because your brain can only think of one idea or one thought at any given time. Big-time people, folks, block out the noise. There will be naysayers. There will be haters. There will be people that come into your lives that say, are you absolutely crazy to be doing this? And what you've got to do, folks, is you've got to block out that noise. You don't want to listen to your feelings. Boom. You just want to go with a laser-like focus to build the life you want and continue to move forward. So the most important thing that I want to share from Irving Magic Johnson is don't let the noise distract you. Don't let other people detract you from your goals and really the life that you want to build. Magic Johnson had really 3 important things he shared. Brand, keep it strong. I love what John said earlier. You see behind me, my brand, the beast on the wall. You see it on my hat. I've got workout gear. I've got polos. I've got koozies. I've got backpacks. If you want to beast up and remind yourself, go to my website. It's simply bradblazar.com. And what you can do there is go into the store where we sell caps, koozies, backpacks. Buy a workout jersey that's got the big beast that says build a beast, so that when you're in the gym, man, you're reminding yourself every single day. The other thing that's also important is always be hustling. I've been around folks, some big time people worth millions, tens of millions. And what amazes me is the grind, the grit, the hunger, the passion. I mean, shit, at $50 million, you would think that these people have enough money. At $100 million, you think that they have all the money in the world. But here's what I've learned, folks. Every night when they put their head on the pillow, the clock resets and it goes to zero. Because one of the biggest things that drives very successful people, folks, is the fear of loss. I know what's taken years to build to reach the level of success that I and other people have attained can literally be destroyed in a matter of minutes, months. Scandals, right? You see that with professional athletes all the time and politicians. Boom, their life is decimated. And so that drives me, folks. I want to protect what I've built. I want to protect what I've assembled. And more importantly, that's one of the big drivers with big time people is they don't want to take the foot off the gas pedal because they know the second they do that, man, life can literally slow down. So let me just leave you with a couple of ideas here and a couple of quotes. I just love some of these. Number one, I said this earlier, folks, that which does not kill us makes us stronger. That's from Friedrich Nietzsche. Folks, you got to put in the work. You got to commit. You got to take action. You got to make the decision. Am I satisfied where I am, or am I willing to put forth the effort and the energy to get myself to a higher, better place? Because if you're not, folks, listening to these podcasts, listening to these summits, reading books ain't going to do a bit of good. I tell people when they hire me, I'm not moving in as your roommate. I'm not sleeping out on your doorstep. I'm not going to move in as your next door neighbor. The desire, the motivation has to come from within. Because if the motivation, folks, does not come within, and somebody else is going to light that flame for you, and it's going to motivate you from the outside, chances are that flame will burn for a very brief moment, and then it will flicker and dissipate. You've got to bring that intensity. You've got to bring that desire to your life each and every day. If you're going to rise to the challenge, folks, type in the chat feature, yes, I'm willing to step up to the challenge. I'm ready to transform. I'm ready to become a beast. Because as Wayne Gretzky says, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't make in life, folks. Seize your moment. Seize your greatness. And just go forward and really develop and build the life you want. You deserve it. I always ask people, look at yourself in the mirror and say, am I a level 10 person? But am I a level 10 person maybe stuck in a level 4 opportunity? What I mean by that, folks, is a lot of you are stuck in vehicles that will never get you where you want to be. You're not earning enough money. You're not getting paid big enough commissions. Maybe you're selling cars at an auto dealership making $500 to $1,000 a sale. God, how many cars do you have to sell to make $300,000 a year? For many people, it will never happen. But if you take your skills and you move to another industry, which is a big ticket industry where you can be making $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 commissions, boom, now you're in the right vehicle to get where you want to be going. Now you're in the right vehicle, folks, to make some serious money. My good friend Matt Monero, who does such a great job at sharing his story, tells you that if you're making $150,000 a year or less, more than likely you're just getting by, especially if you have a family to feed, if you're living in a home, because by the time you cover all your expenses, you have very little left at the end of the month. Life starts getting pretty good at about $250,000, and it gets really good at between $400,000 to $500,000. Anything above that, just icing on the cake. Folks, motivate yourselves to get to $400,000, $500,000. Work hard, create a business, create a side hustle. John's an expert at teaching people how to do this. Build a foundation for success, because once you build that foundation for success, once you build horizontal seams of income, it reduces your stress, and it really just opens the doors to a much bigger, brighter future. Ruben, let's open it up for a couple questions. Why don't you come back on and we'll try to add some value. If people have some questions or Q&A, they can throw them down here into the Q&A feature. But you know, you do such a great job. I just wanted to get you back on and maybe just spend the next 10 or 15 minutes with some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing that I think people need to know about you that only I can tell them, right, is that you are 100% fearless in growing your brand. Like, yes, you're unapologetic about it. And that's something that I think everybody has to to really realize that when you are growing your brand, I mean, you have to look at Brad and how he does it. Like most people are going to say, should I do this or will I do this? Should I put this out? And Brad is the guy that's like, put it out and I'm going to back it, because it doesn't matter what people think. It only matters if you back it, you know, and you just do that so well.
Well, you know, I'll give you a great example of that. For any of you folks that are on the call here that know Pat Hilton, you know, Pat Hilton, of course, was invited to play on the 10X stage, and follow him on Instagram. He makes these phenomenal, absolutely great videos where they're satires. You know, he did one about Biden. He did one about somebody else. And he reached out to me and I said, you know, I'd love to have you on Conquer the Crisis. He was the opening act. He was there in the studio playing some great music. He put together some great stuff that we streamed to really drive the attendance. And I said, you know, I'd love to have you put together a cool video for me to promote Conquer the Crisis. And what he came back with, folks, was something that was somewhat satirical, adding a little bit of humor, where he created this fictional character called Jimmy Millions. And Jimmy Millions was a Conquer the Crisis alumni. And it was Pat Hilton interviewing this fictional character, Jimmy Millions, who had listened to the Conquer the Crisis Summit that was now making millions, driving around in a beautiful Rolls Royce, flying in Learjets, all a result of listening to the Conquer the Crisis virtual summit. And I got it, and I sat there and I looked at it, and I said, is this keeping with my brand? And then I went to my wife, and I went to a few other people whose feedback I really respect, like Ruben's. And the decision was no, it really doesn't keep with the brand and what you're trying to build, and so we didn't play it. That video, folks, cost me $500. $500 I threw out the window to hire Pat Hilton. Now, I still love Pat. He's a great guy, and I still think that he did a great job at the video. But when I looked at it, I said, you know what? It's not the image that I want to project. It's not the audience I'm trying to bring in.
Yeah.
And that's very, very important, because there's a brand that you want to protect. I'll give you a great example. I have a very good friend that's been hugely successful that goes to a lot of events. And every event this dude goes to, man, he's walking in with a nice little bow tie. And one day I just walked up to him and I'm like, dude, man, I always see you in a damn bow tie. I mean, do you not own like a regular tie? He's like, well, I do, but I just choose to wear a bow tie. And I said, well, why? He said, well, you ever see Steve Jobs? I said, yeah, of course. He said, what does Steve Jobs wear every time he's on stage? And I said, I always see the dude in black turtleneck. He said, bingo. He said, this is my brand. He said, when I go to a networking event and there are thousands of people and I go home with a big stack of business cards and I start following up the next week, all I got to say to the person, if they're like, who are you? Dude, I'm the dude that was wearing the bow tie. Oh, yeah, I remember you. Boom, instant recognition. That's all he has to say, folks. That is his brand. And it was so smart that he understood that, because now he's remembered. People are like, yeah, I remember you, dude. Absolutely, man. That was a great bow tie. And so there's that instant connection. You know, I love what Forbes said earlier about when people ask what you do for a living, they're not asking what you do. They're asking, what is it you can do for me? I've always believed in what Coach Michael Burt says about leading with beliefs. But really, at the end of the day, it's when people ask Brad Blazar, what do you do, Brad? I just tell them, man, I take ordinary people, I insert a dose of what I call a beast mentality to help them attack life and design the life they want. You want to know how I do that? And boom, just like Forbes said, yes. And so it's, well, attend one of my free events. Join me next week on one of my virtual summits. We get them into that process, folks, and ultimately a good portion of them hire us to be their coach, and we begin the process of creating new beliefs, fostering new habits, and changing people's lives. For those of you that want access to my books, you can go to Amazon. I've got 2 books. The first is called On the Wings of Eagles, Learning to Soar in Life. And for those of you that are entrepreneurs or business owners, actually last year, there was a large blog that put together a list of 10 of the top rated books for entrepreneurs. I was very fortunate because mine was at the top of the list. I don't know how that happened, but what the book really does not discuss is not how to start a business. Doesn't tell you how to borrow money. It tells you how to create the right mindset for entrepreneurial success, because it is a compilation of the stories from all of these great thought leaders, people like Rudy Rudiger, people like Joe Namath, people like Kevin O'Leary, Magic Johnson, Greg Louganis, one of the greatest Olympic divers and gold medal winners to ever live. And of course, he was a classmate of mine when we both went to school down in Miami. And so by understanding the secrets to success and reading this book, you're able to create the right mindset. The other book, Put Some Thrive in Your Hive, is really geared towards entrepreneurs, managers, people that lead teams. It'll create a culture of praise and performance and recognition. Both of those are on Amazon, and I highly suggest them to anybody that would like to get them. You can follow me on Instagram. It's just, the little asterisk, Brad Blazar, B-L-A-Z-A-R. And we got a couple more minutes here, Ruben. So, what's another good question you have for me?
Let's see. How do you put out books so quickly?
Great question. It really comes to two things. Number one, understanding the process of writing a book, which is to create an outline, gather your thoughts. And then number two, it's committing the time. I've considered hiring a ghostwriter. People have approached me and said, Brad, why don't you just come to us with the outline, a couple $1,000, we'll deliver the manuscript, we'll give you the book. And at the end of the day, after really thinking about it, I said, if I do that, I feel like I'm betraying my audience because it's not me. It's not me sitting down behind the computer, striking at the keys, staying up the long hours, banging at the keyboard, because I feel that grit, that effort that I put into the book comes out the other side. Certainly I can hire a ghostwriter. That's like a lot of big time people. But at the end of the day, I want it to be personable. I want it to be my message. And so really, it's finding the time. I'm very disciplined. I have a day planner, and I tell people basically my day is structured from about 5:30 in the morning when I get up, typically work out. I try to get fitness off the calendar first thing in the morning because I think that fitness is so very important, like Mallisa Jackson said earlier. Then my day structure, calls, meetings, Zooms, etc. From around 5:30 until about 8, it's family time. And then if I'm writing a book, man, I just go into my office, and sometimes I stay up to 1, 2 o'clock while my wife and my daughter are sleeping in their bedrooms. And I try to be as quiet as I can when I finally put my head on the pillow. But it's like anything else big in life, folks, is you've got to commit. You've got to find the time. When people tell me, I don't have time for this, or I don't have time for that, I just look at them and say, bullshit. You got plenty of time. What you're telling me is you don't want to make the time. And if you don't want to make the time, poo-poo, suck it up, buttercup. If you want to write a book, if you want to create an online course, if you want to monetize your knowledge and your expertise, it takes time, but that's where the grit comes in. That's the part of the iceberg that's under the water that most people never see. When you look at a successful entrepreneur driving that nice Bentley, living in the big house, wearing the stainless and gold Rolex, or wearing the Audemars like I'm wearing today, dude, that shit didn't come easy. Now, there are some people born with a silver spoon in their mouth, but look at the iceberg. What you see above water has a much bigger mass that's hidden below. That's the hard work. That's the persistence. That's the grit. That's the never giving up. That's going long in the same direction, folks. And that's what it takes to pump out a book. It just takes sitting down behind a computer and just sitting down with the outline, and putting words to paper, sending it to an editor, going back and forth, creating the content, creating the cover, and then publishing. Anybody can write a book. And I tell people, the best thing you can do for your life is write a book. Why? Credibility, calling card. It allows you to get on stages. And, when you go to networking events, if you got a couple in your bag and people say, hey, man, you got a business card? I got better than that, dude. Let me autograph my book for you. They're like, what? Oh, boom, you got a book out? They don't throw away books, folks. They misplace your business card, or worse yet, they throw it away. Boom, your book is going to sit on their coffee table. It's going to sit on their desk. And then when you sign it and say, hey, Ruben, man, keep soaring in life. You're a beast. They remember you. So everybody should write a book. And the great thing about writing a book, folks, is it doesn't have to be a damn novel. Hell, my second book, Put Some Thrive in Your Hive, I think it's about 50, 55 pages. I banged that thing out in about 3 months. So a book doesn't have to be a huge manuscript. It can be 5 or 6 chapters, 50, 60 pages, nice little flashy cover, and boom, upload it to Amazon, get it distributed around the world, because that now becomes your calling card. That now solidifies your brand. That now makes you an expert. That now gives you credibility. That opens doors. It's like John said, man, you go from brand, right, to expert. And then, of course, you go to authenticity. And it's a process. And, of course, what that does is, so you keep pursuing it, is it creates wealth. It opens the doors. And that's what I would share with you about writing a book.
Yeah, no, and that's a great way to transition, because the next person that we're bringing on actually wrote a book, and he's going to talk about, you know, what's different from him being a doctor to what he actually teaches. So I'm glad that you took the time to be here with us, Brad, today to share the things that have made you successful and how people should be really looking at their lives and leading them.
Absolutely. Glad to be here. Glad to add value. You're doing a great job. And you know I'm real proud of you, big guy.
All right.
Everybody
Thanks,
take
Brad.
care.
All right. Well, Mark, if you're ready to jump on. Let me see. There we go. All right. It seems like you are muted. All right. Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. We can hear you.
Excellent.
So if you don't mind, I'm just going to introduce everybody to you. See, Dr. Mark Chavez, also known as the Health MD, since we're talking about branding, he took a different direction in health, and he wrote a book called The 5 Habits of Healthy People. And I'm going to let him explain to you why he chose to do this, but at the same time, he didn't allow his degree and his doctorate to define him there, because he became an entrepreneur as well. So Mark, I'm gonna let you take over, and I'm gonna let you explain what you do when, you know, like, this is so exciting for me because this is really interesting.
Awesome, thanks Ruben. Yeah, so I'm a medical doctor. I trained at UCLA. I do emergency medicine. So this last couple months has been pretty interesting, something that a lot of us didn't expect. But one thing that really got me involved in doing business and doing entrepreneurship and doing things out of medicine was I saw a lot of the flaws that were happening in medicine, and a lot of the things that we do as practitioners, because we're part of a system that we don't control, really rubbed me wrong. And I felt that a lot of these things could not basically carry on. I was not able to do the things knowingly that a lot of doctors do, because they're part of, their hands are tied basically, and the system basically tells them what to do. And so my vision was to create a new healthcare system, and that's kind of a big goal, but I wanted to break it down. And the first thing I did was, well, how can I do this? Because that's, you know, I want to take it in baby steps. So I thought, wow, what I want to do is I'm going to create a new exercise method. So one of my heroes and people that I looked up to was Joseph Pilates, and everybody's heard of Pilates. And I thought, well, that's so cool that this guy, Joseph Pilates, was able to create a new way to exercise, a new way to get people healthy, that's still practiced after he's gone, and it has been growing year after year, and not just in this country, but worldwide. And I thought, that's a great legacy. That's something I want to do. And because I love to exercise, but I love to exercise the way I want to exercise. I don't like to do things the way other people do them. And I thought, this is a great opportunity to take a baby step. So instead of creating a healthcare system right away, I'm going to create a new way to exercise. And then that's going to help a lot of people, because I believe the more people you help, then the more you're going to get back in return to further help other people.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in the sense of financially, that's part of it, but just the energy transfer that happens. And so, you know, like the first couple guests before me, writing a book was a big part of that. So I thought this was a great opportunity to get the message out and talk about the branding. So I'm branding myself as the Health MD because I really want people to look up to their doctors to be someone that can teach them how to be healthy, not just to treat them when they get sick, because none of us want to get sick. We want to have our doctors be able to work with us as our partners, as our guides in how to stay healthy, and when we're not healthy, get healthy and stay that way. So I wrote a book called The 5 Habits of Healthy People. And just like John, I love John because he breaks things down very simple. And that was something that I learned early on, because I've been mentoring students for a long time. I've been mentoring students on how to get into med school, because it's kind of a difficult process. And a lot of people who aren't born into a family who had education as something that was really important, and especially medicine and doctors, it's a difficult task to navigate. And so early on, I started teaching how to write, how to interview, how to present yourself in a way that is unique, that people would want you to be part of their team, part of what they're doing. And so one of those things is writing a book. It's branding yourself. And I agree completely, 100%. When you have a book and you're out and you're networking, nothing better than passing that book on to someone, signing it, autographing it, giving them a good message, and they're going to remember you. They might not read the book, but they're gonna keep that book, and it's going to be something special to them at that particular time in their lifetime. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I wrote a book, and the exercise method that actually came about because my father had an injury. He was undergoing surgery. My father's a bodybuilder. He's been bodybuilding for years, his whole lifetime. And when he had the surgery, he could no longer grip anything anymore. And that was a devastating injury because you need to be able to hold weights to be able to be a bodybuilder. And as I started seeing more patients and realizing there's a lot of people that are not able to lift weights or do resistance exercise simply because they cannot grip. And I thought there has to be a way that these people can still exercise and stay healthy and not basically deteriorate, because if you can't do resistance exercise, you can't do weights, that's exactly what's going to happen to your body. And I wasn't going to accept that. So I created this new exercise method called the gravity ball method. And I had to create a new exercise device that would actually allow people who couldn't hold to do exercise. And that's exactly what I did. So the product is called the gravity ball. This is an example of one. I have one right here with me. And I actually want to give one of these away today to one of the viewers. And so we have to figure out how we're going to do that. But that's something that I wanted to do. And I love to get people excited about exercising and staying fit.
Yeah. So while we kind of figure that out, the book that ended up coming from it, right? You said that you're taking kind of the opposite direction of what is just teaching people medicine. What does the book teach? What does it say? What are the things that people don't know about health?
Well, the main message is that it's not difficult and it's not complicated. So there's basically 5 steps. And the first step is doing resistance exercise. And for so long, that's been ignored. Back in, the last 10, 20, 30 years, there was this big movement about doing cardio. Everyone's doing aerobics and cardio exercise, and which is great. I think that's super important, but it's not more important than doing resistance exercise. Because if all you're doing is running and biking and swimming, you're not working on the skeletal system in terms of its framework and its stability and its strength. And then so over time, those things that you're doing, the cardio aspect of exercise, are going to start to get more difficult because you're not paying attention to the foundation of the body. You're working the heart and the lungs. So the cardiorespiratory system, which is a major part of your organ system, but your body allows you to navigate through space. And so it doesn't matter how healthy your heart and lungs are, if your body's not functioning properly, then you're going to not be able to do the things that your body's meant to do, and you're going to be limited over time. So the first step of the 5 steps of healthy people is to do daily resistance exercise. And that's something I think a lot of people haven't heard, because when they're talking about lifting weights, they'll do weights, say 2 or 3 times a week. And if you look up guidelines, that's what a lot of these organizations will say. They'll say exercise, do weightlifting 2 or 3 times a week. Yeah. Now, going back to this simple principle, I believe that if you can take as much thought out of things as possible, then you're going to be able to keep doing them over time. Because if you know you're going to do resistance exercise 30 minutes every day, then you don't have to think about it. You're not like, okay, is today Wednesday or Friday, and should I lift today, or did I lift yesterday. Now, the question that I get a lot of times is, well, don't you need rest in between lifting weights? The answer is yes. If you're lifting hundreds of pounds and you're a power lifter and you're lifting for strength and for bulk, yes, but most of us, that's not what we're lifting weights for. We're lifting weights to keep our body and our frame functioning like it was meant to function. And so it's much better to do something every day and get the benefit from that than making it some kind of chore that you have to do twice or 3 times a week. So that's the first step. The second step is what I like to call daily movement and steps. Now that would fall under your cardio category.
Yeah.
I don't like to use cardio because a lot of people don't want to run and they don't want to do stuff that they associate with sort of endurance and high heart rates. But it's just a simple act of moving every day. And so what I get people to do is pick a number of steps. If you're new to cardio or walking, let's say 7,000 steps. It's good to remember that 2,000 steps is about 1 mile.
Okay.
So, yeah, so if you're new to exercise, 5,000 steps is about 2.5 miles a day. And so that's not very hard to do if you know you're going to hit 5,000 steps every day. From the minute you wake up to the minute you go to bed, you look at your tracker, it's like either you did it or you did not. So again, we're taking away this thought, the thinking aspect of it. When you do cardio, like, what does that mean? It's very simple. Pick a number, get to that number, and then over time, you're going to increase that amount. And then you might go to 7,000 steps.
Yeah.
A lot of people hear the number 10,000 steps. That's just arbitrary. But the point is to pick a number and then stick with it over time, and then over time increase that number.
Yeah.
So that's step 1. Step 2, daily resistance exercise, daily movement and steps. The third one is 80-20 eating. We've all kind of heard of the 80-20 principle in some way or another. Now this kind of applies the same way. There is what we want to do is 80% of the time we want to eat food that is going to be nourishing to our body, that's going to give us the nutrients that we need, and that's not going to cause damage to our body in terms of processed foods, chemicals, sugars that are going to cause inflammation to our body. But what I've experienced, which is very interesting, and this is the psychology of people, is if you tell people to not do something, guess what? That's exactly what they do. So when people would tell me, don't do something, I would say, well, that's what I'm going to do. So when you tell patients, don't eat this and don't eat this, guess what? That's exactly what they're going to do. So the 80-20 principle allows you to 20% of the time eat whatever you want. So think of it as a ratio, right? 80% of the time you're eating food that's really nourishing to your body and that's making your body healthy. The other 20%, you can eat whatever you want. You can go eat junk food or sugar or processed food, because we're talking about ratios. We're not talking about all or none and eliminate this and don't do that, because over time that's going to be much more beneficial than doing this yo-yo thing where you're sometimes not eating a food and then you just can't stand it anymore and then you just binge and that doesn't work. So the 80-20 principle is very easy, because say you eat 3 meals a day times 7 days. Let's just round that out to 20. It's 21, but 20 is easier to do. So 20% of 20, 2 times 2 is 4. So every week you can have 4 meals where you just go eat whatever you want. And then the other 16, you're going to incorporate these foods that are healthy for you. And we all know what's healthy and it's not. I don't have to go over that. Mm-hmm. And whatever happens over time is that as you eat more and more of these foods that make your body feel better and better, yeah, you can eat the 4 times and the 20% of the junk, but it tends to get less and less, because you're like, oh man, I ate that pizza and now like, oh, I feel sick. And I love the way I felt when I wasn't eating that food. And so it's kind of an automatic thing, and it doesn't become a chore. It becomes something that you like. Now, the 4th step is sleep, sound sleep. Now, this is the thing I struggle with the most myself, because my schedule, I work 24-hour shifts. And in fact, I just got off a 24-hour shift. So I'm now like 32 hours without sleeping, which I'm not like proud of. And I don't want anyone to do that.
Yeah.
But so this is my particular one that I'm really struggling with. But So sound sleep is very important because a lot of things, we don't have to get into the science and the sort of complexities of it, but your body really heals and grows when you're sleeping. And that includes your brain. A lot of us are worried about our brains as we get older. We get into adults. We have maybe parents and grandparents who now are getting Alzheimer's, they're losing their memory. And that is the last thing we want. And the single most important thing to prevent that is to get regular sleep on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so this kind of flies in a lot of what, some of the other guests have talked about. A lot of people just want to grind and grind and grind and grind and stay up and cut from their sleep so they can work more. But the enlightened ones of us who are in this world of entrepreneurship and creating ventures and making big things happen understand that quality time is much better than the quantity of time when we are basically working and creating the things that we're doing. So if you're getting good sleep and you're putting in 6 focused hours, you're going to get much further, much faster than sleeping 3 or 4 hours a night and working 12 hours, and it's all unfocused and it's not very efficient. So it's in your advantage to do that, not just for your health, but if you're growing a business and you're starting a new venture.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4. Now, the 5th one is the one that I think most people probably haven't heard much about because this kind of is more in the medical doctor realm. And these are just 5 measurements that I want people to embrace and really learn to do and track on their own. One of them is blood pressure. And if you think about blood pressure, most people don't check their blood pressure until they go to their doctor. Mm-hmm. And most people don't go to the doctor, especially younger people. Now, this is ridiculous because that's like not checking your oil until your engine burns out. So it's very simple now. Everything's on Amazon or you can get it at any retail store. To check these 5 measurements I'm going to go over right now, everything you need would cost you under $100. Now, if you kind of invest $100 in yourself to really track your health, well, then you have to sort of reevaluate where you are in life because that is a very small investment for a very huge return. So buy yourself one of these automatic blood pressure cuffs and you press a button and it gives you the read, and it's that simple. You don't have to do anything else. I like to use the phone and I'll take a picture of that reading, and then now that becomes your record. So you make a little category for my health metrics, and then you can flip through it and see all of your blood pressure measurements over time. Initially, I like to get people to do it twice a day for just a week. So you do it in the morning and the night. And then once you start to get the rhythm, you see that your blood pressures are certain measurements at different times. So you'll see when the stress sort of causes your blood pressure to go up. That might be for some people in the morning before they go to work because they're not wanting to go to work. For other people, it might be at the end of the day because they had a stressed out day. And then, like, okay, this is when my nervous system is really activated. My blood pressure is always high at the end of the workday. So what can I do to sort of ease that nervous system hyper regulation? And then we can talk about that, some other time. But so the second thing is you want to check your resting heart rate. And this is very easy. You just sit down and at rest, you're not doing an exercise. Most of the watches that we all have will tell you what your pulse is per minute. And so a concept that's very simple that I want really, if you take this away, this is great. Just that one thing, if you can take this away. When you're sitting down and you're resting, you want your heart rate to be as low as it can be, because that is an indicator of your fitness, your cardiac fitness and your respiratory fitness. So Ruben, if you and I are sitting here, we're not doing anything, we're just chatting, we're talking. My heart rate is 50 beats per minute and yours is, say, 90 beats per minute. Well, that means for every minute that passes by in our lifetime, your heart has to beat 40 times more per minute than mine does. Wow. Now, add that up over time, minutes, over hours, over weeks, over months, over years. Now, you're asking your heart to do almost twice the amount of work in the same amount of time to get the same return.
Yeah. Wow. That's a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but no doctor ever taught me that before I was a doctor. You know, they were like, "I was fine. Your blood pressure's okay. Whatever." You know.
Wow.
It's like, wow, there's so much good stuff in these numbers that average people can use and really use to understand their health and how to make their health better. That just goes sort of ignored and wasted. Now, the third thing is you want to check your body fat. I don't tell anyone to weigh themselves because your body fat is really the key to staying healthy. So I'm going to just guesstimate that your body fat, Ruben, right now is, let's say,
don't put me on blast like that.
Those are all just theoretical numbers.
Okay.
I'm not implying anything. So let's just say 20%.
Okay.
As you age 10 years from now, if your body fat is 20%, you're going to be in a good place. Your body's going to be healthy. Now take 20 years from now and it's 20%, 30 years, keep doing that exercise. When you're 70, if you are the same percent body fat as you are now in your 20s and 30s, when you're in your 60s and 70s, what that means is you've maintained the same muscle mass over that lifetime because your body fat's not changing. What usually happens over time as we age is your muscle percentage starts to drop and your body fat starts to rise. And so while the person might look the same in terms of their body, what's happening is the muscle's basically dwindling and that's getting replaced by fat, but it still looks like the same size. And really, the fountain of youth is the muscle. That is your metabolic center. That is what creates the energy and the heat, which uses the calories every day, is the muscle. The fat does the opposite. It slows down your metabolism. It causes toxicity because most of the toxins that we take in through our GI tract when we eat or when we breathe or when we put stuff on our skin, it gets absorbed into the body fat and then it gets stored into the body fat and it remains in your body for years and years as that fat accumulates. And the more as it accumulates, then the more toxins you have in your body.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can find, oh, here it is. I'm trying to find your book just so I can tell people. See, this is why this book right here is so different from any other health book, is because I feel that every other book that says how to get healthy is based on nutrition, right? And nutritionists, but most of them don't go into the medical parts of like what your body's doing. And that's something that you actually do.
Yeah.
Right?
I want you guys all to be your own doctor. You know, because these things are very fundamental to health. You don't need to go beyond this to understand what you need to do to stay healthy. Now, the fourth measurement, so we went through 3 measurements already. The fourth one is your fasting blood sugar. We all probably know people who are diabetic and they have these little glucometers, these little meters, they prick themselves and they get some blood. They put it on the monitor and they check what their blood sugar is. Well, there's no reason you have to be diabetic to use those things. And they're $25 at Walmart or on Amazon. And so what I teach people to do is in the morning, before they eat or drink anything that has any calories in it, with the exception of water, you can have water, is get a little meter, prick yourself, use that meter and check what the number tells you. Because it should be under 100 or 100 or less. If you wake up and the last time you ate was say 6 or 7 p.m. and now it's 7 a.m. and it's 12 hours has passed and you prick yourself and you check your number and it's over 100, well, you're pre-diabetic. I mean, it's that simple. You don't need labs. You don't need the doctor to tell you that or anything. If you prick yourself and it's 150 or 200, well, you're probably diabetic. Yeah. So very simple. It's not hard to do, right? And then the last thing is, most people will probably have to have this done through their doctor's office, although it's totally not necessary because on Amazon, again, just like you can buy the meters for diabetics, there's a meter to check what's called your hemoglobin A1C. And your hemoglobin A1C is a measurement of how much sugar circulates in your blood over time, and specifically over about a 3-month period. So it gives you an average of your blood sugar over 3 months by checking it one time. And so that can also be bought on Amazon. It's about $50 and it gives you 4 different measurements. So you can check it 4 different times. And that's perfect because you only need to check that one every 3 months because it gives you an average of your blood sugar over the last 3 months. So you check it quarterly and it comes with 4 tests. So it's perfect.
Nice.
If you don't want to do that, then make sure you ask your doctor to check your hemoglobin A1C. And most likely what's going to happen is your doctor is going to say, well, you're not diabetic, so we don't need to check that. And then you want to say, well, we don't know that I'm diabetic and I really do want to check that. So please, let's just check that. And then they'll check it. They won't give you much of an argument past that.
Okay. And then, so that was the 4th. Was the 5th one?
That was the 5th one.
Oh, that was the 5th one. Okay, sorry. Well, it looks like we got some stuff over here. So some people are saying, like, what brand do you buy? I mean, do you recommend certain brands? What should they look for when they're trying to buy the, this one was for the BM body mask?
Yeah, they're all the same. I've tried them all the same because think of it this way. If you're in that market and you're manufacturing this product, you're competing on price because these are all commodities. So they all have the same technology. There's no technology that's different than the other. So it's just a branding thing. So anyone that's about $25 to $40 are going to be just pretty much the same thing.
Okay, cool. And then we got another one here from Brad that says, what about BRCA tests do you recommend for cancer history risks?
Well, that's a whole different thing. And I don't recommend that because it's complicated and a lot of doctors don't understand it. And they'll try to hide that they don't understand it by confusing the issue more. So I wouldn't do that on your own. I would make sure that you have someone who's done it and really thoroughly understands it, or that you do your research before you do that. That's a completely different thing. That's talking about cancer screening. We're not talking about cancer screening.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no. So, I mean, if anybody else has any other questions for Dr. Mark, we welcome them. Things that are related maybe to like the book, how you guys can track the way that that you can become healthier, what he recommends and certain things like that. But yeah, that's why I brought you on here, because I feel that we can talk about health in a different level, not just saying medicine is bad and you need to step away from medicine, but really say like, hey, these are the actual steps of how to live a healthier life so that you can make the decision to walk away from medicine if that's what you choose to do.
Well, that's right. And what I want people to do is not need medicine in the sense that we've sort of come to know what medicine is. Because really, if you do these things, the majority of us will never need to resort to having to rely on medicine. Because remember, what medicine is right now, the way we know it, is it's sick care. So the medical system kicks in when you get sick. That's really when it kicks in, and that's really the business model.
Yeah.
The medical system doesn't make money keeping you healthy or getting you healthy. It makes money when you get sick and you get disease by doing procedures, by selling you medications, by putting you on all these different treatments. And by the way, it's very hard to get off these treatments once you started them. And so you're pretty much on them for life. And, you know, in a business sense, Ruben, think of that, you know, that's called the lifetime value of a customer. If I'm selling you 3 medications, one of them's for diabetes, one of them's for blood pressure, and another one's say for cholesterol, and those are say $200 each per month, that's $600 a month I'm collecting from you over a year. And then I can calculate the average time you're going to live over a lifespan. That's a lot of money.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, cool, man. That's about as much as we have, because we got to have Jerry still come on here and close this thing up and start talking about money and wealth. I appreciate you taking the time to do this. I put your information there, guys. Look, if you want to follow Mark, if you want to learn more about these things, I mean, he's very, very available to tell you guys about like questions you might have about health, anything that you have about entrepreneurship. Go ahead and give him a follow. Mark, again, I thank you for taking this time to do this.
No problem. And let me just finish with this because this is valuable. Follow me at the Health MD on Instagram, and the book is a free download. So in my profile, there's a link where you can download the book, and then do that, and then reach out to me if you have any questions about it.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and put that link right now on the description right here. So if anybody wants that free book, it's right there.
Awesome. Thanks, Ruben.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Mark.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, everybody. So we're just gonna wait for Jerry Fetta. He's the one that's gonna come in and talk about wealth, talk about investments, and what really you should be doing so that way you can start growing maybe your income, the investments, where to put your money, so that way one day you have that long-term wealth. While he comes on here, I'm gonna go on a quick, I'm gonna put everybody just on a quick intermission while I go grab a little bit more water, okay? All right. All right, everybody. So we got Jerry. Jerry, can you hear me?
I can. How you doing today, Ruben?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. So we ended up kind of going through it. You're the last one, man, but I believe
all right,
you're gonna finish it off the strongest, man, 'cause you're talking about money.
Exactly. That's what it's about.
All right, man. Well, look, everybody's been kind of doing like a Q&A type of thing, but I'm gonna let you do your thing if you want. I know you probably have a slideshow, right, to show. You want to share your screen?
I can. What I want to do though is I can go over some of that stuff for sure. Is there questions you think people have today that they really want to have hit, topics that I can go over?
I mean, everybody's been, I don't know if you can see the long list of things. I don't know if it shows it to you, but it seems like everybody's been pretty active today. So I'm sure they'll bring up some questions. But I think that the biggest thing, I mean, we've talked about influence, we've talked about health. I think with you, what people want to know is like, what should they be doing with their money? And I kind of, in the beginning, told them about the triangle of wealth. I didn't tell them exactly what it was. I just kind of maybe sparked their interest a little bit. So if you want to share that, I mean, the floor is all yours. I can jump back in within the like maybe 5-10 minutes, and we can kind of do some Q&A too.
For sure, for sure. So let's do that. So guys, if you're watching, thank you all for coming. This is an awesome conference. Ruben is a great guy. Ruben, thank you for having me, by the way. I really appreciate that. I want to keep this pretty informal. If you guys have questions, drop them in the chat. And I want to make sure that I answer, plenty of those. We'll have Ruben come up here as well towards the end and do some question and answer stuff. But I really want to talk today about what money is. And basically, when we're talking about things like influence, and we're talking about things like wealth, and we're talking about things like, how to build up your brand and how to be successful in life, for me, it boils down to really three things. And those three things are what my company is really built on. It's three areas. It's purpose, wealth, and freedom. Okay, purpose, wealth, and freedom. And those three areas are so critical because, when I look at like purpose is my why, right? And that may have been a topic that was covered today, right? What am I passionate about? What am I motivated about? What am I trying to accomplish? Why am I here? Why am I going to continue putting in work when really I don't have to? I could live more comfortably. I could, ignore a lot of the stuff that was brought up today and just go about my merry day and continue on with the way the life has been. But my purpose would tell me to do otherwise. Right? So if I have a purpose, it means that I have a reason, a motivation behind why I'm going to do things a certain way. And that's going to be what I focus on. All right. Now, many of us have a disconnect. This is where money comes in. Many of us have a disconnect between our purpose and what we're currently doing. Right? I meet people all the time where they're passionate about business, or they're passionate about art or music or helping people or whatever their area in life might be. And essentially what that comes into play with is that that's usually not what they're currently doing. Okay, currently they're usually working a job to pay the bills, and somehow the economics of their current life have to still be, you know, solved for. And so it pulls us away from purpose. So conversations like, you know, building a brand and building influence and being successful, while they're great, a lot of times we end up putting them on the back burner because that's not real, right? Because we have to pay bills. We have to do this. We have the mortgage. We have the car. We have the credit cards. We got to make money, right? And so it's this thing where a lot of us, if we had unlimited time, and this is what I always like to go back to, if I had unlimited time, if I had unlimited oxygen or money, and the ability really to treat money like oxygen, right? We don't treat oxygen the way we treat money. We don't have this scarcity of, you know, like imagine like how many breaths do I have left till Friday? That would suck, right? Living oxygen check to oxygen check, that would be a terrible way to live. So we don't do that with oxygen. The goal with money should be that we are able to do that. I believe for most people, if they were put in that position, they would do better things for humanity. They would live their purpose. They would start the business. They would build the charity. They would help their church. They would do better things for their family. We all have that in us, right? So again, purpose, wealth, and freedom. I have my purpose. If I want the freedom to actually live in my purpose, I have to bridge the gap with wealth. Okay, I'm going to say that again. If I want to live my purpose, have the freedom to live my purpose, I have to bridge that gap with wealth. Okay, and there's really three options that all of us have in this. You can kind of write this down. I went through this this decision point early on in life, guys. I'm 28 now. I've been in the financial industry since I was 18, and so early on in life, I had bad experiences with money. My parents got divorced several times from each other, remarried, divorced over money. When I was like 8 or 9, I watched our house get foreclosed on, my mom's car got repoed. We lived in a tent for like 6 weeks. Then we lived in a camper behind some guy's house. And so I had these bad experiences with money that caused me to essentially quit. When I was a teenager, I had quit on money. I vividly remember driving in my car one day and making the decision that, man, this money stuff doesn't work well, and I don't see the point in it. I'm not gonna participate. Right? And all of us are faced with that decision. There's 3 ways we can go on this. We can go into poverty, which is what I did. I quit on money. I'm going into poverty because I'm just not going to participate. Right? Or we can essentially live in self-ignorance. We can say, all right, I'm going to sweep it all under the rug. I'm going to pretend like it doesn't matter. I'm going to try and have the house and the car and be able to go to Olive Garden every weekend and have cable and go on a vacation twice a year. And we'll just live in this very kind of, you know, facade that we make to feel better about what's going on, when really there's a lot of lack of control in that lifestyle. We saw that in the past 2 months, being quarantined, losing jobs, all that stuff. The third option is wealth, right? So I can quit, or I can go into lack of confront, or I can build wealth. One of those 3 things has to happen. I initially chose poverty. I quit on money, chose poverty. My first 6 months of being married, guys, don't start your marriage like this, by the way. My first 6 months of being married, I was homeless with my wife, squatting in an abandoned house because I had quit on money. That's what that led to. And I very quickly and rudely was awakened to the fact that the economy happens whether I decide to participate or not. It will drag me along kicking and screaming, right? So I looked at that and I was like, man, going into poverty, quitting on money, that didn't work. So I've got 2 options left. I can go into mediocrity and just not confront this and try and live a happy life and pretend that this really isn't going to affect me until it does, or I can go try and build wealth. And I looked at the 2, and I looked at my friends and my families and my peers, and all of those people were doing the second option. And I made the conscious decision, I'm going to go build wealth. Okay. Now, I didn't know what that meant. I didn't understand how to. I had never met a wealthy person. My family, no one really made more than $30,000 or $40,000 in a year. We were food stamps, food bank, free lunches in school, you name it, all of that stuff, right? And so I didn't have this image of like, here's what I need to do if I want to be successful with money. Okay, I had to really start studying. So I started studying, and the problem that I ran into, and if you guys have ever run into this, you know, drop in the chat. The problem that I ran into is when I started studying about money, the information was plentiful, but there was no way to verify if it was correct. Right? Because this whole thing, when you start studying money, I started studying and it was all about when you turn 60 and retire, that's when you're free. So really, I have to kind of walk blindly for the next 40 years to find out if this money thing is really going to work. I wasn't comfortable with that. I started learning about it, and there was a lot of stuff that I saw that was just illogical, right? Like people saying, put your money here, do this, buy these things, invest in these things. And so when I really started to get down to the basics and the fundamentals of it, I was getting the wrong information. I was applying it and not winning with money. And then I just decided that it was this complex subject. Instead of saying, maybe the information is wrong. Maybe there's something illogical in what I'm reading, listening to, and following, because if that was applied to anything else, I like to take the example of baking, right? If I was gonna bake a cake, if I put brownie mix, cake mix, eggs, water, oil, and I put it in a bowl and stick it in the oven for 325 for 25 minutes, it's going to make brownies. It's not going to make anything else. Therefore, if I do that and it makes something other than brownies, there's something wrong with the ingredients, like literally wrong with the ingredients, or there's something wrong with the recipe, or I misunderstood. There's only 3 possibilities there. So if I'm following all of the right information with finances and I'm not making progress, there's either something wrong with my understanding of the information, there's something wrong with the ingredients, the things I'm applying to that information, or there's something wrong with the information altogether, right? And I had to dive into that. So what I started learning was, wealth is actually a very simple topic. Money has been around for thousands and thousands of years. Every civilization has had it in some way, shape, or form. It's not a new thing. You can go back to like ancient Babylon. They were doing Forex trading back then, by the way. It's not a new thing. I know we see it on Instagram today and it's like, wow, Forex. They were trading currency like 3,000 years ago, right? And so all of this stuff has been time tested. It's not a very vast subject. So like Ruben was talking about earlier, and I'm going to go and actually share my screen so I can give you guys the visual on this. What Ruben was talking about earlier is something we teach our clients. My company teaches our clients, called the triangle of wealth. Okay, and the triangle of wealth is very simple. Again, it's not complex. None of this stuff really is. And the reason why it's not complex is because it comes down to only 3 things. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen so you guys can all see this. So the triangle of wealth comes down to 3 things. I need to earn income, I need to save the income I earn, and then I need to invest that income. That's it. There is no complexity beyond that on how do I create wealth. Go earn income, save the income, and then invest the income. Now here's the way this triangle works. I have to be doing all 3 of these things. Okay, so just doing one corner of the triangle is not going to help me. Just doing 2 corners of the triangle is not going to help me. I have to do all 3 corners simultaneously. And it's one of those things that can work for me or for against me as well. If I reduce my activity on one of these corners, it's going to reduce my wealth. Right? I used to be a financial advisor where I would help people retire, right? Get to 60 and retire, and they would immediately eliminate the first corner. They would stop earning income. That's not wealth. Right? Because if I'm not earning income, I'm not continuing to create and perpetuate the wealth that I have. It's going to start shrinking. And that's why you see statistics on most retirees are going to run out of money about 10 years into the deal. Right? I have to do all 3 of these things. Now, conversely, this can really work for me. If I earn more income, it increases my opportunity to save money. If I save money, it increases my opportunity to then invest. If I invest and I invest right and it's an income producing asset, that investment as a byproduct should then strengthen the first corner of my triangle. I'm earning more income now, meaning I can go save it, meaning I can go invest it. And it just continues to expand and grow and grow and grow. Right? So this is the triangle of wealth, and it really comes down to these 3 areas. Okay, and so finances with this, like a lot of times people will see this and like, well, that's too simple, that's too easy, that's oversimplified, there's a lot more to it. There really isn't. Yeah, there's complexities and there's different things you could invest in and there's different places you could save the money in, but I want to remind you that 100% of those things were all made up. A bank account, someone made that up. A 401k, someone made that up. The stock market, someone made that up. Right? So I don't need to get like hyper focused on the complexity and the nomenclature of it all. Nomenclature means the fancy technical language of it all. Like I said, I was a financial advisor. First thing they had me do, go take 3 tests with a bunch of freaking Greek on finances, bunch of made up language that didn't make any sense, memorize it, regurgitate it, and then go tell it to other people. That is a terrible idea. Nobody's going to understand money if I do that. So if you're looking at this and you're like, well, it seems a lot harder, I want to really start at the gradient of, well, what if it didn't have to be? What if it could be this easy, right? What if it didn't have to be this complex, vast subject that just causes a bunch of misunderstanding and confusion, right? So anytime someone's like looking at this, I want to remind them, this is all just math. At the end of the day, can you add, subtract, multiply, and divide? If you can understand pretty much everything there is to know about money. Because the words we have, the fancy language, again, that's made up by people that are trying to sell their product. Okay, and it's perpetuated by those who are learning for status rather than application. Meaning an advisor will go pass a test and get a license and memorize the words so that they feel self-important and they can put the letters behind their name. And then they'll share that with you so that you think they're the god of money. And then you're like, man, they're a lot smarter than I am. I better give this to them. Right? So anytime you hear like nomenclature and it sounds complex and it sounds confusing and it sounds like unknowable, I want you to realize that there is nomenclature being used. There's technical language that's there that doesn't need to be there. And I always use this. I've been in the industry for 10 years now. I live and breathe this stuff. The more somebody has to use technical language, the less they understand their subject matter. Okay, I'm going to say that again. The more somebody has to use technical language, the less they understand their subject matter. The most sophisticated investors I know, they don't use big words with their money. They sit around a table and they literally draw deals out and they figure it out using, basic language. One of the top guys I know, every deal he does, he writes it out on a napkin. His philosophy and my adapted philosophy is if you can't write it on a napkin, it's not a good idea. If you can't draw it on the napkin and understand it to that level of simplicity, it's not a good place to put money. Okay. So all of this to say, like when we leave these conferences, it's very easy to just get a motivational high and then not do anything. And I'm saying this is like ground level. I've got to leave here with the decision about my purpose and say, I have to go live my purpose, meaning I need to build wealth so that I can fund my purpose, right? Have abundance and prosperity in all areas of my life. And this starts with me implementing the triangle of wealth. All of it rests on this. Okay, because if I can't do this, I can't do the other stuff because I'm still obligated to go to work and punch the clock and pay the bills and do all the other things that I have to do. All right. So ground level stuff, very basic stuff, very simple stuff. And at the end of the day, like the goal with all of this is an equation that I'm going to give you. Okay. Again, simple. Passive income, meaning money that I don't have to trade my time for, should exceed my expenses, my taxes, and my savings. If that happens, I'm financially free. I can do whatever I want to do with my time. Passive income exceeds my expenses, my savings, and taxes. Right. And that's what I'm going for with all this. When I'm thinking about the triangle of wealth, I'm thinking about I need to get enough saved, so therefore I need to earn more so that I can invest enough times to get this amount per month of passive income to exceed my expenses, savings, and taxes. And then I can just reverse engineer that entire equation backwards. All right. So I hope that helps. I want to go ahead and open this up with Ruben for some questions. I do see one here. Question, were you the happiest in poverty or in wealth? That's a great question. So wealth, I define that as abundance and prosperity in all areas of my life. And so I was 100% happier when I have that. With poverty, like I didn't have options. Sure, I didn't have to participate in money to a degree, right? Squatting in an abandoned house, I don't have to pay rent. Like those are all, lessened responsibilities. But at the end of the day, I wasn't happy. Okay, for me, my viewpoint is it's very much tied to my potential. So if I'm ever living below what I know I'm capable of, I'm not going to be happy. And wealth is not even a me thing, right? It's abundance and prosperity in all areas of my life, meaning it is hitting me, my friends, my family, my churches, my religions, my community, mankind, like as many things as I can benefit. That's the goal there. So Ruben, I want to just open this up just for some Q&A and see if anybody has questions. Maybe you and I can discuss a couple of topics you feel would be relevant.
Sure. I think that how much does somebody need to save and earn, right? Like, what do they need to earn before they should start investing?
So that's a great question. Someone can start investing at any level. The question really is, what am I investing in? What I did and what I recommend is if I have very small amounts of money, I need to invest that back in my own knowledge, my own abilities. As you know, you can do that with $200, $1,000, $5,000, and do courses and study and all this other stuff. So I would say that that's where someone should start. With real investing, when I start getting into like acquiring assets, like income producing assets and real estate, my number is kind of, I need to have about 50 grand. That's my goal. And that's where I have enough to actually like make a really good decision. And a lot of people will balk at the 50,000 because it's not normal for people to have that kind of money. But I want to encourage you to try and do that, because the decision that you'll make as an investor with 50,000, think about, that's going to be a much better decision than the $100 decision. Because it's like, man, 50,000 is no small change. It took me a lot to get there. I remember every dollar I didn't spend, every hour I worked. I'm not just going to put that into anything. So it kind of builds in this protection mechanism of I've really got to make a good decision here.
So you stop spending the money that you would invest into like trying to invest in stuff like that. You focus on putting the investment back into you so you can actually earn more money, so you can get to that investment point faster.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. And then what was your first investment, an asset type of investment? Like, did you do it right, or was it the wrong decision?
I did it wrong. Okay. So again, I was a financial advisor. I was licensed selling, stocks, bonds, mutual funds. So the first time I got any real money, and I say real money, it was a few $1,000s.
Yeah.
I put it into a mutual fund. And I thought that was the right thing to do because that's what my licenses taught. That's what I was telling everyone else to do. And, I put it into the mutual fund is in the stock market. So I essentially put it in the stock market, lost all control over the money because now the market has it, not me. And I didn't really understand that stuff. That's the crazy thing, Ruben. I passed all those tests. I could give you all the technical right answers, but I didn't actually understand it. If you told me to demonstrate, what a stock really is fundamentally, I don't know, freaking it's invisible. It's not like I have anything, right? So that was the mistake that I made. And in contrast, later on, once I started learning and applying stuff a little bit differently, I took an equivalent amount of money and I invested that into a training program, a course. And I think that year I almost tripled my income. So that kind of shows the difference there, right? And as you know, it's not silver bullets. There's a lot of application and study and work that goes into after the course, but the information in the course being applied is what led to me being able to multiply my income like that.
Oh, awesome. Great. Well, it looks like we're starting to get some chime-ins. Outside of investing in yourself, which we should do on an ongoing basis, how would you suggest that someone who is new to investing starts investing as an investing apps 401k real estate other?
That's an excellent question. So Dr. Mark, on that one, I would really spend some time doing some research. When I talk about investing, there's really, where does investing come from? I think Ruben and I have talked about this before. When you go to the root word of invest, it actually comes from to clothe your capital. So literally I'm putting clothing on my money, right? So I keep it simple. I relate that to when I'm dressing myself, I'm putting clothing on myself. It comes down to, what do I like? Not going to wear something I don't like. What do I understand? I'm not going to wear things I don't understand. Okay. What fits me, right? So I'm not going to wear clothes that don't fit. And also, what is going to be like useful as like a utility towards what I'm going to be using it for, right? So if I live in Alaska, which I do, I'm not going to wear board shorts outside in the middle of December. It doesn't fit the occasion. Yeah. Right. And so those are the things I'm going to look at. So there's not a one right answer of this is where someone should start. It should be, what do I like? What do I understand? What fits me, what fits what I'm going to be using it for, what fits my goals. And that'll help me really narrow things down and get rid of things that I don't like, that I don't understand, that don't fit me, that don't fit my goals, and they don't fit the things I'm going to be using them for.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're we're kind of at the end of it. Is there something that you want to leave us with, something that you think that like people just are really, really mistaken in, that they should be paying attention? I mean, I guess we didn't do you a proper introduction, but this guy's on Forbes, like, you know what I mean? Like you're a counsel to Forbes. And I think that says enough, like, as far as like who you are and the fact that they even trust you with your advice. So what is it that people aren't doing? What should they be doing? What do they need to know?
Yeah, there's two main things. We live in a world today where people are not saving money, and they're getting entirely too heavily involved with debt. And it's kind of, you can look at that I can see that on a small scale with individuals, but I can also see that with the way our businesses are run in a very broad sense, and also in the way that our governments are run in a very broad sense. So when I went back and I studied the top 1%, I looked over the last 100 years, what have they been doing with their money? The biggest thing that I saw, these guys save 40% of their income. They save it. I don't care what Robert Kiyosaki says. I don't care what Grant Cardone says. Savers are not losers.
Yeah.
This is statistic, right? These guys save 40% of their income. Now, they don't save it for a rainy day and do nothing with it. They save it so that when stuff like COVID-19 happens, they go buy everything. Okay, I saw an article posted the other day. The top billionaires in the world increased their net worths collectively by about $400 billion over the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Okay, Bezos has been stacking cash, right? Like these guys, they save money. So I think saving has been tainted. I think there's a lot of marketing behind like, don't save, savers are losers. And I get where that's coming from. But at the end of the day, if I had cash last month, I was very, very secure. If I didn't, I was very, very worried. And then second to that is, again, the debt thing, right? Never use debt unless it's going to increase income or reduce taxes. There's no reason to have debt on liabilities. That's where financial slavery starts. That's where I end up being, indebted to a bank and giving institutions 40% of my income. Then I can't save the 40 because I'm giving it to them.
Yeah. Yeah, we got another question right there, and I'm not going to try to read it because I have no idea what it means. So you can take a whack at that one.
So what do you think? What do you think of things like REITs? So REITs, that stands for Real Estate Investment Trust. It's basically like a mutual fund of real estate. If I invest in a REIT, I don't actually own any real estate. I just am part of a fund that gives me a certificate that says my fund invests in real estate. Because of that, I don't like REITs. There's two types of REITs. There's what's called a traded REIT, meaning if I bought it and didn't want it anymore, I could sell it to Ruben. So I have an out, right? Those ones are very low returns and there's very high fees. There's also something called a non-traded REIT. Means if I buy it, I'm not allowed to sell it to anybody. It's illegal. So if I get into a bad REIT, I'm kind of stuck until they decide to go public or it goes out of business or they let me out of my contract. So I don't like REITs because of that reason. I think limited partnerships can be good. A limited partnership would be, maybe like Cardone Capital or something where I really am a partner in the real estate. It can be good. It depends on the manager and the deal. There's a lot of things that go into that. And to answer this question from Brad, I like private lending. So instead of like being a REIT fund investor or a limited partner, I like to be the bank. That's how I do a lot of my real estate deals. So I'll get my 50,000 or my 100,000 and I'll loan it to a fund. I'll say, hey guys, I'm going to loan you my money. I'm going to charge you 12% interest a year. You'll pay me every single month. We're going to do this for 5 years. Then you give me my money back. And if you don't, I'm going to take away your thing, right? So if they're buying apartments or mobile homes, I have the passive income. I don't have to worry about being a landlord. I don't have to manage tenants or any of that. I just get paid every single month. And if I don't get paid, I foreclose, take the asset. They cover my court fees because I write that into my contract. And now I'm the owner of the property. So that's kind of how I would go about that. But I love that question. I think a lot of people mistakenly might get into rental properties not knowing it's not passive when you start. It's very much, sweat, evenings, weekends, hustle to be able to build a portfolio up. And you've got to expect that if you're going to go into it actually buying rental property.
Yeah, you got one more right there. That was great, by the way.
Yeah, what are some good companies or things that are good to invest in now during COVID-19 for when the economy rebounds? So this is a little bit speculative, right? So what that means is it's kind of a gamble. Someone could argue like, hey, let's go buy Hertz. I had a guy message me the other day, should I go buy Hertz? It's $1 or something, and what if it goes up to $7?
I was thinking the same thing, yeah. But yeah.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's not investing. That's gambling, right? So I have to understand the difference between investing and gambling. Investing is where I don't lose money and I earn income. Gambling is where I buy something and hope it's going to go up in value or I can get rich on it. I stay away from gambling, right? So where I'm putting a lot of my money now is I'm very big on gold and silver. Okay, and on surface level, you might look at gold and silver and say, well, how's that any different from buying Hertz? Do some research on our economy. And if you want the shortcut, go to my YouTube. There's plenty of information on this. There's some very solid reasons why gold and silver are a fundamental thing to invest in right now. The other thing that I love right now is, and you kind of have to be in a position to be able to do deals like this, oil and gas investing. Okay, and I'm not talking about stocks. I'm talking about investing in oil and gas fields, right? So I'm a client of and a representative for an oil and gas private equity fund. The end of this month, actually last week, we closed on a deal where we bought $108 million worth of oil and gas fields for $30 million. Guys, that's 30 cents on the dollar. Oil and gas will come back, right? It already did. It went down to $1 a barrel. It's up to like 33 a barrel. So just in that little spread, right? And it's not the stock because I actually want to own the field. I want to own the business, not just paper that they're using to raise capital. So that's something I would be looking at. Overall though, like we're kind of in a weird spot. We haven't seen things totally crash yet. Okay, consumers have stopped spending, savings rates at an all-time high, but on the other hand, the government's pumping money into the system. It's kind of this weird stagnation. So I would say the safest thing right now, stack cash, wait a couple of months, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, and see which way it tips. And you'll definitely know where to go.
Nice. Well, I think that might be all the questions. I mean, we're right on schedule for that. Hey man, I appreciate you coming on here. There's going to be a replay, like we said. It's going to go up on YouTube. It's going to be shout out to everybody who couldn't make it today. Plus, I don't know if I think I might have not told you. I think you were the one I forgot to tell. But this was on Facebook Live, so you got a few more people.
All right.
Too. Yeah. But no, I mean, I can't say how much I appreciate you doing this, and I can't thank you enough. This is a subject that I think a lot of people need to know that don't know, you know? So if you guys feel like you want to know more about this, if you want to know about Jerry, Jerry, feel free to put your link down in the comment section. What we're also going to do is once this is all over, we're going to send the replay to everybody, like I said, but we're going to put your information, everybody's website. That way, if you guys want to reach out to these people, you'll be able to, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ruben. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Let's see. Oh, sorry, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna, there we go. Okay, I don't know what happened. Okay, guys, can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Somebody, okay, cool. All right, everybody. Well, that was the In for the Kill conference. As you guys know, make sure that you are not going only after one thing when you're going and looking at how to become a success. That's why we try to focus on all three: the health, the wealth, and also the influence. Make sure that once you do reach a level of influence, that you're using it to help others, not just to keep it to yourself. As Bobbi said, she couldn't have put it more perfect. You want to make sure that you're living your life with the mentality of abundance. If you think that everything is going to be taken away from you, then you will live your life like that. So I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to be here, and we'll let you know about the next one. We'll send the replay tomorrow. Until next time, this was In for the Kill conference. Thank you, guys.